Live life to the fullest. Each day, seconds turn into minutes. Time passes by. Animals and leaves die, browning by the seasons. Growing and planting seeds again is what all men and women are destined to do, in order to continue to live the life that we choose. The sun shines light as we move through heaven's tunnels and tubes, wormholes, niches, and grooves, navigating existence so we can enter the womb. In gestation, I am elation, exhilaration, and patience creates balance in this wasteland of nuclear pollution. My observation of creation is that we're all heading for the same destination. Millenniums of intergalactic wars can't stop the frequency that we're in store for, so I spit from my core of my lost fragmented soul, reclaiming pieces I left in this world. The carrot in front of me, the elusive pearl. I remember I came here before. Just one MC, energetically emanating empathy, connected to the fire within me, where I became pure energy. An allergy toward this world of anarchy, amnesia, this fallacy, anesthesia to numb out the insanity, overstimulation leading to apathy. Speak out against the status quo, accusations of blasphemy. The gravity of this third-dimensional reality eventually causes atrophy, physical and emotional bankruptcy, so I traveled the galaxy to release the agony, rearrange the anatomy to avoid the catastrophe, achieve cosmic morality. Time to embrace the duality is the only analogy that supersedes all we need, just so that we can let go and breathe. Tears slowly fall down from heaven, touch five sensory being. Hear this life scream for healing, locking vibrational frequencies so I unlock essence with the keys. The fragrance of roses, an existence worth living, asking, begging, giving, receiving. Karmically tied obligation, heart is bleeding. Concrete constructs, cave captivity created by my soul, breathing, breathe. I understand all is forgiven in one breath, connected to the earth, wind and fire, passion, desire. Who am I? Thoughts I do not own, sexual impulses, shameful beings, still growing, evolving, never accomplished anything. How can one be loved? Only remembers being pushed and shoved. Third-dimensional conditioning, unconditionally accepting all the past has created the now. Embrace the self I loathe, take the cosmic oath, pain, struggle, and woe. Love, abundance, I now know. What am I?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to day 11 off 11 of the Awakening of Humanity conference. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. I'm really excited. And we made it. We made it to 11 days of epic awareness with some amazing speakers and great MCs. And let's just check in really quick. We're going to get started in a few here. We're going to bring Alan on. And how are you guys feeling today? Where are you guys tuning in from? How are you feeling? How are you feeling over the last 11 days? It's been a pretty epic journey, and just all the information that has come out and what we're doing this for, and just doing the intention of what this gathering is all about, infusing the timeline with a lot of awareness, a lot of consciousness that's going to keep circulating, and also bringing together so many people, so many speakers, so many platforms, all together in one, so that we can co-create what we truly want to do. You know, a lot of us are doing our own things, right? And many speakers and presenters so occupied with, going from event to event and being on, just that's the full-time gig, going from event to event and presenting and getting the opportunity to do this online together and co-create, and then reaching an international community that probably goes off the world as well is extremely beautiful. And I've been really honored and blessed just to have been a part of this with everybody and co-created this with every single one that has been here. So today we also have another amazing day for you all. And I'm going to tell you the schedule really quick, and then we'll bring Alan Steinfeld on. So today, the way we're going to flow is we're going to start in a moment with Eesha. She has been one of the hosts here. Eesha Patel has been one of the hosts here for the last few days. So she's going to be coming on. We have Bibhu Mishra as well, Geraldine Orosco, and then we have Andrew Genoves. So be prepared for the work with Andrew. I'm not sure what he's doing in particular, but it's probably going to be some embodiment exercises. He's a breathwork coach. So after all of this experience, we're going to take some time towards the end with him for a good 30 minutes or so to slow things down, to really do some practices, to come into our body and to integrate the frequencies. Like, this is the perfect time for him to come in and really facilitate an experience where we do that. Then we have Bridget Holliday, myself. I'm going to close out with the Dragons presentation, and then we're going to end with some music with Vox today, just the way we started. So let's go ahead and begin, and let's bring Alan on. Hey,
Hey,
Alan.
congratulations, Neil. You
Thanks,
did
brother.
it, stuck with it. You followed through. It was a great conference. So much good information and knowledge and expansion
Mhm.
for everyone who's listening or will be listening in the next couple of days or weeks. How do you feel now that you have accomplished this?
I feel very good. I feel like it was really cool because not only did I get to connect with a lot of people I haven't seen in a while, but it was also almost like a mass like audition, if you will, where I got to experience a lot of new people. And now I know, a lot of ideas have come for what I want to create in the future. So I'm excited for, collaborating with a lot of these people. I've taken some notes down, and now I have more ideas of what I want to create later.
Yeah, this is the beginning, I think, of a new way of doing things, a kind of marathon teachings. And
Yeah.
yeah, let's do a month at some point next year.
Maybe in a few years.
All
I
right.
don't know.
Whenever you're ready. Oh, can you hold on? I just have
Yeah.
to catch this call for one
Yeah,
second.
do it. So, and go ahead, Alan. Yeah. Let me
Go
know when
ahead.
you're back, okay?
All right. All right.
All right. All right. So I'm going to share a couple of things, what's coming up. So again, I mentioned a couple of times, just going to say it again, just so you guys know the flow. After this conference, tomorrow this time, or maybe I think actually it's 6 o'clock, might be 9 a.m. Pacific, we are doing the Dragons Conference. So if you want to continue the energy, if you feel connection to the Dragons and want to be a part of this, the second annual Dragons Conference, Flo, myself, and Beck, who's also been on here, have been in discussions about a Dragons retreat. So if you guys are really connected to the Dragons, stay tuned. In about a year, we're probably going to do a Dragons retreat in Chiang Mai, Thailand, which is where I'm moving to in a few months back there. And just because I feel the dragon's energy is so strong, I've never had such a huge connection with any other type of energy than I have with the dragons, even though I feel connected to Lyrans and Arcturians. But the Cosmic Dragons Conference will be tomorrow, and we'll be continuing this energy with the Dragon Force. You can see some of the speakers here. We got Nana Kasha, Bridget Renee Holliday, who's presenting today. We have Flo Karuna, one of the MCs of this conference, and also my good friend, Aaron Pine, Raquel Spring, Adam Apollo, Vox, who sang for us at the beginning, will be singing for us at the end, Antonia Lawrence, and then Carla. She's going to also be there. And let me just read a little bit from this just to put that energy into the field. Together, we will enter the mystical realm of the dragons and unlock their power and our ancestral connection. This transformative conference offers a unique opportunity to tap into the energy of the dragons and ignite personal transformation. We'll have channeling, light language, historical lessons, and so much more. And it's really an event in reverence to the dragon races. So if you want to join that, events, upcoming online events, and it's the first event there. And what else is coming up at Portal to Tension is on November 2nd. So today I'm going to do my Dragons presentation because I'm not presenting my Dragons presentation tomorrow because we have so many speakers. We have enough content with those speakers, so I'm not doing it. So today I'm doing my Dragons presentation for you guys to close out the event, calling the Dragons energy really just to create that bridge to tomorrow. And this was the second part of my regression, what started coming. This is connected to the dragons, but this is even deeper story. So on November 2nd, I'll be doing the Orion Portal, Reptilians, Galactic Wars, and Stargate to Earth. And this is going to be very informative and tracking back our galactic origins and the trauma, drama, and karma that has happened in our galaxy for quite some time. And then also polarity, reptilians, positive reptilians, negative reptilians. What does it mean? Are the reptilians maybe in some way within this simulated reality a shadow work part of ourselves that we need to reconcile? And are we related to them? So you can journey through the Orion portal on this one, which is the largest and most utilized stargate in our galaxy, and you will join an epic exploration of planets, beings, and agendas that have played a pivotal role in our story here on Earth. Is Earth the final battle between these forces that are deep within? Is it an internal battle that is reflected outside? So these are some of the things that we're going to explore here. And there's one other thing I want to share with you, but I want Alan back on for it. So do we have you, Alan? Are you back? All right,
Yeah.
here we go.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I just had to take a call about anyway. Um okay, so yes, let's talk about this amazing conference. I think it's really an important conference, Crystal Skulls. If you have not experienced these beings and objects, they are definitely holders of ancient wisdom and communication devices. So we're doing an online, we wanted to have the live conference, but the place we booked in Sedona is changing hands. So we decided the next best thing is this online conference with the major crystal. There's Bill Holman. He owns the Mitchell Hedges skull. Carolyn Ford owns the largest crystal skull in the world. Einstein, Elizabeth Hartstar has these ancient Tibetan crystal skulls. Star Fuentes has the Crystal Skull Academy, and Jody Sirota has a jade skull. Stephanie Lodge has these ET skulls. Shavate has a beautiful crystal skull. It is really the who's who of the crystal skull. So if you don't know anything about it, Kirby Said, brilliant crystal skull. Sherry Winston, these are the major skull keepers. We will have a live conference in a year or two, but for now, we just want to keep the crystal skulls in the awareness of the public because they do hold information. Like the information you had here during these last 11 days, if you connect with these skulls, it's just downloaded. At least that's my experience.
Mhm.
So, how do people sign up for this, Neil?
So you can sign up by going to crystalskullsconference.com. Just click on get virtual tickets, and then you're good to go. And the dates for this, so the flow is Dragons Conference tomorrow. Then exactly a week later, we got this conference, which is 2 days, 26th and 27th, and 2 full days, 8 hours a day. As always, you get unlimited replay access, and you just go to crystalskullsconference.com. Then 3 days after that is my Orion conference. This one's going to be great because the frequencies of these skulls, we have contemporary and we have extremely ancient skulls coming together. And as we know, crystal is a great form of holding data and information. And a lot of these skulls, actually all of them, have been imbued and embedded with a lot of ancient awareness, esoteric principles, codes, transmissions. So we're going to get to experience that together. We did an online conference together, Alan, myself,
Yeah.
3 years ago, Crystal Skulls, but it was like a 6 hour event online only. This is a 2 day event, around 8 hours each.
Mm.
And that event in itself was extremely powerful when you get to not only hear like a presentation in relation to the information coming from these skulls, but you also get to experience the frequency. And even though you're online, you really do feel that vibration.
Right. And I had a live Crystal Skull event, 10 which was epic. We had 500 people in New York City with the major skull keepers. And, I think people are still talking about this because it was such a high vibration. So any chance to experience these skulls is worth it, even online. Yeah, Dan Aykroyd Abbott Hoffman says, yeah, he modeled his Crystal Skull vodka after the Mitchell Hedges skull, and actually Dan has a little commercial he does where he talks about all the skulls. So
Yeah. Yep. So I'll put that link in here, crystalskullsconference.com, if you want to tune
yeah,
into that one.
definitely.
All
It's
right.
going to be a
Beautiful.
great conference. I know. There it is, Crystal Skull Conference. Thanks, Neil. I know it's been
Yeah.
a lot of work. We've had some disappointments with this, but we're going to do it.
If I could even like tell the story, maybe I will at the conference on the resistance around this conference. You guys have no idea. It's been 3 years of insanity. You know, just having a venue being sold, scheduling the event, having to postpone it, and almost giving up on this event like 3, 4 times, but then realizing that we needed to push through and make it happen anyway.
Yeah,
So
no,
we'll
I'm
speak
glad
about
we're
that.
making it happen. I think there's valuable information. I think it's another tool. Like we've heard a lot of ways of accessing tools, spiritually based tools. The crystal skulls, because it's in the shape of a skull, actually has a I feel a kind of connection to human consciousness. There's a
Yeah.
reason there's a reason our skull is in its shape, and those skulls resonate with our skulls. So they definitely are a holder of some level of consciousness.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there's been prophecies. I don't know how legit some of them are, but that when these skulls come together, that there's going to be a huge awakening. But
So maybe it's supposed to come together online. Maybe that's the
maybe,
way,
yeah.
non-locally, points of light around the planet. Well, let's see what
That's
happens.
true.
Really, everyone try to come to that. It's going to be fantastic. Even if you don't know anything about crystal skulls, I think it's going to be an awakening. And some people use their own little skulls, like I have my little skull here.
Bring your skulls. Bring your skulls if you have any too.
And they do
Yeah.
somehow connect and charge. This is an amber skull. And, you know, I used to think they were creepy, but now I realize that they're a much higher level to this whole phenomena.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm into it. And I've had experiences with the skulls. You put them up to your third eye and you get a download. You definitely do, especially the older skulls. I mean,
Yeah, well, I've only had the experience with Shavati's skull in Mexico,
and
and
what did you
we were
feel?
we were that with that for a couple of hours. I had my third eye on it for a good 15-20 minutes, and it was
Mm,
extremely powerful. I felt that energy, and I went in as a skeptic because this was 3.5 years ago before we decided to do the conference. You were
right,
like, "Oh, you're down in Mexico, go visit the skull," and
right.
I really, I didn't think that it would be anything, but I really did, and just being in the
Yeah.
presence of it just felt like there was just like meditative frequency around where everybody was just like silent and present and connected.
Yeah, they were sacred ritual objects to the Tibetans and the Mayans, for sure. Maybe other people, but definitely the ones found in Mexico seem the real ones have no machine markings. They've examined like the Mitchell Hedges skull. They don't know how
Yeah, that's
this was
crazy.
made from one piece of crystal.
Yeah. So it's gonna be fun. It's a fun
Yeah,
event.
I
I'm
think it's
excited
going to be
for it.
great. And
Yeah.
Kirby Said knew Nick Nocerino. Nick Nocerino really started the whole crystal skull phenomena when he discovered these crystal skulls from Mexico, realized how valuable they were as tools for awakening. That's all we're saying here. These are tools for another level of awakening.
Yeah. Yeah. So we have a
Yes.
lot in store at Portal Ascension. The next few months is pretty amazing. We have a lot of things. We have two Yeshua events during um, December. We have our Galactic Origins cruise in December, and I'm doing my annual Pagan Origins of Christmas and New Year's Eve event, which is free. You can sign up for our Portal Ascension. So we're just picking up the momentum, really infusing the timeline with even more awareness for this whole year, and then maybe we'll take a little break for a week or so later in January.
I know,
so
Neil. Once you got back on the thing, you're not stoppable. You're non-stoppable. You just
no.
keep going. I know you needed a
Yeah.
little break, and now you're back on it, and I'm happy you're doing this.
Thanks, Alan. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna get started.
Oh, one more
So we'll see you
thing.
later. Yeah.
Wait, one more thing. Did you talk about the cruise, the Galactic cruise that's coming up?
I've mentioned it a few times, but if you want to just mention it again, go ahead.
Well, on December 14th to the 21st, we're having I'll use your word, epic galactic cruise with some of the great teachers that you've seen here. Vivian Chavez, Laura Eisenhower, she's going to be there.
Yeah.
Ashley, who you've seen. Maybe we should bring Ashley on and talk about this. And who else is on that cruise? JJ and Desiree Hertog. You talk about OGs, they are the original OGs.
Right. Well, I think one of the
And
highlights is that they're the foremost alternative history researcher of the places we're going, of Tulum. So we get to go to these places with researchers that are in the metaphysics of the places that we're going to, which is going to
and
be very special.
And if people don't know JJ Hertog, you could look at for him on my YouTube channel because I have about 50 interviews with him. But went off plan in 1973. He was chanting these sacred mantras. This being Enoch appeared to him and took him with his body to these higher levels of density. And then after
Yeah.
he could no longer go with his body, Metatron took him to the next level of consciousness. So he's come back in 73 and wrote the book, Keys of Enoch, Book of Knowledge, which is a really multidimensional Bible. And I recommend checking it out. And he's still at it. He's still around
Still at it.
over 50 years later, adding to that book of knowledge with the last 10 keys. So
Yeah.
it's really worth checking out. He'll be there. Desiree, his wife, and JJ will definitely be here. They're doing an excursion to Tulum where we'll do some ancient ceremony, multidimensional ceremonies. We're going to be doing a meditation as we pass through the Bermuda Triangle on the first night, and another meditation where we're coming back the morning of the winter solstice, December 21st, on the top deck of the boat as the sun rises. So just those alone, not counting all the amazing speakers that we'll be having. So
yes, exactly. All right, so let's get into it. Alan, we'll see you later. Yeah. All right, brother.
Thanks,
Okay,
Nick.
bye. All right, everybody. So a couple logistical things, I guess, before we start. Replays are all on youtube.com/portal to ascension. Everybody who signed up at 11daysofawakening.com, you obviously have your own backend dashboard with all the footage and content. That will be in your dashboard probably within a week. Tomorrow's the Dragons Conference. Then we're launching the Arcturian Conference for free and the True World History Conference on the same page that you're watching this at now and on our YouTube channel. So we're going to keep going with a lot of awareness here. And in case you guys didn't know, this is the 16th year anniversary of Portal to Ascension. So my presentation, when we close out, we'll talk about the journey of how we got here and, you know, and how this all manifested. So excited for today, and we're going to begin. So I'm going to go ahead and bring on Emilio, who's our host for this morning.
Hello,
hey, brother.
Hello. How are you, brother? How are
Doing
you?
good, man. Doing good. Good to see you.
Oh, man, 11-day marathon.
Bro, we made it.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling, first of all?
I'm feeling good, man, because, you know, it starts later in the day and the timing's just fine for me. I've just been, you know, I'm here in the Mediterranean, so I get to be out in the ocean and just hang out during the day. But I kind of like just disconnected from everything else and just focused on this for the last 11 days. So I feel really good.
You're probably sleeping like a baby after getting all these codes for
Dude.
8 hours plus, and then...
Bro, I go to sleep at midnight and I wake up around 10, 11 every day because I'm just like knocked out, man. A lot of, I'm feeling the energy of everything that's happening. I'm also processing it and integrating it myself.
Yeah, you got to let it sink in. Beautiful.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited. First, I wanted to say that I'm really happy that we're working together now and that we're here together. And I really appreciate you and your energy and the way you introduce people and that the whole interaction with Aluna too, and just like your dynamic and your heart really showed in that moment, you know? So I appreciate you, brother.
I feel your heart as well, brother. Thank you for saying that.
This is just the beginning.
Just the beginning.
Yep. All right. You ready to begin?
Let's do it. Let's bring in Eesha.
Right. Let's do it.
Hello, hello.
Hi, how's it going?
I'm loving the background you got going on there. What planet is that?
Oh, I'm not sure. It's something that I created on Canva.
Beautiful. Well, we have a very galactic conversation. We're going to start with a little chat after I introduce you, and then you're going to do some activations for us. I'm really excited about that. Just to start off, I'm just going to say that it's not every day that you meet someone that is pioneering between human consciousness and the galactic frontier. Eesha Patel is that one such visionary. With over a decade of experience in galactic consciousness and first contact strategy, Eesha has guided countless visionaries on their planetary mission assignments, collaborating with global leaders. She brings together intergalactic wisdom and human potential, facilitating transformational experiences at sacred locations such as Stonehenge and Sedona. Through her work, Eesha helps us connect with interdimensional beings. In her current role as Galactic Ambassador, Eesha liaises with over 20 different galactic races, including the Arcturians, Pleiadians, the Galactic Federation, and the Orion Council. Her renowned First Contact show has captivated global audiences, making waves in the world of UFO and UAP discussions. Whether it's through her galactic activations, which we're going to experience today, or multidimensional teachings, Eesha has redefined what it means to connect beyond this world. Eesha is a weaver that brings together the brightest minds and most respected voices in the field of extraterrestrial research and interdimensional exploration. She has even developed a framework and about the aftermath of disclosure, how to understand the aftermath of disclosure. And she assists organizations worldwide to navigate contact with non-human intelligences. So today we invite you to open your mind and heart to the galactic realms as we welcome in Eesha Patel. How are you? Welcome to the awakening of humanity.
Thank you. What an amazing introduction, Emilio.
It was a joy to write it and to share it. You have a very unique perspective and background.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited to share that today.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday you were telling me that Craig started to share a little bit about the 2015 Mount Shasta experience, but you didn't get to tell us the full story. So I don't know if you want to start there, but I think you left people a little bit intrigued yesterday about what happened in 2015 at Mount Shasta.
I did, yeah. So I was hosting for Craig yesterday, and he has a book where he talks about the 82 different species or different races galactically, and he had a bit of a summary presentation where he went through them, and one of the beings that he spoke about was Antaral. And I just had this big smile on my face because that specific meeting that happened in 2015, I was actually there for that. So when he was talking about it, I was like, well, I have firsthand experience. Of course, it was his presentation, but I did say to the audience, I said, look, if we have a few minutes today, maybe I can jump in and just share my experience of what actually happened there, because I was there when it was all unfolding. So yeah, basically in 2015, I just received this intuitive message to go to Mount Shasta on September 11th, 2015. And just to sort of contextualize this a little bit, for my personal journey, 2015 was like, I was just starting out, like fresh off the boat, just went through this spiritual awakening experience. I'm talking like weeks into this experience. And I'd had my first channeling experience where I met the Arcturian Council of Light. And within a matter of days, I'm getting all these guidances. They're telling me, I mean, so much information was coming through. I was getting these sacred geometries. And then they said to me, go to Mount Shasta specifically on September 11, 2015. And so, you know, for whatever reason, I decided to follow the guidance. Probably could have had a lot of reasons to not follow it, because at that point in my life, it was just madness. I mean, I had a job and I had, you know, I was a student and, you know, didn't have a lot of money and like had all these different things that could have prevented me from going. But that pull to follow that inner guidance was just stronger than all of that. So I booked the flight, got on a plane, got myself to Mount Shasta. And then the whole morning that I was there, I just got told, just wait, you know, and it gets to like 3:00 in the afternoon. And for those of you who've been to Mount Shasta, you probably know the little cafe that's there. I don't know if you've been, Emilio, but there's this little cafe. You got to check it out at some point. It's beautiful. They have the most amazing, organic, healthy food. Anyway, so I'm having lunch there, just chilling out until I get that internal guidance that it's time to go. And it was so sudden. It was like, go now, like right now. And this is where if you just, you know, pause and you look at the bigger picture of whoever's pulling these strings and making it all kind of, you know, coordinate, it was that precision of timing where I felt, okay, I have to stop what I'm doing now, leave the cafe, get in my car and drive up the mountain. So there I go up the mountain and I, you know, park my car and everything. There's a place there called Panther Meadows, which is quite famously known for the meeting of Saint Germain. And Craig actually shared a picture of it in his presentation yesterday. That presentation, that picture was the exact spot that I went to. And when I got there, the first person that I saw was this guy who was he was by the water and he was washing some crystals in the water. Now, again, to add some more context here, I was from Australia. I knew literally about one person in America, except for my auntie who lives in California. This one lady, Honey Borden, she's actually we're doing some conferences together later in the year. I had met her in Perth like 1 or 2 years before that. And she's a quantum hypnosis facilitator. So, you know, so I had a session with her many, many years ago, experienced the QHHT, got to this mountain, and then I'd start talking to this guy and I say, oh, hey, like, what are you doing here? I just felt to sort of strike up a conversation. Anyway, he turns around and within a minute, we realize that he's a quantum hypnosis facilitator because, I said to him that I know this one person who lives in Washington, D.C., who's the only person I know in America who's not my family relative. And he happens to know her. And so the synchronicity in that alone was just like mind blowing because I got told 3 weeks or 4 weeks before that, get on a plane, go to Mount Shasta, go up at this very specific time and go and talk to this person. So we have this conversation, a lot of synchronicity there. And then I find out that there's a conference happening the following day on the 12th. And it's actually the conference where Ricardo Gonzalez brought everyone together. And I had no idea what it was going to be about. I had no idea it was going to be in Spanish, which I don't speak. But I found myself on the morning of the 12th going back up the mountain at 10 o'clock in the morning. And I participated in this event. And that evening, after all the prayers and the chanting and all the things, a group of people went off to the side and they met this being called Antaral. Now, I didn't personally meet the being, so I can't speak to that part of it. But boy, I was there when I heard all the stories the next morning. And, people were saying they saw these crafts and these orbs and, all of this stuff was going on. But I think because I was so early in my journey, I didn't have the right convergence of vibration to experience anything. So my experience at Mount Shasta was, it was cool. We did some meditations, had a nice time, but I personally didn't experience anything that day. Months later, in my dreams and then in my memories, when I looked back on what happened at that event, things started to come through that I didn't physically see at the time. And I could see the craft in the sky that people were talking about. I could feel the orbs and the vibration. So I just wasn't attuned enough to it at the time that I was there. And then years later, I see these books coming out about that day and the meeting with Antaral. And I recall meeting Paula Harris very briefly that day too, because some weird synchronicity had happened where I think her phone and Ricardo's phone or something like that, it's like their phones rang each other at the same time. And then she drove some like thousands of miles across the country to get there. And so she rocked up halfway through the day, like probably around lunchtime. And I had no idea who Paula Harris was back then, but she's quite well known in the field. And so everybody's really excited that she was there. And so I just remember all of this happening and going, I wonder why I got guided to go to the mountain at that specific moment in time to meet this person, to go to this event. Just, I still feel like there's so many pieces to the puzzle,
Wow, that is an amazing, first of all, the synchronicities, you following your own intuition to be able to get there in the first place. And then where do you go from that experience to becoming a galactic ambassador?
Well, that's 10 years of story that I'll try and condense down into a few minutes.
The Cliff Notes.
Basically, going back to 2015, I was, so I'd been experiencing some paranormal activity since I was a child. So there's that context there as well. And one of the things that I experienced in my later teenage years was I was very ungrounded, and it appeared in the form of what people would call like poltergeistic activity. I know now it was just my energy that was creating erratic things happening. There were other paranormal activity, ghost sort of activities happening as well. But the stuff that happened in my later teenage years, I used to get these really vivid dreams, night terrors, like just really, I now know that it was psychic attack, but like really not fun stuff. And so I reached out to someone in the community and she taught me a specific meditation, which was how to activate my Merkaba light body, which I'm going to talk about in my presentation today as well. And so when I activated my Merkaba light body, I was just doing it because I thought it would protect my energy field. And that's it. That's all I wanted, What I didn't know was that a year and a half later, after practicing regularly, I was going to experience going into this field of the 0 point. And so this particular day, I was sitting in meditation and I activated my Merkaba light body as I did every morning. And then that particular morning, it was like my body completely dissolved. And it was like I was in the oneness, like enveloped in the oneness of everything, pure love. It's like I am the trees, I am the clouds, I am the sky, I am the people, I am the houses. And also, I am not even there. Like, there is no me. I don't know where I end and where the rest of the universe begins. And I had this experiential understanding of what it's like to be in the oneness. And then I had this voice that came through, which I now know, again, retrospectively, that was my higher self speaking to me. And this voice said, "You're in the 13th dimension." Now, 10 years ago, there's nothing on Google about this. So I'm trying to like search for this stuff. What's the 13th dimension? Certainly didn't know about Portal to Ascension. That would have been helpful, you know. But yeah, there just wasn't really a lot of spaces for me to go to really uncover this. And so I really just relied on my meditation practice. And in the coming years, I kept expanding and sitting in my practice and learning about the different dimensions and the frequencies. And then it got to this sort of culmination point in 2015 where I had a lot of really sudden life changes. So I came out of a relationship, I moved out of the house, I dropped out of my university degree. Like, a lot of things just happened in the span of about a few weeks. And that was when I had my first spontaneous channeling experience. And from there, it was just like the floodgates were open. Yeah.
Now, I've heard you mention that there's this specific point in the center of our heart that all galactic beings know about. What are we missing? What don't we know about this place within the heart?
So after learning how to activate my Merkaba light body, I did that for a number of years, and I had some beautiful contact experiences, telepathic contact experiences. About a year after having telepathic channeling experiences, I also experienced physical sightings. But the thing that really took my practice to the next level, and what allows me now to communicate with so many different races, was realizing that we have this inner space within us. And that inner space is what I call the inner heart. It's, it's almost crazy, Amelia. Like, I wish we were taught this stuff. We're just not taught this. Your heart is a multidimensional gateway. And I don't mean this in fluffy language. I mean, like, it's a place where you can actually go and you can see and you can experience and witness. And inside there, I discovered that there's an inner heart garden. I have my inner temple space in there. I have my inner soul flame. I can go into my heart. I can access my Akashic records. I don't need to go into hypnosis or take any ayahuasca. Nothing is needed. When people talk about this idea that everything is within you, when I discovered the inner heart, I felt like that to me was the gateway. That was the literal doorway into the everythingness that is me. And so I've just spent the last 10 years or so exploring that space. And I feel like even after all these years, I'm still learning new stuff. And it's just such a magical experience.
It's crazy because I think as you explained that, I'm literally having a mini heart orgasm, and my heart's like, yes, 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 tell her to teach you, tell her to tell you what to do. So I wanted to also give you the floor.
That's all in my presentation and my 12 slides that I have coming up.
That's what I was saying. I'm ready to get right into it.
Okay, let's do it. Let's get into it. So Neil, I think Neil can bring my presentation on. I did preload it. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Neil. All right. So yeah, I've just created a little presentation for you guys, which is First Contact, which is also the name of my podcast, if you want to check that out. And in this presentation, I'm going to cover how to initiate contact, CE5. I'm going to talk a little bit about sacred geometry. I'm going to talk about the inner heart meditation as a method for contact. And then we're going to finish up today with just a really short Arcturian activation based on one of the codes that I channeled back in 2015. So I want to start here just with the power of sacred geometry. Now, one of the things that I learned from the Arcturians way back when I started channeling them was that essentially we have this etheric DNA. And when we focus on various geometries, we can up level this. Now, there are some geometries that we already know about, and there's a wider purpose to geometry as well. Like, for example, the flower of life is not just about personal evolution. It's also one of the earth grids that we have access to. You've got the Sri Yantra, you've got the Metatron's cube, and you've got the Merkaba, which I spoke about as well. then, where's my, there we go. Then what I came across as well are these galactic sacred geometries. And some of these codes here, these are the ones that the Arcturian Council of Light gave me. And they said to me that when we work with these codons, we can activate the full 12 strand etheric DNA, which also has 144 substrands. Sacred geometry can be considered like galactic healing tools in combination with things like light, sound, frequencies. There's lots of different things that you can bring in, but sacred geometry plays such a pivotal role in that because, see, even these 2D images that we're looking at here, it's like every single one of these images is a 3D hologram. And if you can visualize yourself sitting in that geometry, you can receive the entire download of what it has to offer you. And so when they shared these codes with me, they said to me, go and share them with people. And I had no idea what I was doing. I had no experience as a teacher or nothing. But I decided to put on this event, a sacred geometry DNA activation event. And my very first event that I held, we had 3 people in the room connected with an Arcturian starship. So to me, I thought, okay, wow, like there must be something to these codes. And I started sharing them with people. And sure enough, people started experiencing spontaneous healings and, third eye awakenings and it like miraculous sort of stuff. It was miraculous to me back then because it was just so far-fetched from my scientific background that I came from. So these are some of the geometries that I got given, and we are going to do an activation on one of them today. The other one that I wanted to just go through quickly is the Merkaba light body, which I spoke about. And the Merkaba is light, spirit, and body. This is your personal light ship for interdimensional travel. So when I was practicing visualizing myself in this Merkaba, what I experienced was this lightness. And one of the things I just want to preface as well is whenever we learn a new meditation technique, sometimes it takes a bit to practice it, and for the first year, I really didn't experience a lot. It wasn't until I really took my practice seriously and started sitting down and doing 45 minutes every single day. That's when I started having these really expansive interdimensional kind of experiences. And keeping in mind that I really only started doing it to protect my energy field, all the channeling and everything that came as a result of this practice was, I think, a really great bonus, So that's a really powerful one. Now, the other one that I want to deepen now, again, is the universal language of frequency. Now, the inner heart that I was talking about, it doesn't communicate in the way that we're communicating right now. It actually communicates through this language of energy. But the thing is, frequency sometimes can be very, very abstract. Like not everyone in using the 3D sensors is able to receive or perceive the vibrations that are coming through. And so there's this really beautiful thing that the universe has done, and it's created like this metaphorical space that is actually universal. And it's when I talk about the universal language of frequency, the way that it appears and the way that we can perceive it is through vision, through tone, through the inner senses, like the sixth sense and the third eye, your clair abilities, and your intuition. Add to that your 5 senses, and you've got a lot of tools that you can bring in to perceive the reality that is unseen. So when we now apply that concept to the inner heart meditation, the inner heart meditation essentially takes the concept of universal frequency language and it brings it in a very accessible form of visualization through the heart center. So it doesn't require any regression or hypnosis. It doesn't require anything external outside of yourself. The only thing you need to do is learn the technique, which is just like, going to the gym. Once you learn it, you have access to everything inside of you. And to me, I mean, this is what took my practice to the next level. So after having learned the Merkaba, and then after learning about the inner heart, what I realized is there's a space in there where you can access everything that you ever need to know. A lot of people talk about Ascension and 5D and how to get to the frequency. Well, one of the things that the inner heart meditation does is it actually gives you a direct point of reference to shift your consciousness into the 5D frequency. It's a very structured process that merges the physical and the metaphysical reality. And the way that we do that is through visualization. So we access the inner heart garden, we access the inner 0 point, and once you're in there, there is a direct consciousness bridge through the 3D, the 4D, and into 5D frequency. When I crossed that bridge for the first time, that consciousness bridge, I actually felt the difference. And one of the biggest things that I felt was this sense of peace and calm, because it was like, you know, we get so caught up in our heads. I'm sure many of you can relate to this. I've been in that boat as well. We get so caught up in our heads. We're thinking all the time, or sometimes we get caught up in the emotional waves. But then every time I went into my inner heart space, and whenever I go there, it's like everything becomes really calm and everything becomes really still. And the more I go into that stillness, it's like there's a convergence point where it's just everything is already known. There's a beingness in there. There's nothing that I need to do. And also at the same time, when the inspiration comes through to take action, there's the energy to bring that forward. You know, some of the students that I work with, they're also entrepreneurs, they're healers, they have businesses. And a lot of them ask me, well, Eesha, how do I manifest? And I say, well, you know, when you can go into that 0 point and wait for the inspiration, what you're doing is you're connecting into the inspired divine will. And where do you access that? Well, in your inner heart and in your inner temple. Because your inner temple holds the knowledge and the wisdom of what it is that your soul came here to do. And so, you know, sometimes when we come to earth, we go under the veil and we have this forgetting. And then we go through this journey of remembering. And when we remember who we really are and we go into this temple, we get to experience this knowingness of what it is that we came for. So the way that presented for me was I went from struggling, lost, not knowing what I was doing with my life, to suddenly now I have clarity. Now I'm walking my pathway of purpose. And I'm doing it with all of the assistance of the angelic realms and the galactic realms and the elementals. And suddenly it was like going from, you know, drowning in life, not knowing what's happening, to having this extreme clarity in this is what I'm doing today. This is where I'm showing up. This is how I'm showing up. The action steps become very clear as well. For those of you that are, you know, healers or business owners, this was a game changer for me. And one of the things that I can do in that space is I can meet any interdimensional being. So, you know, people often ask me, like, how have you connected with 20 different races? Well, once you can go into your inner temple, the beautiful thing is, this is the real kicker in the whole practice, is other beings know about this space too. So, you know, it's like having like an address. You know, you have a house and you have an address and you give someone your address and they can meet you there. Well, the inner heart is this universal address that is known by other beings. And when you drop into your inner temple and you drop into your 5D frequency, all you need to do is say, hey, I would like to connect with Archangel Michael, or hey, I would like to meet with Shasta from the Galactic Federation, or hey, I would really like my galactic star guides to meet me in this space. And they come and they meet me. And so the process of going into my heart has just been so beautiful, because, you know, I don't need to go and see other readers or healers or anything else. It's just everything is in my inner heart space. And the practice is this daily practice of going in and learning how to actually access that. And I think that's the missing piece of knowledge that I one day wish everybody teaches us in school. And then the final piece to that, which to me, this is like the icing on the cake. To me, the physical convergence is kind of like it's like the end point of what happens from the inside out. A lot of contact work, I feel like it places emphasis on the physical sightings of the starships, whereas the experience for me has been more that I experienced it internally first, and then I experience it externally. So there's a number of ships here. There's a Polarian ship. I've got the jellyfish energies that I sometimes talk about. I've got my 9th dimensional starship, the Aritera. The cross that you can see in the bottom, that one I took as a photograph because I was connecting into my inner heart space, and I'd gone out for a walk, and then I just heard this message to connect with the star Canopus. So I got my iPhone out, took a picture, zoomed in, and this beautiful cross showed up. And I had this message that said to me, you know, this is the stairway to heaven. So I've had a lot of experiences where it's really the internal reality is creating the external physical convergence. And I think there's a big space in contact work and contact strategy to be diving deeper into what that internal external bridge is and how we can better experience that. Okay, so with that said, I would like to give you guys a Arcturian activation. This is one of the very first, I think actually it's the very first sacred geometry code that I received back in 2015. And I'd like to share that with you today. So if you just want to take a deep breath for a moment and bringing your awareness into your heart center, just taking some deep breaths into your body, breathing in and breathing out. Just allowing that mind to really soften. The first thing we want to do is just bring our frequency into that heart space. So imagine like you're going down a ladder from your mind into your heart center, and you're dropping that frequency into the heart, feeling that shift in the body. Keep taking those deep breaths. And if you want to keep your eyes on the symbol, you can, or if you want to close your eyes, if that helps you go deeper, the code is still there. So whatever feels most comfortable for you. As you drop into your heart center, from here, I want you to take a deep grounding breath, breathing from the heart. And imagine that breath is going all the way down. Try to keep your feet flat on the ground if you can. Just taking a deep grounding breath here, connecting your heart to the heart of Gaia. And once you've grounded yourself into the earth, imagine now that you're connecting from your heart up through the crown, connecting to Source. And now bringing your awareness back to your heart center. And now imagine that this Arcturian code is like a 3D hologram, and you're sitting in the center of it. Try not to overthink it. Just however it appears, it appears. You really cannot get this wrong. So just breathing this activation in, feeling this geometry around you. This is an Arcturian activation code that is designed to help you connect with the Arcturian beings. If you give it permission, this code can also activate the relevant parts of your 12-strand etheric DNA that are ready to be activated today. And remembering that you always have a choice in which activations you allow, which activations you receive, and you can turn it up or down at your own will. If you're not really feeling it, you can ask for it to be dialed up. Or if it's too intense, you can ask for it to be dialed down. Your guides are always working with you in this beautiful harmony so that your ascension and all activations are integrated softly in a way that feels just right for you. I'm going to give you just a few moments in silence now to really sit in the depth of this energetic frequency. Just taking a big breath in and dropping in. Allowing your heart to expand and fully receive this activation. And so it is. Just breathing that in. Taking a moment to ground and integrate the frequency shift. That's normal if you notice certain sensations, buzzing, heat, tingling in your body, in your chakras. Always trusting and working with your higher self for any frequency work so that you can integrate beautifully the bits that you need to receive today. And once that feels complete, just taking a big breath in, grounding into the earth again. As you exhale out, gently coming back. If you had your eyes closed, opening your eyes. And if you did want to share in the comments how that experience was for you, I'd love to see beautiful comments from you guys. Taking big breaths, coming back into the body, grounding yourself in, and it's complete. Wonderful. So I think we still have a few minutes. I don't know if you wanted to jump on, Emilio, and maybe ask some questions or something. I also wanted to share a little bit about just some upcoming things that I have if people are interested and wanted to join in. On the 1111 Gateway, we're doing a 48-hour continuous activation, which is going to be so much fun. Lots of groups are doing things for the 1111 Gateway as well. Oh, whoopsies, what happened to my presentation? I think I clicked something.
Bring it back. Bring it back.
Thank you. There's a little, yeah, okay, I'm just not going to touch that. Yeah, so on the 1111 Gateway, you've got actually Alan Steinfeld and a bunch of amazing speakers are coming together. And again, it's going to be very high vibing, uplifting experience. And for those who want a deeper level of mentoring and want to learn how to make contact, the process, like for example, the inner heart meditation and the activations, you can find them in the Galactic community. There's over 100 activations in there, so you'll definitely learn how to connect with your star family. You also learn how to access your past lives, Akashic records. There's some cool manifestation stuff in there. Plenty of content to get on with. So I've put the 2 links there if you want to screenshot them or save them, and you can join us for those activities.
Beautiful. That was very powerful. Thank you so much for guiding us through that. You have a very soothing voice as well. There was I have millions of questions for you. Obviously, we're going to have to take this conversation somewhere else. But one thing I wanted to just leave people off is what do you feel will it take for humanity to be ready for open contact and the aftermath of disclosure?
Choice. That is what Star Family have been telling me for such a long time. I mean, it's first and foremost, it's choice. I think sometimes we overcomplicate the process of contact as well. You know, we think that we have to do all of these things. And sometimes there's even this sort of fallacy of, oh, I have to cleanse my whole energy field and get all my ducks in a row and have everything amazing. And then I have to manifest the house, the car, and the partner, and then we'll make contact. And the reality is it's here, it's now. I mean, people are externalizing this whole concept of contact, and there's a lot of push, which I get. There's room for activism and the whole government disclosure and stuff. But at the same time, I'm like, I go out in my backyard, I make contact. Anyone can go out in their backyard, you can make contact. So contact doesn't have to be this arduous process. I mean, there could be things that you want to learn the same way that, like, if I went to the gym today, Amelia, and I tried to deadlift 100 kilos, I wouldn't be able to do it, right? But I could maybe work with someone for like 6 months, 12 months, and I could work up to that point. It's the same thing. You just have to choose it the same way that we choose to be healthy physically. We can choose to be healthy in our consciousness, and we can choose to expand our minds and exercise our consciousness in the same way. And when we do that, it's not just for ourselves. We're going to be better humans, better partners, better friends, better business owners. And then we're going to be, bit by bit, we're going to get closer to that bigger vision, which is peaceful, open, loving contact. But the choice is right now. It's here.
And it all starts with the heart.
Yeah, that's it. It's just the most beautiful way to connect.
The inner temple. I love how you phrase it that way. The inner temple.
Yeah, I literally see it. I see my temple as an actual temple. It's this like beautiful Lemurian temple that I visit in the inner realms. And inside there, I've got my soul flame. I've got my records room where I can go access anything that I want about myself, because that knowledge is sovereign. You should be able to access that. So I go in there. I have knowledge about my current life, my past lives. If I ever need advice or guidance, which we all need from time to time as well, like, hey, what should I do about this, crazy life decision that I have to make? I can't think of one off the top of my head, but many, many times I've gone in there and I've sought guidance as well. And just clarity for my life and healing as well. I've gone in there and I've sat in my inner temple, in my healing pools. And it's just, we have available, we have all this available to us. It's incredible.
How do you prioritize your inner heart temple versus the ego, intellect, mind construct that we usually tend to go toward before we seek guidance from our heart?
Oh, that's such a beautiful question. I can't say I'm perfect at it. So I'll start with that. I think it's an everyday discipline practice. The inner heart isn't like a bypass or a replacement for having the human experience. I think we all have the human experience. I love going into my inner heart, but some days I get angry, I do, and some days I get sad, and some days I look at the world and the suffering and I go into the grief, and then I think, why is there a hurricane? And sometimes I go into that. But the choice piece in all of that is that anytime I can choose to go into my inner heart. And sometimes I don't always remember to do that. And I wish I did remember to do that. But whenever I do remember and whenever I do choose it, it feels beautiful and it feels wonderful. And I think that's the empowerment piece for me, where I just know that no matter what's going on in my reality, even if my ego is kicking and screaming, in that moment, we have a choice. And sometimes we make the choice of going into the heart and sometimes we don't. And in the moments that we don't, well, next time we can just choose again differently. It's not the end of the world. I think part of the human experience is also giving ourselves grace in the journey to actually experience that as well.
And sort of like as a final question from my end, what do you see as the latest piece of extraterrestrial research that is surfacing to the public right now that we should be aware of? Anything that's progressing on that end toward the future to change the conversation around that would be helpful to know.
Are you talking specifically like for example, the stuff that David Grush and that talk about, or what do you mean by the research?
It's more like, I know you're at the forefront of this research that is coming out to the public. What do you feel are some things that are beginning to surface that we should be on the lookout for?
Yeah, well, I think it's the consciousness piece, and I, on my own podcast, I've interviewed so many people right through from nuts and bolts to, people who've worked on the Roswell case for 30 odd years. And it's just been so interesting to see the convergence that's happening right now, which is even the people that have been 30 plus years in nuts and bolts are now realizing that there's this interdimensional component, and the search for extraterrestrial is not even extraterrestrial. I kind of want to knock on, Avi Loeb's door one day and just be like, mate, the telescopes are great, but I think sometimes we need to be looking in a different direction, because it's not so much about what we see with our physical senses, but what we experience in the world around us. And so it is that expansion piece that we really need to be paying attention to, and realizing that the non-physical world is probably at this point, and the quantum world is going to give us a lot more answers than where we've currently been looking. And I think that's where the research should be going, in more of that direction.
Beautifully said. And if you want to leave us with anything else that's on your heart, I think we have a few more minutes.
Yeah, every time I connect in with my beautiful star family, the message the message to the public is always very similar. And it's that, it's this point that we're converging towards, but the timelines are never fixed. People talk about 2025, 2026, 2027. When's it going to happen? Everybody wants a date and a prediction, but it's not about predictions. It's about the collective consciousness and how we choose to create that. So in my bio, I write that we're working towards open contact 2027. And people ask me, well, what is that? Is that an arbitrary date? And I said, well, no, that's the date that Star Family are guiding us into, but it's with our co-creation. So it's the process of saying we're going to all collectively decide that this is the date that it's going to be. There's nothing external outside of that that's going to decide that. Even the timelines itself, we work with that. We get to choose where the next steps go. And so even something like this beautiful 11-day event, which is about infusing the timeline with this positive energy, that's a progressive step forward into the work that we're doing. And then coming up with the 1111 gateway, there are so many groups that are doing amazing experiences. And so that's another step forward. And so every conversation that we have, every interview that myself and all the other speakers do, and yourself, Amelia, I know you have a podcast as well. So we're all doing this together. And I think it's in the remembering of the togetherness that we also find the oneness. And so their message is always about the choice. It's about the love. It's about the empowerment. And it's about recognizing that we do get to decide how our future unfolds. And it's completely 100% in our hands.
Well, thank you for making us aware that we even have a choice. It's been so beautiful that you allowed us into your inner temple as well, and to, first of all, from the experiences that led you here, to then guiding us to the strategies and the methodologies that you've developed through this process has been such a gift, and I love connecting with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. That was powerful. I was doing that meditation with you guys, that activation. We have our next speaker coming up. Bibhu, if he's in the room, we'll bring him in. Hello, brother.
Hello, nice to be here.
Nice to see you. How are you feeling today?
I'm good. Yeah, it's a great experience to be part of this whole epic event. And unfortunately, it's the last day.
It is. And I'm excited to introduce you. I literally came across your work from Neil inviting you on, exploring what you've put out there in the world. I'm really excited for what you're going to talk to us about. So, without further ado, it's a privilege to introduce a scholar whose work delves deep into the mysteries of ancient history and spiritual consciousness. Bibhu Mishra, an engineer by profession, has spent over a decade exploring and writing about the Yuga cycles, ancient civilizations, and esoteric symbolism. His research spans global myths, sacred texts, awe-inspiring architecture, and hidden knowledge passed down through the ages. Through his extensive travels and research, Bibhu has connected the dots between ancient sites, such as the Sphinx-like structures in Baluchistan and the pyramids of Egypt, bringing forward groundbreaking insights about humanity's forgotten past. His work challenges modern perspectives by blending science, mythology, spiritual philosophy, offering us a deeper understanding of our collective evolution. With his articles published in renowned magazines and platforms, Bibhu's voice has become a beacon for those seeking truth about the cycle of time, cosmic events, and the coming shifts in consciousness. So today we journey through time and space, unlocking ancient wisdom that can light the way for the future. We open our minds and hearts to this vast field of knowledge that Bibhu holds in his heart. I'm excited to talk to you and see what you have for us today, brother. Thank you so much for coming on. The floor is yours.
Well, thanks, Emilio. That was a wonderful introduction. I mean, I never heard something so flattering about me till now.
It's all true, all based in facts.
Yeah, thanks. And I have already made a presentation recording because I was kind of worried that I might not be able to finish it within the allotted time because this is a long topic and I could go on talking for hours. So I've already made a recording of the presentation. So what I'll do is that I just play the recording, or if you have it on your end already, you can play it, and then I can come on and take some questions after the presentation is over.
Beautiful. We'll put that up on the screen and excited to listen to it.
Bibhu Mishra, and I'm honored and delighted to be presenting at this grand event. And many thanks to Neil and the organizers for making this happen. The topic of my presentation today is Yuga shift, the impending planetary transformation. And I'll be talking about the Yuga cycle, which basically describes the different yugas or ages of man through which human civilization passes in a cyclical manner, and the impending transition out of the Kali Yuga, which is the current age of darkness and spiritual ignorance that we are living in, and what we can expect to happen as we move forward. With that said, I'll move on to the first slide of my presentation. Most of us have grown up with the idea that human civilization has evolved in a linear manner from the state of primitive cavemen to the modern day civilization with all its scientific and technological advancements. But this is a relatively recent idea which came up only in the last 300 odd years of industrial revolution. And many thinkers of the colonial period assumed that since they were able to subjugate the native cultures with the aid of their newfound technologies, they must be standing at the pinnacle of civilization, and that all human progress over millions of years must have gradually led to that point. but they never really furnished any hard scientific data in favor of this hypothesis, and it turned into a theory merely by repetition. On the other hand, most ancient cultures believed that human civilization actually moves in grand cycles and that we devolve from golden ages of illumination and harmony, of peace and abundance, to dark ages of ignorance and strife, of greed and selfishness. And as per this cyclical framework, we are currently languishing at the very bottom of this curve in the so called Kali Yuga or Iron Age. So the ancients actually measured the maturity of a civilization on the basis of its cultural and spiritual growth, and not necessarily on the basis of its technology, which does not mean that the ancients did not have any technology of their own. They sure did. But the nature of technology in the higher yugas are different. For instance, when we read the ancient texts, we find out that the state of human consciousness in the higher yugas is so highly purified that it automatically activates certain latent powers within us. And so humans become capable of manipulating the elemental forces of nature, like light and sound and gravity and electromagnetism, and carry out miraculous tasks. For instance, at so many archaeological sites across the world, we find that very large blocks of stone have been cut with absolute precision and lifted several hundred feet in the air and then fitted together perfectly without any mortar. These are the kind of skills that we don't have even today. And the ancients also had a number of scientific and technological capabilities that are kind of similar to what we have today. For instance, they could carry out surgeries, all kinds of surgeries, trepanation, dentistry, amputations, with absolute precision. In India, we find that they were making rust-free iron nearly 2000 years ago. And some of the pillars in the temples of India are carved with such absolute precision. It's almost as if they're using lathe machines. In Egypt, we find signs of drill holes. The Baghdad battery is an indicator that the ancients were also aware of the science of electricity. And then we have sciences like astrology and yoga, which works on the basis of the flow of invisible energy, and we still don't know how these sciences were figured out. But the funny thing is that a lot of these techniques were lost over time, which doesn't really make sense in the context of a linear progress of human civilization, because we should have become better and instead we forgot and we regressed. And that only makes sense in the context of a cyclical framework of human civilization. In ancient India, the cyclical framework of human evolution was known as the Yuga cycle. All the ancient cultures were aware of this cycle and they knew it by different names. For instance, the Greeks called it the Great Year or the Platonic Year. The Hopi refer to the four previous worlds, while the Aztecs talk of the four suns. The Egyptians also knew about this cycle because when Solon, the Athenian lawgiver, had gone to Egypt and interacted with the priest in the temple of Sais, he passed on information about the Yuga cycle. And it was believed that there are four distinct yugas or ages, and in India they were called the Sati Yuga or the Golden Age, the Treta Yuga or Silver Age, the Dwapara Yuga or the Bronze Age, and the Kali Yuga or the Iron Age. And it was believed at some point that after we finish the Kali Yuga or Iron Age, we transition directly to the Golden Age or Sati Yuga. But in the 19th century, an Indian saint named Sri Yukteswar came along and he said that no, that's not how it happens. What happens is that there is a descending cycle of consciousness and there is an ascending cycle of consciousness. The descending cycle of consciousness, which is of 12,000 years, has four yugas: the Treta Yuga, the Dwapara Yuga, and then there are two back-to-back Kali Yugas or Iron Age. The difference being that in the first half of the Kali Yuga, which is the descending Kali Yuga, there is a decline both in the material and the spiritual dimensions of our life. Whereas in the second half of the Kali Yuga, which is the ascending Kali Yuga, there is a improvement in the material dimensions of our life. But the decline in consciousness continues throughout the Kali Yuga and reaches rock bottom when he reached the absolute end of the Kali Yuga. And the descending cycle is then followed by a gradual ascending cycle of another 12,000 years. And in this ascending cycle, we move from the Dwapara Yuga to the Treta Yuga and two back-to-back Sati Yugas or golden ages. So these two cycles of 12,000 years add up to a Yuga cycle of 24,000 years. And this makes a lot of sense in the context of the known cycles, natural time cycles that we see all around us. For instance, in the cycle of day and night, the intensity of light gradually declines from noon to midnight and then gradually increases from midnight to noon. Similarly, in the cycles of the waxing and waning of the moon or the cycle of seasons, the intensity of light always increases and decreases gradually, and we don't really find any abrupt transitions in nature because the human physiology and the human consciousness is not really geared to adapt to abrupt transitions. So the cyclical framework makes a lot of intuitive sense in the context of the known cycles that we see around us. And I also found evidence of these cycles in a number of ancient texts which have been forgotten. For instance, there's an ancient Sanskrit text called the Kashyapa Samhita, which has exact framework that you see depicted in this diagram. Similarly, Aryabhatta, the famous Indian astronomer, also spoke of a descending and an ascending cycle, as did the Greeks, because the Hesiodic cycle of the ages of man implies that after we reach the Iron Age, the cycle reverses itself and that we then again gradually move back to the Golden Age. And another thing that comes out is that all the ancient cultures believe that after we end a yuga, there is a period of transition when kind of purification or cleansing takes place, and that our planet experiences a period of cataclysmic activity when the existing civilizations are kind of disrupted and destroyed. And the planet is then renewed and rejuvenated so that it becomes suitable for sustaining another round of civilization. This is the Yuga cycle framework that I have proposed in my book Yuga Shift. And what I had done was that I had taken the essential framework proposed by Sri Yukteswar and made some modifications on top of it in order to bring it in alignment with the known history of human civilization. As per the timeline proposed by Sri Yukteswar, the Kali Yuga had already ended by 1699 AD, and we are right now in the ascending Dwapara Yuga. And that never really made sense to me because there has been a rapid decline in human consciousness over the past 200 years. Moreover, the end of a yuga is supposed to be followed by a customary period of cleansing, which never happened either. So I felt that there was a need for modification. And what I have proposed in this framework is each yuga is of 2700 years duration and is followed by a period of transition of around 300 years. So the yuga and the period of transition adds up to 3000 years. And this makes sense because according to the Persians, the 12,000 year cycle has four yugas of 3000 years each, and Indian astronomers like Aryabhatta, Paulissa, Sri Srishena, they all believed in a similar doctrine that the yugas are of equal duration of 3000 years. And the reason why I used this 2700 year yuga duration is because there is a calendar in ancient India which is called the Saptashi calendar or the calendar of the seven sages, which has a 2700 year cycle. And the Saptashis are extremely important from the perspective of ancient Indian tradition because they're said to be the luminous, mind born sons of Brahma and the source of all Vedic wisdom. And they appear periodically at the beginning of every yuga to promulgate the Vedic knowledge. So it makes sense that the 2700 year cycle is also the duration of a yuga. And incidentally, the 2700 year cycle was also known as the Saptarshi Yuga. The concept of the seven sages, by the way, was known all over the world. Sumerians referred to them as the Apkallu, and they depicted them as human fish and human bird hybrids. The Aboriginals of Australia called them the Wanjinas. The Dogon people referred to them as the Nomos. They were always regarded as the teachers of humanity who came with all the wisdom and skills. So, one of the starting points of the Saptashi calendar in India is 6676 BCE. We get that from historical sources. And we can also ascertain from historical sources that this was the beginning of the Dwapara Yuga in the descending cycle. If we use this date as an anchor point for the beginning of the Dwapara Yuga in the descending cycle, then the entire Yuga cycle timeline gets unraveled. And we find that the Kali Yuga the ascending Kali Yuga, which is the time period we are living in right now, comes to an end in 2025 AD. So that's right next year. And since the Saptarshi cycle begins and ends on the spring equinox date, the exact date when the Kali Yuga comes to an end is the 21st of March 2025. And this is not only just the end of the Kali Yuga, but the end of the entire descending cycle, which began in 9676 BC. That was right after the end of the last ice age. So after the ice age had ended and the Holocene period had started, that was when the descending Yuga cycle began. And this entire cycle is coming to an end in 2025. So we are now going into a major period of transition when our world is going to be changed dramatically, and a stream of new vibrations are going to come into this world, which is going to help in the ascension for all those people who can make it through this narrow period of bottleneck that we are now going to pass through for the next 15 odd years. Now we can see that the ascending and the descending cycles are separated by two extended periods of transition called cataclysmus and ekpyrosis, each of which extends for 1200 years. Now we get this concept from the ancient Greek doctrines. The Greeks say that the golden age is followed by an extended period of transition called cataclysmus, which basically means deluge. And they also refer to it as the great winter of the great year. This is the time when the world is said to be destroyed and renewed by ice and water. And they also said that the end of the Iron Age, which is exactly on the opposite side of the Yuga cycle, the end of the Kali Yuga or the Iron Age is followed by an extended period of transition called ekpyrosis, which means fire or burning or conflagration. And they also refer to it as the great summer of the great year. Now, once we include these extended periods of transition into the Yuga cycle framework, the duration of the Yuga cycle becomes exactly equals to 25,800 years, which is the duration of the precession cycle of the Earth. In which case, the Yuga cycle and the precession cycle become exactly equal, and which makes sense because every time cycle should have an astronomical basis. One of the important findings is that each of these periods of transition was also marked by a global period of cataclysm, which was followed by the emergence of a new wave of civilization. For instance, let's look at this particular period called cataclysmus. This corresponds to what we now know as the Younger Dryas period, which extended from roughly 10,900 BC to 9,700 BC for a period of around 1200 years. And it was during this time that global temperatures had plummeted by nearly 10 to 15 degrees Celsius, and the glaciers had advanced to the ice age position. So it was a time of freezing cold, and this is exactly what the Greeks told us, that this was the great winter of the great year. And it turns out that there was a massive comet impact which had taken place at the Younger Dryas boundary at around 10,900 BCE, which had killed off all the Ice Age megafauna and started the Younger Dryas cooling. And I also found out that there's a very interesting Indian text called Adbhuta Sagara, which tells us that throughout this Younger Dryas period of 1200 years, our planet was struck by a series of comets, of 26 comets, which struck us one after the other over this entire period. And the second comet in this list is supposed to have caused the Great Flood, and which actually makes sense because a lot of Christian theologians also said that it was the first comet which caused the flood of Noah. Now, this Younger Dryas period came to an end at around 9600 BCE, and this was followed by the emergence of new wave of civilizations, the first traces of which have already been found at Göbekli Tepe, where the earliest layers date to around 9600 BC. And this date also comes up in a number of ancient traditions because Plato said that Atlantis sank in the ocean at around 9600 BC. The Zoroastrians say that Ahura Mazda had recreated the world sometime between 9700 and 9600 BCE. Now let's look at the next period of transition from 6976 to 6676 BC. This was again a time of global catastrophes. This was a time when the Black Sea catastrophe had occurred, when there was a massive flooding of the Black Sea, which destroyed the civilizations around the Black Sea. And this was caused by the collapse of the Laurentide ice sheet in North America, which caused a bout of global flooding because the sea levels had increased by nearly 5 feet. And soon afterwards, there was an emergence of a new wave of civilizations in Europe and Anatolia, the traces of which have already been found, although we don't really know much about what was going on in other parts of the world during the same time. Now let's look at the next period of transition from 3976 BC to 3676 BCE. This was a time when all the Neolithic cultures were replaced by the Bronze Age societies, because it was around 3600 BC that we find the emergence of the Bronze Age cultures in Egypt, in Mesopotamia, and in the Indus Valley. And it has now been found out that there was a massive comet impact in the Indian Ocean, which created the Burkle impact crater. And this impact sent off tsunami waves in all directions. And these tsunami waves created large chevron dunes on the coast of Madagascar and Australia. And the Australian chevron dunes have been radiocarbon dated to around 3700 BC. This was also the time when the African humid phase ended and the Sahara turned into a desert, as did large parts of Arabia. So it was also a time of global catastrophe and followed by the emergence of the Bronze Age civilizations. And the last transition was from 976 BC to 676 BC. This is known as the late Bronze Age collapse, when all the Bronze Age civilizations across the world collapsed in a heap between 1100 BC to 700 BCE. And for a long time, there was a lot of speculation as to what might have caused this collapse. And it now turns out that there was a impact event which happened in Estonia, which created the Kali impact crater, and it also resulted in a Baltic-wide mega tsunami. That event might have been responsible for the destruction of all the Bronze Age cities in the Eastern Mediterranean region. And this was also the time when the Indus Valley civilization also came to an end. So when we look at this particular framework, we find that every 3000 odd years, there is an emergence of a new wave of civilizations. It happened at around 600 BC, which is the rise of all the Iron Age cultures. It happened at around 3600 BC, that is the rise of the Bronze Age cultures. It happened in 6600 BC in Europe and Anatolia. And it also happened at around 9600 BC when we find the emergence of Göbekli Tepe, and we can be quite certain that similar civilizations were coming up in other parts of the world. And every time we find that before the emergence of the civilizations, there's a period of destruction when the older civilizations are kind of obliterated. So the archaeological and the geological data clearly indicate that the essential idea of the Yuga cycle is valid, and that there's a periodic destruction and re-emergence of civilization every 3000 odd years across the entire world. One of the important tenets of the Yuga cycle doctrine is that there's a decline in our physical size and energy levels in the descending arc of the Yuga cycle. And the environment also degenerates so that there are more natural catastrophes and diseases. And the data for the Eastern Mediterranean region, for instance, shows that since the end of the last ice age, there has been an average decline in size for both men and women by at least 10%. And this decline took place consistently from around 9000 BCE till around the end of the late Bronze Age, around 1000 BC. And thereafter, there has been a slight increase in the ascending Kali Yuga, or the Iron Age. And that makes perfect sense, because the ascending Kali Yuga is the time when there is an increase in material prosperity. So if you're bigger and stronger, that means you can work more and accumulate more wealth. And it has also been found that in addition to a decline in our physical size, food scarcity has increased, endemic diseases have also increased, and the number of violent deaths have also increased throughout the Holocene period, which makes perfect sense, because As per the ancient texts, the people in the higher ages had a lot of food to eat, and they didn't have any diseases, and they led long lives, and they were very peaceful and led harmonious lives and did not indulge in any kind of warring and battles. So all of these tenets are now being validated by various kind of scientific data coming in from different parts of the world. So we have an exactly same trend in Northern Europe, which has also been documented extensively. The Yuga cycle doctrine also tells us that in the descending arc of the Yuga cycle, there is a decline in our intellectual capabilities. And even this is now being substantiated by scientific data, because what we have found is that the average cranial capacity for both male and female has declined by 10 to 17% over the last 12,000 odd years. And this perfectly explains why our memory has declined so much, because our ancestors were capable of remembering gargantuan volumes of data and transmit it to the future generations, whereas we find it difficult even to remember a few pages of data. Our powers of judgment and discrimination have also declined, which is why we don't really know how to distinguish between the lies and the truth, or to figure out what serves our welfare and what doesn't. And it also explains the loss of subtle abilities of the mind, such as telepathy and clairvoyance. For instance, the Hopis say that in the higher ages we are capable of communicating telepathically with the animals, which is certainly a capability we don't have anymore. So all the tenets of the Yuga cycle is now being substantiated by data from many different scientific disciplines, and it is becoming apparent that our physical size and our mental capabilities, they have not increased in a linear manner as we have been told. Rather, they fluctuate in a sinusoidal manner over a 25,800 year cycle, which is the precession cycle of the Earth or the Yuga cycle. So, what is it that is causing our physical size and our cranial capacity and our consciousness to fluctuate in a sinusoidal manner over a 25,800 year precession cycle? There are two things which are going on. Firstly, the solar system rotates clockwise on its axis once in 25,800 years as it revolves around the galactic center with an orbital period of around 225 to 250 million years. We generally tend to think of the solar system as a flat planetary disk, but actually it is a sphere because it is enclosed by a spherical shell of comets, which is known as the Oort cloud. And we know that every spherical body rotates on its axis as it also revolves. And the solar system is doing the same, which results in the precession of the equinoxes. The distance of the solar system from the central black hole is exactly 25,800 light years, which means the light which is reaching us from the galactic center left it exactly one Yuga cycle back. So the central black hole and the precession cycle are in phase. Now, the black hole also goes through a cycle known as the Aegean cycle or the active galactic nucleus cycle of 25,800 years. So what happens is that sometimes the black hole becomes extremely active and it starts accreting a lot of matter and emitting profuse EM radiation at all frequencies, from infrared rays to gamma rays. And it is at that point that the nucleus becomes extremely luminous and it outshines the light from the rest of the galaxy by a factor of 3 or 4 times. And it is this light which triggers a number of beneficial genetic mutations in our bodies, which increases our physical size and our cranial capacities, because it is a known fact that ionizing high frequency radiation like ultraviolet rays or X-rays or gamma rays can cause genetic mutations. And they're also very effective in killing off disease-causing microorganisms, which is why in the higher yugas you didn't have too many diseases. Now, after some time, the black hole stops accreting matter and the central engine basically stops. So then what happens is that the EM radiation in the outer galaxy, it falls off very gradually, and slowly what happens is that the background radiation that reaches the Earth from the solar UV rays or the cosmic rays, that causes the harmful genetic mutations. And those harmful genetic mutations then take over and slowly decrease our physical size and our cranial capacities in the descending arc of the Yuga cycle. And right now we are in a phase called the startup phase of the of the central black hole. In the startup phase, the black hole emits a lot of X-ray radiation because it is now about to get into its Aegean phase or the active phase. So the ascending Yuga cycle is when we are in the startup phase, which is why there is a slight increase in our physical size and our lifespan in the ascending Yuga cycle. But very soon, the black hole is going to enter into its active phase, and as soon as that happens, our planet is going to be flooded with high frequency radiation. And that is what is going to trigger the ascension, is going to trigger the beneficial genetic mutations, activate our chakra centers, and make us aware of a feeling of bliss and joy, which is quite inconceivable right now. So the final question is, what is it that is causing the periodic cataclysms at the end of every yuga? And the answer to that lies in the Taurid resonance swarm, which is a dense swarm of comets and asteroids circulating within the Taurid meteor stream. Now, as the Earth revolves around the Sun, it crosses a number of meteor streams, and each meteor stream is nothing but a river of rubble left behind by a comet with the Earth crossing orbit. Now, what astronomers believe is that around 20,000 years ago, a really large comet entered into the inner solar system and it started to break up in phases, thereby creating the Taurid meteor stream. Now, the parent comet of the Taurid meteor stream is still there within this swarm, and it has a diameter of around 100 kilometers, and it's surrounded by large cometary fragments that broke off from it, as well as many large full-size asteroids. And they're moving in this tightly packed swarm known as the Taurid resonance swarm. Now, even though the Earth crosses the Taurid meteor stream twice a year, once in June, July, the other time in October, November, we don't always pass through the center of this swarm. And astronomers have done a number of simulations and they have found out that we pass through the absolute center of this swarm every 2,500 to 3,000 years. And that is when we get bombarded by a stream of comets and meteors over a period of a few centuries. And that perfectly ties up with the Yuga cycle doctrine because, as per the framework, uh, the duration of a Yuga is 2,700 years, and the periods of transition are of 300 years approximately. So the Taurid resonance swarm perfectly explains the kind of cataclysmic activity that we go through every 2,700 years for a period of a few centuries. And the most frightening thing is that we're going to pass through the absolute center of this swarm in the years 2032 and 2036, which is why I think that those two could be the events that finally pull down the curtains on the Kali Yuga. And there's also going to be a conjunction of all the five visible planets in Libra in 2040. And all the ancient astronomers, they believe that it is this particular conjunction of planets in Libra which is going to signal the end of the entire descending cycle of consciousness and the beginning of the period of ekpyresis of 1200 years. And this period of 1200 years, which is going to follow the Kali Yuga, this has also been mentioned in many traditional texts. For instance, the Revelation states that after the second coming of Christ, he is going to rule for a period of 1,000 years along with the resurrected holy men. Similarly, the Tibetan Kala Chakra Tantra also tells us that after Rudra's Chakra returns from Shambhala and destroys all the evil people in a battle, he is going to establish a perfect age of 1,000 years. So this reference to the period of 1,000 years basically refers to the period of ekpyresis that is going to follow. But right now, from 2025 to 2040, we are going to pass through a narrow bottleneck, and number of things will happen during this period, which is going to test us to the very core. There's going to be an eruption of war and large-scale violence, which typically happens during a Yuga-ending period. We could see the rise of a very powerful Asura or Antichrist figure who is going to unite all the evil kings and unleash a wave of terror and tyranny, and that is going to be followed by the cosmic forces swinging into action in the years 2032 and 2036. So I think the best way to get through these changes that are now going to happen over the next 15 odd years is to live in tune with one's soul vibrations, because our soul vibrations are the vibrations of truth and love and peace and harmony, and those are also the vibrations of the Yuga that is on the way. So that is how you align yourself with the vibrations that are now coming in from the galactic center, from the central black hole, and it's been channeled through the sun and through all the other stars of the zodiac constellation to us. So it is also giving us an opportunity for our own spiritual ascension, provided we don't get caught up in the decaying energies and the negativity of the Kali Yuga, and use this time wisely for our own spiritual evolution. So, with that, I come to the end of this presentation. And everything that I've presented here is based on information from my book Yuga Shift, where I have gone into a lot more details on these topics. And I've also discussed a lot of other things, including a timeline for the events that we can expect to happen from 2025 onwards. I hope you have enjoyed listening to this presentation, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Welcome back, Bibhu from the present.
Yeah.
Thank you for such a detailed presentation, brother. I did have a question for you because I was looking through your website and it says that your research indicates the collapse of the current Kali Yuga civilization, which you were talking about, in the window of time between next year, 2025, to 2040, due to a combination of global wars and comet impacts. These are the end times that I'm just reading from your article. These are the end times that the ancient prophecies tell us of, when our reality will be drastically altered and we will be forced to introspect about our patterns of thought and our way of life. The survivors of these transformative events will inherit a renewed earth and become the seeds of the new dispensation that is on the way. I guess the question I had for you is, what are these new patterns of thought and ways of life that we can be tuning into from now, so that we don't fall into fear of statements that tell us that we are in the end times? How do you see that to, lift us into a state where we see the reality of what's going on and the cycles and what the ancients told us, but also understand that we're heading into a new earth, that we can begin to start changing our reality internally first as well?
Well, I think the first change comes from your own heart, from your soul vibrations. That is the basis, because our soul vibrations are the vibrations of love, because love is the center of our soul vibrations, and everything else comes from it, whether it's wisdom or joy or truth or justice or equality or oneness or brotherhood. All the other terms, they all come from a source of love, which is why our texts, the Upanishads, for example, they tell us that it is the Lord of love who is enshrined in your heart, and that's your soul, and that's the kingdom of God within you. And in India, we say Atma is Brahma, which basically means your soul is divine, your soul is the creator. So at all points, we are the creators, but you can't really create unless you learn how to tap into that source, because our minds in the Kali Yuga are dictated by our ego consciousness, whereas in the golden age, our mind is controlled by the soul consciousness. So we have devolved from soul consciousness to ego consciousness. And this has happened gradually. And when a change like that happens gradually, you don't even feel it, because it's if the change is drastic, then you feel that something happened. But if it happens slowly over a period of time, if the bad habits and the negative ways of thinking and the negative ways of acting uh, happen gradually, then it becomes normalized in our society and you don't really think much about it. But right now, we have kind of reached the end of this cycle, and you can't really degenerate too much more. I mean, there's probably still another 5, 10 years of decay or degeneration left, but we're kind of nearly at the bottom of this cycle of degeneration we started in after the end of the last ice age. And this is a natural cycle, just like the cycles of day and night and the cycles of seasons. This is a bigger cycle, a cycle on a galactic scale that we are part of. And the people or the beings, the higher order beings who have devised this cycle, they have done it so that it is also a part of our spiritual evolution. Because just as we learn from the golden age, in the same way, we also learn from the dark ages. Kali Yuga, we might diss it, but Kali Yuga is also a time when you learn how you can control your thought processes and not get distracted by the bells and whistles of the outer world. So you learn to develop your willpower, your self will, to keep on the right track. You also learn how to let go of negative situations, because Kali Yuga, a lot of negative situations are going to appear in everybody's life. So you basically learn how to let go of whatever negative things have happened to you over your lifetime. And you take the learning from that, you let it go. And the moment you do that, you move to the next stage of your spiritual evolution. So these are the kind of learnings that you don't get in the higher yugas, and you get it in the Kali Yuga. So this is also a time to develop ourselves mentally and spiritually. And for the coming age, the age that is coming, that is the age when it's all going to change. So we have to learn how to live in tune with our soul vibrations. So that means you increase your levels of awareness, your wisdom. You have to read from different source texts. I mean, right now we have a situation where every religion says that, or every group of people says that all the truth is in my book and everything out of that is false or heresy. Now, if you close your mind to information from other cultures and other traditions, then you're not giving yourself a chance to explore the true extent of your spiritual powers. Because what has happened is, throughout the dark ages or the Kali Yuga, so much information has become distorted and lost and misused for control and power and oppression. You have to now reach out to people around the world, to traditions around the world, and acquire that wisdom and make it a part of your character, of your learning process. And then you get in tune, you learn how to get in tune with your soul vibrations, to live in tune with the kingdom of God within you, and then to manifest that inner divinity to the outer world, because that is what the world needs right now. The world doesn't need more judgment and more hatred and more sharp comments and more hurtful things to say. The world needs more love and more understanding. So every person needs to stand up and be that channel through which the divine grace can flow into this world right now. That is what is required. And for that, you need to spend some time every day on that practice, because you can't say that, yeah, it sounds very nice, but I really don't have time to do that. You need to make time to do that, because in India we say that there are four aspects to a balanced life. The first is your duty. You have to perform all your duties and obligations. The second is work. You need to work for a living and support your family. Third is called pleasure. You need to give your mind some time to indulge in pleasurable activities, whatever that is. And the fourth is nirvana, or moksha. That is the time that you spend in your spiritual development, and you need to allocate some time in your daily life to each of these activities, because that is how we get back into a state of balance and harmony. And right now, if you look at the world today, it's mostly about work. People spend 80% of their time on work, and then they come back, they're too tired, they switch on the TV, and that's it. So we're living out of balance. We have to go back into balance. That is the first step. The second step is that moksha part, where you figure out your own path by looking at different traditions, different practices, and figure out what is it that works for you personally, because your path is not going to be exactly same as somebody else's path. But as long as you're on a path, that's good enough. Because and there's an urgency right now. I mean, we don't really have too much time left to get back on our right path, because once the changes start accelerating, and as you can see in the world today, they have already started. I mean, unless you're an ostrich, that things are not that things are really speeding up, and these changes are going to speed up. It's not going to get better. The changes are going to speed up, because there are many actors in the world right now whose job is to take us to Armageddon. So they are in that process already. So you need to get going and get into your groove and find out your path and get back on it. And that's how you help yourself, and you also help others around you.
You mentioned the soul vibrations. Do you have any insight as to why our souls chose to incarnate during this time where we're at the tail end of the Kali Yuga in the ekpyrosis transition time? Why did we choose to be here at this time?
I think we all want to be here right now because the kind of changes that we are going to witness over the next 15 odd years is something that happens only once in a 24,000 year cycle. Is going to be a massive wave of change. Not only are we going to see the evil being exposed, I mean, we'll see the rise of evil, we'll see the evil being exposed, we'll get a choice to make, we'll be forced to make a choice which side we are on. We'll see the interdimensional veils being lifted. We'll see spirit beings appear, something that is picking up pace over the last few decades. We'll see the spirit beings appear. We'll see these powerful cosmic forces, the comets and the meteors coming. And the comets don't act on their own. The comets are actually guided. They're the messengers of the gods. They're guided by higher forces, by divine forces, to carry out the cleansing and the comets also bring in water, and they also bring in new DNA from other planetary systems. So they help in the regeneration of our planet as well. So you're going to see a lot of things. The energy shifts. The black hole is about to get active, maybe in a decade or so. I think it's difficult to put a time when the black hole is going to enter its active phase, but I think it's going to happen very soon. And the energies from the central black hole are going to increase. So a lot of things will go on, and we want to be here for that, to witness this, to be a part of this, to learn from this. Everything that we learn is going to be stored in our genetic memory. So the next time we incarnate on this planet at a time like this, we would know that something is going on, and I need to play my part.
During this time, do you feel there will be some sort of savior or avatar that will come and help us out of this? Or is it in our hands collectively?
Well, it's always up to us, but when I talk about the cosmic forces, they will also step in at some point, and I think that will happen in the late 20, in around 2036, around that time frame, in the late 30s. The cosmic forces will also step in, but they won't come in a human form. I mean, at the end of the Iron Age, the Kali Yuga transition, you don't get that human avatar that you have in the other ages. They're going to come in their celestial form. So it's like, if you read the Revelation, I mean, that imagery is there in Indian text. Kalki coming on a horse wielding a sword. Rudra Chakrin, who's the savior of the Tibetan Buddhist, he comes on a horse holding a sword, followed by his celestial army. Jesus, he returns on a horse with a sword coming out of his mouth, followed by his army. That's the image of a comet. Comet has two tails. The wavy part is the horse, and the iron tail, which is straight, that's the sword. And comets have historically been described as both horses as well as swords. So the imagery, the end time imagery that comes across from so many ancient cultures, that's the image of a comet. But that comet itself is regulated by higher forces, the avatar, or the whatever name you wish to call that avatar or the savior. But whether we'll see that avatar in a human form, I don't think so, because these beings, the sages and the gods and the the spirit beings who live in the underworld, the fairy world, they'll appear only in front of the people who are going to make it to the next, who are going to make it through this narrow phase, this narrow bottleneck. I think they'll appear only in front of those people and pass on the wisdom for the next cycle. um, they may not really appear in their human form, in front of the entire world, but I'm not sure about that. It could happen that we see a lot of otherworldly beings, maybe orbs of light all everywhere, and that could happen as well.
And I know you also like to connect the dots around the sacred sites in the world and bringing us to ancient Egypt and the Great Pyramid, do you feel that these structures and sites were built during this Yuga cycle that we're currently in, or a different Yuga cycle before us?
I think if you read the works of Casey, I think what he said was the Sphinx was built by some of the survivors of Atlantis. They came to Egypt and they built the Sphinx, and then they built a temple in front of the Sphinx, and they buried the some of the tablets that they got from Atlantis under that particular temple. And even now, you have the Sphinx temple in front of the Sphinx, but nobody seems to be looking under that temple. So, if we assume that the sinking of Atlantis took place at the Younger Dryas boundary, which means at around 12,900 years ago, then I would say that the Sphinx was probably built during the period of cataclysmus, or during the Younger Dryas period, sometime between 12,900 to 9,700 BC. That was the time that the Sphinx was built to safeguard the tablets from Atlantis. Whereas the pyramids, I think, were built a bit later. The pyramids were not there when the Sphinx was built, but I can't exactly put a date on the pyramids.
What are you most interested to be researching right now in your work?
Well, right now I'm looking at the greater cosmic wisdom of the ancients, and I think the cosmic wisdom was enormous. It's mind blowing, and they had actually mapped out the entire galaxy. And that's something that I'm going to write about in my future articles and books.
Beautiful. And where can people connect with your work and connect with all the things that you're putting out to the world?
You can go to my website. It's www.myname, that's bibhudevmishra.com, bibhudevmisra.com. And if you want to get the book, the link is there on my website as well, so you can get it from that same place.
Beautiful. Well, it was so great to connect with you, hear your presentation, so detail oriented, and the fact that you've put together this map to understand our timeline, where we are in it, and also leave us with the optimism of what's to come next year. I think this conversation is spot on for the time that we're in, because we're hitting 2025 around the corner. And as you said, that's the end date of the Kali Yuga from your research. And I'm excited to see what the new transition time will bring for us.
Thanks, Emilio, for having me here. And those were some real lovely questions. I'm glad that I could share my research and also my perspectives on those questions. And I hope your listeners got something out of it.
Thank you. Thank you, brother.
Thanks.
I thought I'd just jump on for a bit. We're waiting for Geraldine to come in, so thought I'd jump in and we can talk for a little bit.
Let's do it. How was that presentation for you?
Oh, I loved it. I did a long interview with Bibhu for a couple of hours actually on my channel because, I obviously, when I got into this, I mean, we all know that we're going through a shift into a new age, right? And when I got into this, I'd heard about the golden age, but didn't hear about the other ages. And now I'm starting to realize that almost every ancient culture has spoke about these Yuga cycles, but just with different terminology. And the only place that actually speaks about the dates is India, it seems. Whereas the other places, like for example, the Greeks, they speak about the type of human that exists in each level of consciousness. Like, oh, man will be like this. In this age, man will be like that, right? But with the Indian one, it gets technical. And the reason why I love Vibhu's info is because this is the third different dating on the Indian Yuga cycles. There's two other datings beforehand, and he has been able to compile and look at the information from a whole different angle. And, they're not too far off from the dates and everything, but he's coming up with basically a new way of looking at the Yuga cycles based on the data he's collected.
Yeah, and he found a way also to, match the Yuga cycles with these new transition times that he added to the calendar to the precession of the cycles on Earth of those 25,800 years, putting it into to match. Because if we were just to go from one cycle to the next without a transition time, it wouldn't make any sense. Like we are part of this transition right now. Like the people that are on Earth right now will be part of creating what the next cycle will be. So we're in like this big void. We're like in an unknown of like what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. And if you look at some of the previous datings of the Yuga cycles, it shows a 200-year transitioning phase. And I'm not sure if Bibhu talks about that in particular, that if it's 200 years or what he feels it is. But within that, you can see that a lot of transformation happens on the planet. A lot of systems, old systems start crumbling, right? Things that we've relied on, kind of to make space for the new one. And these themes of the Yuga cycles, I would say like the theme of the Kali Yuga is kind of like delusion, right? A lot of delusion happening, where what's right is wrong, what's wrong is right. For example, only pharmaceutical medication can heal you, and we move away from holistic awareness, right? And then authority and hierarchy. So we've existed in this authoritative and hierarchical realm, and the next realm, I feel that we're going to lose those, or we're going to start reforming the whole concept of hierarchy and someone being above us, and start to be the masters of our own energy, moving from worshiping the sovereign to realizing our own sovereignty.
And if you say the Kali Yuga was the word delusional, what do you think the next cycle, the Dwarpa, is going to be? Like what would be a word that you would choose for that?
I would say, okay, actually, if Bibhu's in here, we can bring him back on, actually. But I would say, give me a thumbs up if you want to come back on, Bibhu. See you in the back there. I would say that energy is the theme that they said in one of the datings before Bibhu came out with his new dating, was that basically we discover energy in this next realm. And the way I look at it is that we discovered electricity, that's energy. But then as the transitionary phase ends, we start discovering that electricity and everything is made of energy, right? Quantum physics. We start piercing the veil, go from electricity as we know it to the quantum reality. And I feel that maybe at the end of this age, we realize we are energy. And then we become the masters of an energetic field. Maybe that is the beginning phase of this whole awakening. What are your thoughts, Bibhu?
Yeah, I think the energy could also be the prana or the kai, the energy the subtle energy that comes from the universe into us. And right now, because our chakra centers are not active, that prana gets blocked. So when we reach the Dwapara Yuga, we basically know how to channel that cosmic energy. That is the true energy that cleans your body, cleans your aura. That is what makes you happy. That is what gives you all the subtle powers of the mind. And that is the energy that we'll be able to tap into, which we can't right now. Even if we try really hard, maybe we get some amount of energy, but still it doesn't activate all of our powers. So I think Dwapara Yuga will start rediscovering our innate powers. Some of our DNA, which is inactive right now, will get unlocked when we know how to channel that power within ourselves. And which is why when you read the text, you see that the sages and the shamans, they could perform miraculous tasks in the higher ages, which even the sages and the shamans of the present day cannot, because we can't really pull in that amount of energy into us. So yeah, I think it is more about the empowerment of humans, unlike the empowerment of machines that we have in the Kali Yuga. We are making machines more and more powerful, whereas humans are actually losing their sovereignty and their power, and they're actually feeling more and more dependent and despondent and desperate. Whereas in the Dwapara Yuga, humans themselves would be the masters of their own bodies, their consciousness, and carry out miraculous tasks.
Yeah. And so what are your thoughts on, is the 25,800 year cycle maybe a solar systematic cycle, and then there's a greater one that's a galactic cycle? Because I know there's some text, and somebody's saying it here, that in some, I think it might be in India, that a Yuga cycle is 4,320,000 years old. So you have these bigger numbers as well, and then you have the smaller number. So is it cycles within cycles, or what do you feel?
Yeah, there are cycles within cycles, but that bigger number that you have, that was distortion, because what happened was the 12,000 year cycle was multiplied by 360 in some of the Indian texts, because they said that every year in this cycle is a year of the gods, and so you have to multiply it by 362, and then you end up with that huge number. And that was a mistake, a distortion, because we still have texts like the Mahabharata or the Laws of Money, where we still have the smaller cycle of 12,000 years. And that matches with the other traditions, like the Greeks or the Persians. They have 12,000 year cycles or thereabouts. And you can't have like a big cycle for India and a different cycle for other traditions. And one of my guiding principles when I was working on this book and the article is that there's only one Yuga cycle, and we need to figure out which that one is. And for that, we need to look at all of the traditions and find out the common points and see where they match and overlap.
I'll give one last question, if I may. That do you feel that we are shifting from the cycles to transcend, even having to go and fall once again?
I don't think so. I think this cycle. Yeah, I mean, let's say our job is to exit from the cycle once and for all, right? But that's going to happen at an individual level and not at a collective level. So if I am incarnating in the Kali Yuga right now, after, let's say, I have a few incarnations in the higher yugas and I reach the golden age, I might be at that point so spiritually advanced that I don't really need to be a part of the cycle anymore. I can just exit the cycle and then take on a body of light and take on higher responsibilities either within our solar system or in our galaxy somewhere else, because that's the ultimate destiny of every human being, which our texts talk about, that you exit the cycle when you reach perfect awareness levels and perfect understanding, which is nirvana, and then you take on higher positions elsewhere. So that exit is at an individual level, but at a collective level, we still need to go through this cycle. It has been designed in such a way that we learn something from each of these ages. And ultimately, that prepares us to leave the cycle at some point.
Wow. Yeah.
We had a little encore with Bibhu. We had to bring him back in. We were like, we need more answers. We do have Geraldine in the room. We got Lori in the room coming up with the next talk. And yes, thank you, brother. Thanks. We'll probably have to bring you back a third time. If stay there. Don't leave. Joking.
Take care, brother.
Take care.
Beautiful.
All right, bringing in Lori and Geraldine.
Lori, yep.
You're on mute.
Hello. Oh, it's so nice to meet you. How are you?
Good. It's nice to meet you too. You're grounding today?
Yeah. This is Florida today. If you can see all the wind.
I can.
These are the beginning of the changes that we were just talking about, that you were just talking about. I mean, it's the beginning of it. It's so clear that the pattern is what we're talking about is already starting. So
it's the end and the beginning.
The end and the beginning. The end and the beginning. It's a good time to start just getting comfortable with whatever is.
Yes.
Whatever will be, right?
Beautiful.
So, yeah. So it's great. So Geraldine is here. I'm so excited to bring Geraldine on. And Emilio, it's been great to connect with you. And so happy you're here. Hi, Geraldine. You're on mute.
Hello. It's so wonderful to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, it's so great to see you. I'm going to read your bio. Is that all right? And do a formal introduction for you?
Yes.
Emilio, I'll see you next time. All right. Yeah, let's make sure people get to know you because you're such a brilliant, beautiful, bright light. So Geraldine Orosco is an intuitive DNA reprogrammer and an ascension coach. On October 15th, 2013, Geraldine experienced a vivid abduction from her bedroom window where she recounts being taken on board a ship and met tall grays that introduced her to 8 hybrid children. This is the next morning she encountered hypersensitivity to the human electromagnetic field. This discovery initiated a journey for her to find the truth about what happened. Her first hypnotherapy was in June 2017 and resulted in the discovery of repeated abductions originating from her childhood. She recounts her abductions through her regressions, in which she brings forth information regarding the universe and ancient DNA alterations here on Earth that operate to control the population through hidden government manipulations. Her journey doesn't end there. Geraldine undergoes 4 additional regressions, November 10th on 2017, December 2017, February 2018, and March 2018, in which she goes deep into each abduction in the history of the universe in order to understand the reason behind the hybridization program here on and off the Earth and how they operate, and the program among humans. Geraldine teaches all about this and so much more. She's really going deep into the purpose of ascension with the utilization of human technology and DNA information so that we can all awaken to the intelligence within, the energy within. I love you, Geraldine. I think you're so fabulous and so amazing and magnificent. I love what you share. So it's my honor and privilege to introduce you and to help people get to know you more, and everything you're going to share today. I know it's going to be off the charts fabulous. So thanks for being here. Yeah, I'm going to sign off now and let you take over from here.
Great. Love your work too. You're amazing. Thank you so much. And thank you to Neil and to the entire team that put this together. It's been incredible. It's an honor to be here. And so I'm an epigenetic psychotherapist, and I became an epigenetic psychotherapist slowly after these major experiences that completely changed my life. And essentially, it's been kind of a powerful series of years of major awakenings and downloads, essentially, of the importance of understanding and recognize who is the human, what is the soul, and how we operate on this earth, on this plane. And essentially the laws that go along with that, and the laws that we're abiding by that as we connect deeper and deeper with nature. So every single year, it's as if the information becomes clearer and clearer and clearer as to the divine importance of our DNA. And this is why the understanding of how it functions, and essentially it being the foundation of the future in every area of the world, every area of the importance of pharmaceuticals, medicine in general, politics, and social structures of society will all be based essentially on a deep understanding of the information that we hold within our DNA soon. And as our society shifts towards this unity consciousness that we are all moving into, there is an awareness of this technology, of this organic technology that emerges from humans. And so what is so beautiful about this is that the human is understanding and learning how to master this physical vessel that incarnates into this terrestrial realm at the moment of inception, is actually encoded with all of the tools that it's required in order for it to transcend all of the limitations, not only of that organism, ourselves, but generations of trauma, generations of information that are held and encoded within the DNA. And this is part of the ascension and the way that we are remembering things, because it's always been this way, but our spiritual practice is very much a scientific one. And the sciences are going to merge with these natural understanding, the spiritual understanding, the metaphysical understanding, as the veil is being lifted from our understanding of this unknown. So I'm going to go into my presentation, and I can't wait to share with you. Let me, I wonder if, let's see how I do this.
Hey, Geraldine, you go to present, share screen,
Yeah.
entire screen.
Okay.
Then you click the screen and click share.
Okay, got it. Entire screen. Oh, that actually works better. Okay, great. Entire screen. Okay, got it. Perfect.
Yep, perfect. We got it.
Okay, great. This is great because I'll actually be moving through different ones. Okay. All right, guys. So we are going to talk about holographic DNA and the awakening. This information is information that I came across in 2017 when I began to question my experiences, the interdimensional experiences, and the connection between the soul.
Geraldine, could you make it full screen? Start the slideshow.
Make
Just
it
so
full
we
screen and start the slideshow.
Yeah, just start it. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Let's see if I can put this out so I can see my slides. Let's see. Hold on, let me move this over to my side so I can do this properly. Okay, here we go. Because I have a couple screens. All right. Okay. So let's talk about what is happening with our holographic DNA. So holographic DNA, I became aware of this information as a result of going into hypnosis in 2017 in order to uncover deeper information about my contact experience. And essentially, I wanted to understand what was the role of the soul. And this began because, I was introduced to hybrid children, and I was shown that I was a parent to children that I had not recalled creating. However, when I began to recover my memory and when I began to review my life, I began to realize that I had many experiences of contact that were connected to pregnancies, very anomalous pregnancies that I had during the time when I was a virgin, and then, of course, not sexually active. And it began to make me question those moments in my life. Where was my mental and spiritual state? What was the connection between the creation of this kind of life interdimensionally? And where does the soul play a role in that? And that began to take me into questions of our genetics, because how do we participate in the creation of another organism on another dimension? It is the genetic information, and first it was a very spiritual understanding that I was participating to the creation of another entity, another body, another human, not a human, but a hybrid. But then it went deeper into the understanding that there is no separation between our genetic coding and our soul. And that is a very powerful realization, that the unification point between the non-physical and the physical is something that is part of the alchemical ascension that the humans have the potential of accessing. And all of the information are things that, of course, I channeled in my session, and I channeled this information in a very raw way in which, I've never read books on these topics. I've never studied these concepts before. And I was literally speaking terminology in words that I had never even come across. So it was a pure connection to a field of information that was absolutely possible and available through my own body. And this has shown me that we have a library, the Library of Alexandria, as they say, which was supposed to be the largest library in human history at the time, that held very powerful information about the structure of humanity and ancient wisdom that had to do with the biology, the sciences, the math, the medicine, and then the spiritual aspect of the man. Every range of the man was studied in depth. And that's because the union between science and spirituality. And so what we are understanding, and the memories that are being recovered now through the ascension process that we're going through as a human race, we see major activity in the sun. And this is an understanding, and I'm going to go deep into the explanation of that. But everything is participating in this process of ascension at this time. We are the vessels through which the ascension is anchored into this terrestrial realm. And so when we begin to understand how this physical body functions, and we are functioning not just in this physical dimension, we're not functioning only within the construct, but we're actually very, very active in many constructs that we are navigating in the astral plane. In fact, we are every night leaving our body and experiencing other dimensions in which we participate. And all of these dimensional layers that we are participating are encoded in our DNA. We access them as a result of the cultivation of our frequency, and that cultivation of the frequency is encoded in the DNA. So we're going to talk about several topics today, but we're going to talk about the light body in depth, understanding the biology and the spiritual understanding of the light body, because this is essential to your understanding of how to access alchemy. Alchemy is the transmutation of one form of energy to another, from a lower to a higher octave of a vibrational frequency. And this affects matter. And that's very important to understand the effect of the matter, which is essentially the effect on your physical vessel. The physical vessel is affected biologically, energetically, and in your environment as the center anchor of life force as it's being projected into this holographic construct. Now, we're also going to talk about sun activation of humanity. And the reason why is because we're entering into a new era. And every time that we enter into a new era, there is massive movements in the solar system. Why? Because the solar system is an organism of consciousness. And the central sun is a black hole. It is a portal, actually, that provides life force that is encoded with information that is extremely important for every organism and every organism's ascension. Or here's another way to look at the ascension. The proper aligning with the natural cyclical ascension of the entire system. We are an organism that exists as part of a greater organism, and that fractal nature is actually expressed in the quantum field as well as in the most massive expansion of the galaxies and universes that we share. And we're also going to talk about alchemical love and creation. So we are understanding that alchemy is actually occurring through the central heart of the body. And we're going to talk about how that alchemical process is functioned through the body. Let's talk about DNA. The activation of DNA is the product of alchemical transmutation of life force into a higher octave of creation. Now, what we're talking about is that our DNA, we have a basic 12-strand DNA, and we are utilizing the information. Only 2% of that DNA is what writes this complex, beautiful physical body. Every single mysterious system that we have that we still have yet to truly understand and comprehend. But as we begin to discover how the biology and how the deep systems of this body functions, we also uncover an awareness of the universe and the galaxies. There is a profound connection between the human organism and the universe, and the awareness that the human collective comes upon. The deeper that the human begins to know themselves, the more it becomes aware of the universal laws and the universal systems and how they function. So our sciences are going to be changing tremendously in the next 7 years. And the way that we see the concepts of spirituality and nature and maintaining harmonious systems between human and natural balances are also going to be more aligned and congruent. So this is part of understanding that we are cycling through many different cycles of creation. And in our universe, this information, this infinite potential, essentially your soul is infinite potential. That infinite potential is being self-organized in layers of information. And there are many ways to see that self-organized information. You can look at it, it's divided within 13 main houses of information. And those main houses of information can be seen as astrological signs. They can be seen. And of course, at the moment of inception, there is essentially a photograph of the universe, the cosmos, and the current state of the planet Earth and its ancestral history that is encoded within the DNA of an organism. And this is very profound to understand because it helps the human understand the lessons and the invitations for ascension that one human has in its human potential. It also can be defined as a purpose. And when I say purpose, I don't mean that you will go and become a healer or have a very specific directive. I mean that through your internal alchemy, the internal marriage, the alchemical marriage that occurs within your dualistic nature is the key to the healing, which healing means becoming whole, to becoming the center of the universe of creation in your body, and to end the cycles of counter creation that exist within your genetic lineage through the ancestral bloodline. Okay, so every single human that is born and that is anchored into this terrestrial plane is holding one of these archetypal energies more so, and those are manifested forth as a result of all of the choices that your ancestors have made for many generations that call forth a very specific vibrational frequency at this time to bring forward this lineage into alignment with the ascension of this collective universe. And we are ascending in levels of ascension, and we are constantly oscillating through these different archetypes and aspects of ourselves until we reunify all of the separation between all these parts, and essentially we enter into a higher state of pure consciousness. Okay. And so when we enter into this pure consciousness, we are literally accessing this primordial life force into creation, which means we manifest the life that we need. We enter into the highest octave of health in the body. We access our intuitive abilities. And we also have the ability to anchor information. We channel our interconnections with our genetic connections to our starseed lineages, and all of this information, this information that is readily available to the human, is available through the physical body. Now, in order to access these levels of information, there are key integrations that have to happen within the body. The human has to heal, and one of these are the main woundings of the archetypal manifestations that we have. Every single one of these archetypal overlays is holding on to specific frequencies that are needed to be alchemized. And every alchemization process causes an effect in the biology of the human, in the geometry of the human, and in their emotional state. Okay? Because the emotions are a bioelectrical charge, because we are bioelectrical organisms. I'll talk about that a little bit more for those of you that are not familiar with that concept. But because of our holographic nature, this system operates on the charges that are created through this conducive body, this bioelectrical system of creation. So every single emotion is a bioelectrical charge that is being input into the system for creation. Therefore, if your core belief systems, subconscious belief systems, are creating a specific charge of emotion into the system, that will be why you are experiencing what you're experiencing, both the expansions of those and also the limitations of those, the contractions of those. So we can experience a lot of suffering, or we can experience a lot of joy and creation. And everything is based on your core subconscious belief systems. We are healing collectively the human that mistrusts, and the kind of mistrust that we're healing is a very collective mistrust of this amnesia that we experience at the time of birth, where we forget that we are the all, that we are this infinite potential. And this is the reunification of the divine mother that is being healed. We experience the separation coming from the womb of the mother, experience that traumatic birth, and that concept of separation is one that we are healing in many layers subconsciously, because it is the manifestation in a fractal form of the separation of the source. Okay, so essentially this is an illusion that is occurring through the terrestrial plane, through the birthing into the physical. But in reality, the healing of this is one of the most powerful for the human, because he begins to remember, it begins to remember that is actually the all. We also are healing the fear of love at this time. A lot of humans actually are not familiar with the feeling of love, in terms of the unconditional nature of that, and not an external projection, but an internal unconditional acceptance of the self. All of our shadows, the deepest shadows of the collective human race, we are still struggling to integrate as a part of us. But as we are working through this individually and collectively, every single human plays a role in sustaining collective harmony. So really, every single human is a mirror of the shadows that we still have yet to integrate within ourselves. And the human condition is also a mirror of that, because of this fractal nature of this universe. So we are healing also our creative wounds, which essentially is our sexual energy, the primordial energy that is the most powerful energy and most manipulated in this terrestrial plane. The lack of understanding of the role of sexuality in our spiritual ascension is one that we are going to be waking up from as we move into these next years of ascension. And it will change the way that we make love. In other words, we unite with our sacred divine partners in order to anchor souls into this plane. Because the way that we unite and the way that we understand love as a whole in our organism will anchor higher octaves of souls and the memory of souls, which is activated through the morphogenetic field. When we access higher bands of love in our body, we recover memory from the morphogenetic field. And that is done through the alchemization of our sexual energy. Moving from a state of lust into pure unconditional love for the self, and compassion essentially for all others. So that is a very higher state of creation that we want to embody this sexual energy, because sexual energy is our monetary exchange. It's all of our exchanges that we do with friends, family, colleagues. It is the exchange energy that we experience with every other entity and organism in this universe. And that's not just in your waking state, but also in your dream states as you navigate in the astral plane. The aliens and entities and star families and angelic realms and non-physical life force entities that you encounter are all a manifestation of how you hold your exchange energy. And of course, what you're exchanging will be a projection of what you're holding in the subconscious layers of your mind. So the human that heals the fear of their own sovereign power, which is something that we're healing, this is both the healing of ancestral memory of the divine feminine. So the witches that are being burned, right? All of the ancient wisdom of the cultivation of man in its true, complete form have been compartmentalized, suppressed. Concepts of sexual energy, for example, have been suppressed by the church and by many, many systems in our world that don't want that information out, because when the human understands how to create, they become sovereign in many areas of their creation. Also, we can grow food. Our connection with nature becomes very potent and unified. So this creation power and the empowerment of the human, not being power of affecting force or control over another, but a unified collective awareness. And that's something that emerges as the human trains the 0 point more and more in their body. And the 0 point is essentially existing in a state of non-judgmental separateness and compartmentalization of themselves and themselves as they fit in this world and the role that they play. Okay, so we are integrating. Every single human right now that is born is integrating whatever lessons you're going to, especially through this moon that we experienced yesterday. 2024 was an absolutely powerful year for ending karmic cycles. And if you are not ending the karmic cycles, what does it mean, karmic cycles? Karma is cause and effect. And the more we understand these laws of cause and effect, we begin to take responsibility of our creation and how we are manifesting and inputting into this system. Our creation is really based on these subconscious belief systems that we have. And those subconscious belief systems are inherited from our parents, from family. And we are waking up from the amnesia of understanding where we are, stuck in our energy, in our creation, in our belief system. So the ending of these cycles of parasitism within ourselves. Okay, so that's when we attack ourselves, when we are not understanding the love and the acceptance of this whole self. We become parasitic and we begin to externalize our energy. Everything is externalized. We are depletion. The human body operates in a centrifugal manner because we are vortices. Okay, our bodies are vortices. I'll talk about that in a second. But the transmutational process of gathering our energy from the external to becoming a generator, a conduit of life force, is essentially the key to beginning to access higher faculties of information. So our physical body is a most incredible work of art. It's the most incredible, complex system of wisdom and harmony that exists. The more that we understand how we function, and the way we need to learn that is by sitting in meditation and connecting with this vessel and understanding, through the silence and the stillness, understanding the natural flows of life as it moves through your body. We are activating our higher faculties by redirecting all of the depletion life force, all of the counter-creative, all of the external seeking. Every time we give our power away to external forces, people, control systems, political systems, pharmaceuticals, we are denying the self-regenerating system and technology that is available within this physical vessel. And the activation of these is merely by training the body to come into a still point, to begin to grow gray matter in the brain, which is the gray lining that surrounds the brain and also goes down into the cerebral cortex, down the spine. Your entire human vessel is essentially a conduit of bioelectrical energy because we are holographic in nature. So every single part of your brain is responsible for handling the information as it moves through your physical body. But the more that we come into contractive states of creation, into depletion of our life force, into fear states, angers, strong negative emotions for suspended amounts of time, usually emotions are very short-lived for the human. They should be felt fully in their full expression, and from there gathering in observation the information necessary from every emotion, because emotions are tools of navigation, and they are the true system of quote-unquote survival, okay, that is natural to the human. And we have to utilize this system wisely to gather the important information of the emotions to help us navigate and discern. This discernment is a product of the integration of your emotional body and your intuitive higher self, the intuitive self that is providing broader perspectives of the situations in which you're experiencing from your whole body, because your whole body is experiencing everything, and we tend to forget that. We have very myopic, short visions of the experiences that we're having. So we begin to understand that every single part of our brain is actually working with us, and the more contracted states we come, we actually block the defense mechanism of this, the organic defense mechanism of this body, to provide us with wisdom through the intuitive body on how to navigate and respond experiences. The majority of human trauma is a result of being in the face of unknown circumstances. And they are unknown because most of our programming and our conditioning comes from very specific ways of looking and seeing the world. What our parents thought of emotions, how they held emotions, is all programmed in your body. It's programmed in your nervous system, in your muscle system, and essentially you are operating from there. So we are learning how to move through and activate the blockages of these contracted states of life force in the body, and to move them into an alchemical transmutation of release. The release is occurring through acknowledgement, the awareness, the stillness, and the transmutation, which is that once you are aware of the information necessary from the emotion, that you begin to alchemize into a proactive through the heart, okay? Because the heart allows you to understand the truth of the situation that you're experiencing. The majority of our suffering is based on illusions. It's based on the past. It's based on the future, potential future situations. The human simply does not exist in reality. And that, the concept of reality is really meant for an entire presentation in itself. But reality is something that is created in the 0 point. When we align in the absolute present moment, and we are absolutely present with our physical body engaging in this physical realm, this is actually the point of true creation. And it's where you can access most truth. Because in that present moment, you have access to infinite amount of information that allows you to discern every single experience as you navigate it. However, the human exists mostly in the past and the future, really has no grasp on what is actually occurring in the present moment, because most of their behaviors are reactions based on programmed, preconceived ideas, concepts, belief systems. And this is the representation of karma. It's the representation of karmic cycles, and those are very profound ancestral cyclical patterns that we are repeating over and over for many generations. Right now, the human is breaking and ending many cyclical patterns and programs of generations of suffering. I want you to begin to observe What are the main themes of blockage that you have in your ancestral lineage? What are the main themes? Is it a poverty? And usually they are, linked with many areas, because we are multidimensional beings. We are multidimensional beings in such a way. However, the chakras that we have most overactive and underactive will define the perception of our reality. And what is actually occurring now is that we need to learn energetic hygiene to clear the limiting belief systems that we have stored within the body. Chakras are the endocrine system of the body. They are spheres within the body that provide the filters of what we are seeing, how we are seeing, both in the physical and non-physical dimensions. What is DNA? DNA is essentially the entire collection, the blueprint, you can say, of all the projections that are available through the ranges of vibrational frequencies of this human organism, which is both non-physical and physical, but mostly non-physical. In our DNA, and our understanding of DNA is encoded the secret of this human body. Only 2% of DNA is writing the physical body. The rest of which we call junk DNA is participating in running networks of life force that are encoded within the morphogenetic field. The morphogenetic field, which is the instruction manual, it is the instruction manual that brings this life force into form. Okay, it defines the limitations of the growth of our fingers, our arms. How many arms do we have? How our organs function? And it pools information, psychic and psychological information from the history that is brought down through our generational lineages. We are brought down not only trauma, not only generational trauma, but also psychic information. So if you come from a bloodline of psychics, chances are you have very highly available psychic abilities. If you have a bloodline that is connected with Greys and has lots of experiences with Pleiadians or Arcturians in their experiences, you are holding that memory, and that DNA functions as a portal. DNA is a portal, okay, because it is a spiral toroidal flow, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But every single one of the chakras is a portal that provides encoded information, both physical, non-physical, that are available to the human. The human is learning and navigating these dimensional realms every night when we leave the body. The highest level that you are able to access through your emotional body will allow you to access higher dimensions, higher octaves, okay? Which is why the human body that is riddled with pain and suffering and resistance usually projects that into their out-of-body experiences. And this is incredibly important because it's part of the maturing of the human in this physical vessel. There's a certain level of spiritual maturity that is taking place, and that has to take place as a result of the veil thinning. We need to understand how to navigate and how this creation operates. Every single frequency, your body literally looks like this. It's spheres between spheres. They contract and they expand. When we are ignorant of how the chakras function, we are run by the external influences. Every single one of these chakras can expand and contract in the body. We need to learn how to also control. The control of chakras is the control of emotional body. Okay? So when you are experiencing a certain emotional state, you are having certain chakras expanded and other chakras contracted. If your emotion is negative, the majority of your upper chakras are usually contracted because the upper chakras are managing higher octaves of emotional frequency. Okay, so the beauty of the human body is that we're self-organized in such a way that all of this information is encoded. And I go very deep into this in my channel. You can follow me at Geraldine Orosco on YouTube, but every single organ of the body is processing a vibrational frequency. It processes emotional states, thought forms, ancestral history, of all which fall under the category of those frequencies. And so this is why when humans repeat, let's say, anger in their body over and over again, we have corroded livers, we have problems with liver systems, and every single organ is part of a very intricate, holistic system of bioelectrical movement and conductivity. Every organ is feeding another organ. There is a self-organizing system to that. So when we use one emotion over another, even if it's like, let's say a false sense of joy or a false sense of happiness all the time without addressing the deeper emotions, there is an imbalance in your organism. So we need to essentially what our spirituality, a lot of these spiritual groups talk about, being in a state of joy and harmony all the time, but actually one extreme and the other will never create the wholeness that we are. It is actually the 0 point that is the access point to all dimensional layers and your greatest truth, which will allow you to access and navigate these dimensional levels with integration. Now, the human body, through the morphogenetic field, this morphogenetic field being the instruction manual that brings your body into form, is cycling through repetitive programs through the DNA. Okay, so I'm an epigenetic psychotherapist. Epigenetic psychotherapist focuses on addressing ancestral trauma and then understanding how that affects your biology, your physical body. So the illnesses that you're coming into, the depression, the emotional states that are blocking you from coming into a state of co-creation, those are alchemized by the awareness and then the cultivation of the opposite emotion. Okay. What we are learning to do as a collective race is to love. We are learning to love. We are learning what peace is. We are learning what harmony is. This is what the next 7 years will be dedicated to. And right now, we need to spend our time becoming familiar, because these states of consciousness are not just emotional temporary states. They are the entire restructuring of your DNA. They are the crystallization of frequencies within your body. And they are also the alchemization of very stagnant belief systems that are stored within the morphogenetic field, within your energetic body, your aura, okay? We hold within the body blockages. Let me see if I can actually come into that. Sorry, I don't have that here. We have within the body blockages that manifest that block. So for example, the fear, whatever it is, your deepest core fear is, that is what we are opening. So what happens when the human body begins to move these blockages out of the body is that we begin to come into harmony, and harmony manifests into, because you are mostly water, because you are mostly made out of this crystallization, your bone is a crystallization of matter, all the different ranges of matter exist within your body. Okay, so the alchemization process is to hold higher bands of frequency in the body. And for that, the body has to be prepared. Exercise and movement is extremely important for the body. Holding emotional states in pure authenticity. Okay, so the 0 point is neutral state of non-judgment, but from that neutral state of non-judgment, the ability to hold absolute authenticity for your emotions, your expressions. This frequency of authenticity is the frequency that will lead human race into its great awakening moving forward. When the human body, because the authenticity is the ability to allow all natural aspects of this human which are many. We have shame, we have guilt, we have disgust, we have lust, we have love, we have peace, we have harmony, we have compassion. You are all of them, and none of them are better than the other. And that's something that we must dispel in order to really understand how this system works. Because the moment we dispel those limiting belief systems, the body can spin at its highest rate. All of those belief systems and compartmentalizations of your natural expressions are the limitation of your movement. Our human body has many forms that we take on. The Merkaba, this star-like structure in our body, is only one of them. And every higher octave and state of consciousness that you enter, you're going to enter into a more complex geometrical structure, because every dimension that you access in dream state, and you're the alchemist is the one that is navigating dream states in the waking state. Okay, so those of you that dream, that's great. You practice lucidity and dream to remember your dreams. Now you learn how to control your dreams. You discern and you choose, and you are learning how to apply and access your free will in all dimensions. First, we learn how to access free will in this dimension. And that is essentially the birth of pure compassion, navigating this realm with compassion and with truth. And the truth that we're talking about is not a self-serving truth for what's good for this body right now. It is what is good for the collective. And this is the kind of ascension cycle that we are moving through right now. The entire universe is cycling in a form of ascension. And the Fibonacci sequence is a very important sequence to understand, as it is subliminally encoded in every aspect of this natural realm, inside out. So as we are understanding the chakra bodies, every single one of your chakras is made up of thousands of these little micro coils, okay, that make up every single one of the chakra bodies. The chakra bodies are essentially spheres within spheres of your body. When we experience trauma and limiting beliefs, those coils contract and break, and they create holes, what we know as holes or tears in your energetic body. This is where your life force is depleted. The ability to literally visualize sealing your energetic body is so powerful to sustaining and controlling these thoughts, these crazy thoughts, and the analytical mind and the survival mind that wants to run fear-based programs. So learn to control your energetic body by closing the holes that you have in your field, by beginning to work with your chakra bodies in the way that you are beginning to redirect that depletion energy into a centripetal state of movement. What happens when the body begins to redirect their life force is that we begin to recover memory. We are bioelectrical organisms, and what happens is the activation of DNA is essentially the recovering of who we actually are. That means that you understand yourself as not a victim of trauma through your life. So you have begun to alchemize your trauma in your life, integrate the pains and all the separation that you know, and that you begin to do that in your past lives as well, because past lives are not past lives, they are simultaneous. So the ability to access that is essentially what we're doing. What's really important right now is that we are, I'm going to be teaching a class on the sun and DNA, because it's extremely important for us to understand the connection between the sun and our DNA. The reason why is because we are organisms that are part of this solar system, and everything is communicating. But when your channels are closed and when you're distracted with the distractions of this world, whether it's politics or whether it's fears or wars or the things that are happening outside, but you are not cultivating the internal foundation of the 0 point in your body, whatever situation you're in, we begin to fall into the illusion of suffering and helplessness, into the victim archetype of this realm. And that severs our connection to higher wisdom that is necessary to take you out of those timelines of creation that are a product of ancestral history. Okay, so what happens is that we are experiencing massive solar flares that are speaking and understanding and communicating to us that there is an alchemization that is necessary through the human race. The more solar flares that are coming through, it's massive bands of information that is available to humanity. The more human stays in states of stillness, the more we connect with cycles of nature. We begin to align and harmonize the body with the natural systems of information and regeneration of this universe. And that is extremely important as we begin to open the connection to the 7th and the 8th chakra. The 7th is your connection with your higher self, and the 8th is the connection with the source. We receive those informations of the sun, which are providing us universal and many, many galaxy informations, our sister galaxies, which are all encoded in your DNA. More people are going to have contact. More people are going to be aware of their starseed lineages. More people are going to be seeing through their psychic abilities, because we are evolving into the human that is multidimensional, anchored into the physical. In order to do that, we have to begin to redirect our attention to the internal realms and open and channel life force through the body in order to activate this Merkabaic system. The connection between DNA and your history and all the memory that is within your body is literally the anchoring of source energy through your body. That means that in order to do that, you integrate the shadows and the blockages that you have. You are cultivating a regulated nervous system in a state of pure authenticity. And your nervous system, your organs are in harmony. We are functioning. We are releasing what needs to release. We are allowing what we need to allow. Another element that I want to make sure that I share with you today is that in the physical body, we put a lot of information on, moving and activating our higher faculties and our higher chakras, but we don't open the lower chakras of our body. And what I'm being shown right now is that we really need to anchor into the chakras of the grid of the earth, because we have blocked that. We have blocked that in a way that we are ignorant to the connection to the planet Earth. And really, in order to harness healing into this planet Earth, we need to activate the chakras that connect us to Mother Earth. And essentially, these chakras are helping us link the information, this cosmic information, and direct it through the physical body into the ley lines of the planet Earth. The Earth is an organism of consciousness, just like you are. And the planet Earth in itself is actually healing through you. Okay. And we are also healing through the planet Earth. The planet Earth takes information from this solar system, and especially the central sun, which is a portal. And our DNA is a web that is interconnected to all of these planetary systems through the bioelectrical morphogenetic field. Okay, so the morphogenetic field is essentially the manifestation of this holographic bioelectrical system that provides information for the physical body. So begin to anchor. Yesterday, I published a video on my YouTube channel that follows and guides you through a meditation dedicated to the full moon, but the practices in there are available to use to activate the lower chakras in the body that connect you to Earth. We have to bridge this illusion that we are only one thing. We are going into major states of unification, not separation. Anyone that tells you that we're going into separation is a distraction, and it will be a confusion for how this world needs to be operated by. The integration, the unification, there is no split. There is no separation between you and any other human. There's no separation between your belief system and another belief system. We are mirrors of each other, and the sooner we begin to integrate that into the physical body and into your programming and subconscious creation system through your emotions, the sooner you will be able to access unified consciousness and understanding of what that looks like in this human world. It is a different state that we are creating, and it's not one that we're absolutely familiar with, because we are healing from generations of separation into one of unification. So how we hold our emotional body, the presence of our energy when you walk into the room, regardless of whether you're in a room of people that understand you or not, regardless of people that mirror your state of consciousness or not, you hold through your frequency codes of activation for everyone that is around you, because we exist and we're barely a little dot in a morphogenetic ocean of information. So the more that you come in and cultivate this physical body into a generator, into a conduit of life force, here is the power of the human and the alchemical marriage that is the integration of the non-physical into the physical. So we are paying attention to all of the things that we are dreaming. We are paying attention to the dream. Remember, you and I are in a dream right now. You and I have agreed to this dream together. And everything that you're learning from this and everything you've learned is part of collective contractual agreements that we hold. And another thing, and the deep work, is that all the agreements that we've made, contractual agreements, are based on your emotional body through the bioelectrical system. So as soon as you begin to address these contractual experiential agreements with your family members, friends, family partners, children, we begin to free ourselves and begin to access free will creation. Okay, free will is extremely important for the human. The human does not have free will until they recognize who they are and how to access that information. So I think we're coming to an end. If someone can let me know, do I still have some time, or have I exceeded my time? Or if we want to do questions, I don't know. Just let me know.
Awesome. That was fabulous and perfect timing.
Oh, good. Fantastic.
Everything's in perfect timing. We're all perfectly divinely aligned. Let's see what, first of all, I would love to hear people give Geraldine some love and gratitude for that amazing presentation. And let me see if I can find any questions for you. And if you didn't post any questions, or even if you did, feel free to repost them. I'm looking, and I will see whatever we can come up with. And in the meantime, I just wanted to say, Geraldine, I want to put your website in again. I put it in there before. Let me just grab that again real quick.
Awesome.
For everybody, because this way they can reach out to you again. I'm going to just do that real fast and then give people a chance to put in some questions if they have them. And I would love for you, I know while I'm looking here, I would love for you to elaborate a little bit more on the DNA and how we can access more of our pure potential, because I know that's so important for people. Do you want to share a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. So, our DNA is essentially, I go really deep in this, but our DNA is essentially the information that it's infinite potential organized in the DNA. Okay. And our human body is a projection of the information that's in our DNA. We can epigenetically, based on the emotions that we hold in the body, because we are a bioelectrical system. This human body is a holographic system. Every single emotion is a bioelectrical charge that is input into this system, into the construct. Most of our programming is limited by the limiting belief systems that we have. And the human essentially is only just cycling and repeating this information. It's like we're only using this much of this massive ocean of information. So when the human begins to end the repetition of those belief systems, the repetition of those emotional states, the repetition of those actions in their life, and for many generations. You're actually ending generations of that behavior. What happens is that the human body begins to access through the ascension of the octave that the human is experiencing, because obviously those repetitions have a certain frequency that you're holding, and it also crystallizes in the body, in the energetic body, in a specific way. When you break those patterns, you begin to access higher bands of frequency, which means information, which means that you're expanding your awareness to more bodies, okay? Which essentially we have infinite number of bodies. The number of dimensions that we're made up of are made, infinite number of bodies that we have. And these bodies are accessible through our frequency. Most of us are navigating maximum 8, 9, 10 dimension, maybe 13 dimension in dream state. But the idea is that we become lucid in all of those dimensions, and we proactively understand what we're doing through our bodies, how we're navigating in and out of the body. We're constantly moving in and out of dimensions. And the more that we are working and anchoring this non-physical realm into our physical, understanding and alchemizing the contractual agreements that are made ancestrally and then interdimensionally, we begin to recover memory of who we are, because that's where our past lives are essentially encoded in those experiences. We recover the past life memory through the ancestral healing, and we begin to recover the memory of our interdimensional and our starseed lineages through the future aspects of ourselves. There's no linear timeline. This is all a spherical model of time. Everything exists available to you. And DNA is essentially just reading from this spherical information available to you based on your vibrational frequency, which is why hypnotherapy is such a powerful tool. When we go into hypnotherapy, we are accessing our field. And the level of work that we've done in alchemy, in the transmutation of these lower programs, opens the ability to access more information based on your frequency. So the human has, so essentially DNA is activated, and we talk about 24 strands of DNA, but DNA is also spherical, and that's something that we will be learning eventually. We see DNA as a spiral strand, but it's actually a spherical system. And right now we only see a spiral because we're only using 2% of that DNA. We're only using a very tiny part of that. But as we evolve, and of course our organisms are in this lifetime, we're going to probably access a small percentage of that, but the soul is actually the spherical system of that information. The soul is that infinite potential. So the DNA is really just a way to organize a very small access into information that is just precisely necessary for the human in this incarnation, and everything that it's designed to experience at this time, in this waking state, and also many dimensions. Our contractual agreements are not limited to the physical families and life experiences. We are actually ascending, and we have contracts on many dimensions, and all of that is encoded in your DNA, which is why people are recovering the memory of being Pleiadians or Arcturians or whatever lineage you are expressing. It's something that's been historically, and you are that. We are made of that genetic structure, in our bodies.
Yeah, that's awesome. Love that you expanded on that. Thank you so much for sharing. And you definitely have a lot of love in the chat. I think we have we're pretty much at time, but let me just say some of the things. Kim said, wow, 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 so powerful. The Wake Up channel said, thank you. What's your YouTube? And her YouTube is her name, Geraldine Orozco. You can see it there.
Orosco,
And I didn't ask, I'm sorry, Geraldine. I know you, love you, and trust you, and I still am not pronouncing your name right. I apologize. But I put it in the chat room again. Daniel asked, and I know we're just about ready for our next person, but just real quick, Daniel asked how to deal with blockages in the body, which I know you've been covering. Do you want to, I know it's not a one-minute answer, but.
So just very simple is acknowledge what it is that you're resisting and feel that resistance. And emotions have many layers. When you sit with that emotion that is there in that blockage, just sit with the blockage. you're going to undo the layers by acknowledging each and one of those emotions. And we can reach the root of that emotion, begin to understand, where is that emotion in your life? How long have you been feeling that way, that blockage? And it'll lead you to the root and the origin point in which we took on this belief system. The alchemization of that is the broadening of your perspective of the trauma that was incurred, that began to create that contraction in you. And usually we put ourselves in the shoe of the person that created that trauma for us, and we begin to expand our vision. That helps us to access universal consciousness. It helps us to reach compassion. And the cultivation of that kind of broader vision of understanding many roles and the cause and effect, essentially understanding karma, is what alchemizes in the emotional body the release of those heavy resistant emotions. And that will help you release the block. But you can watch my channel. I teach step by step, and I guide it, and I show you the inside out of how that functions. And of course, I do sessions. So if you do need deeper guidance work, definitely connect with me, and I'll be so happy to work with you. And thank you so much. It was such an honor to be here as always.
Yeah, you got some really nice love in there. Kim said, wow, 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 so powerful. The Wake Up Channel, we said that one. Irene said, thank you, that was amazing. Costa said, amazing. Just tons of wonderful feedback on here for you. People love you so much. We're so grateful to you. And thank you for being here. And I know we're going to bring... Yeah, thank you so much, Geraldine. And right before you say goodbye, I just want to also remind people about your website, which is your name, which they can see on the screen. And also for anyone who is wanting to increase or expand your own abundance and prosperity, do you know that the fastest way to increase your prosperity and your abundance is through generosity? It's true. So if you loved what Geraldine shared today, and if you loved what you've been receiving during these amazing 11 days, you can head over to Portal to Ascension and make a donation. It helps cover expenses for Portal to Ascension and also shares love and also expands and elevates your own prosperity and abundance too, because giving is receiving. When we're all one, when you recognize this fundamental truth. So I just want to encourage people to show some love in multiple ways. On the chat, on the sidebar for Geraldine, and also to Portal to Ascension. So with that, I think, Neil, are we just about ready to, we have our next person coming on, right? Are you there, Neil? Andrew, here he is. Woohoo! Okay, so I'm so excited now. Thanks again, Geraldine. And we're going to now bring on Andrew Genoves. His website is Andrew Genoves Healing. And I want to do a formal introduction before I totally hand over the baton. Andrew Genoves is a visionary, a New Earth ambassador, a rites of passage guide for men's initiation, and a breathwork facilitator. Andrew has been a true beacon of light and truth as a voice that has been seen and heard and by many around the world. He has stood on the front line during the times of lockdowns, and his passion for inner sovereignty and soul reclamation shows through all areas of his work for humanity. Again, his website is his name. I'll put it in the chat, but Andrew, welcome. And just make sure you unmute yourself. I think you are unmuted. Welcome.
Hi, Lori.
It's so great to have you here.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction, and yeah, I feel blessed to be here on this day with just, oh my God, the energy this week is just so palpable for expansion and for new beginnings, new timelines, and new directions on new octaves of embodiment of what's possible for us. Like, it's all happening right now, and perfect divine timing leading into November, as we knew, at the start of this year that things would be tumultuous and chaotic, and we're right on schedule. So I just feel blessed to be here in this space and be here with everyone. And big shout out to Neil for putting this beautiful gathering of hearts colliding together, which obviously is pulsating and felt throughout all of creation. So.
Well, we are so blessed to have you. I know I spent a little bit of time on your website and also with your YouTubes, and I know we're going to be just all floored and amazed at how much you have to offer. I'm going to get out of the way, but I'll be here on the back side to make sure everything is working great, and working with Neil and supporting you as you share your amazing contribution with all of us. So for now, I'm going to sign off and let you take the reins from here. Thanks again.
Thank you, Lori. Beautiful. Okay, hello everyone. What a time to be alive. I'm so happy. So my heart is just really kind of just overflowing with just a whole new sense of gratitude to be alive this week, even in the level of just up-leveling in my own personal evolution and embodiment and connection to God and to the divine. And so it's just a deep honor to be here with you and just plant some seeds and some codes of inspiration and something that can help bring you closer to yourself and to God, to nature, and to just all aspects of life. And we are going to be talking about a topic, and that is water, the wisdom of water. And what avenue can we be more connected to God than an avenue that literally is life itself, water. And so I pose the question to you, what is water? Like, what actually is it? If someone were to be sitting in front of you and they asked you to give an explanation of water, I want you to go in your body right now. How would you explain water? Have you ever thought about this before? And the truth is that most people haven't. And when you think about what water actually is, like, whoa, what is it? It's really, really fascinating thing to contemplate on, because it opens all these cabinets of its role here, its potential, what it's used for, what it can do. Like, let's even just go to the rain falling from the clouds, hitting our earth, and then only hours later, turning into millions and millions, billions of gallons of water that can literally demolish everything in sight. Right? So we can have like a tiny little gentle droplet that's just hitting the earth that can quickly manifest into something that has more power, that can carve out an entire canyon, such as the Grand Canyon, for example. Right? Like, those were carved out by the frequency of water, the energy of water. Really, really profound thing to sit with, because water is so gentle and flowy in the setting of like a lake or a pond. And then in the setting when it is moving, when that energy is going, it can destroy everything in sight. And same goes with the water in the ocean, right? When that energy from a tornado, from a hurricane, from high winds can create energy that can manifest as 60, 70, 100-foot waves crashing onto an entire city or a village and demolishing everything in sight. So it's a really profound and beautiful thing to sit with in its complete stillness, and then in the utter destruction it can it can cause. And then in the beauty that it can create through carving out mountains and canyons. And so much of the beautiful landscapes that we see on Earth, well, it's because of water. And it's because of many of these very ancient floods that happened thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years ago, many of the landscapes that we see on our Earth today. So I've been deeply drawn to this frequency of water over the last couple of years. And even in just the last 12 months has been just continuous information and codes on really just water in general and the reclamation of water and the importance of knowing water moving forward. And let's just take a look at water in general, you guys. Like, water is one of the most distorted and hijacked things that we have on the planet. Hundreds of billions of people today, right now, as we have this conversation, are drinking water that is full of bacteria, parasites, chemicals, pesticides, glyphosate, atrazine. You drink the water simply in New York City or Los Angeles or Chicago or London, and you're going to be drinking up to 30 pharmaceutical drugs, Viagra, you name it, it's in there. It's in there. And not to mention, you're getting so many different heavy metals, fluoride, lead, mercury in the water that we're drinking, which is detoxifying our sacred vessel and decalcifying our pineal gland, our ability to see, connect to God, understand, know that we are these infinite multidimensional beings. And the dark forces went after the water because it's life itself. It is God. And so it is a direct attack on all life, all sentient life, the insects, the animal kingdom, all human life, the trees, the grass, the moss. Every single thing is connected through the avenue of water. And so the reclamation of our water is a massive, massive, and quite possibly the most important piece to what we're doing here over the next few decades. It's big, right? It's so big because if you think about it, right, like we just talked about how toxic the water is. That toxic water is creating the trees. That's creating the avocados. That's creating the cherries, creating the apricots, is creating the lettuce, the cucumbers, everything that we eat, the animals are eating, right? So it's really a web of consciousness that is just all connected through. Our soil is having virtually no nutrients anymore. A fraction of the nutrients and minerals that our soil had just a couple hundred years ago is very limited today, which is why so many people are using supplementation to be healthy, not because it's some kind of fad, but because it's actually necessary. Because the tomatoes that we eat and the Swiss chard we eat, the broccoli, the heads of cabbage simply don't have the mineralization and the nutrition that it once had. And it's just kind of a, say, harsh reality, if you will, to realize, okay, maybe this biohacking thing that I see on podcasts and here on YouTube channels is not just some kind of thing that's catching on. Like, it's actually necessary to biohack our human vessel to access God and to access our limited infinite potential, as we come in contact with about 60,000 chemicals per year, especially if we're living in a city like London, Tokyo, Los Angeles. The level of chemicals that we come in contact with it's endless. So it's an awareness, and it's a radical ownership and responsibility to learn about these things and actually take note that the truth is the truth, and that's that we're being poisoned. And it's just what it is, present today, right now. And through becoming aware of the waters and the energetics of how this has happened, there's always, what can we do? What avenues do we go to? Where do we look to? And that brings me to this word, and that's the word hydrogen. And the word hydrogen is a really godly frequency, a really profound word that's come into my field just less than 2 years ago. And hydrogen makes up all the stars in the universe. It's what makes up all the stars in the universe. And water is the conduit where all consciousness flows throughout the entire universe. It's through the conduit of water. So little is known about water. And you all listening to this, even the people who are the most knowledgeable water researchers in the world know a fraction, so little about water. So profound. We're understanding so little about what water actually is. which is why I opened up this conversation with asking you to go within and feel into what is water and how would you describe it? How would you explain it? Because very, very few people who are even on the awakening journey have ever like really thought about this question. What is water? And like I said before, it is so fascinating to go down this rabbit hole because it's omnipotent, it's omnipresent, it's all around us. As I sit outside my house in the forest in Washington, I can see the water coming down, giving life to everything I can see. All the beauty I can see exists because of water, and nothing out there would exist. All those trees on the mountains, none of it would exist without water. So I truly believe that when we were in the times of ancient Lemuria, hydrogen was heavily present in all the waters, in the rivers, in the lakes, in the streams, because we were vibrating at an entire different frequency. And as the dark forces came in and infiltrated and distorted and manipulated all of the Templar systems and the templates connected to the earth, these all got hijacked and distorted, and hydrogen slowly disappeared. And thus was erased this frequency of hydrogen. And where does the word hydrogen come from? Hydration, right? Hydrogen, hydration, hydration, hydrogen. So we are only as hydrated as much hydrogen as we are getting in our water. So this is one of the most impactful and easy things that we can do to shift our health and become more of a conduit to God and the divine creator. So when we drink hydrogen and when we consume hydrogen, hydrogen is the tiniest molecule in the universe. Okay, so it has an innate ability to travel inside the cell, permeate the cell, all 60 trillion of them, and work as a microscope to identify where there's things that are out of balance, things that are out of homeostasis. So we have many cells that can be cancerous, that's normal, but we never let these cancer cells take over if we are connected to the earth, if we are eating foods that are alive, organic fruits and vegetables, if we are consuming amazing water, if we are exercising, if we are doing qigong, breath work, and moving God prana through our sacred vessel, then we are not going to have cancer take over because we are continuing to allow God to work through us. We're continuing to allow the sacred life force to work through our vessel. And the frequency of hydrogen is such a beautiful piece because it alivens and awakens every single cell in the body. And it's the father molecule. It's the tiniest molecule in the universe. So it's a very, very, very intelligent molecule. It's a very, very, very intelligent frequency in its ability to activate the body, bring the body back to homeostasis, and actually feel hydrated for the first time in our life. And I can tell you of weaving in between the health space as a nutritionist, as a rites of passage guide for men, as a speaker. I have so many different things that I dive into as a New Earth ambassador. I'm very passionate about sharing passion projects that can create abundance and wealth for our people and for our community all over the world. And I really feel that's a big part of leadership. And I'm also deeply passionate about water because it's a very primary piece to hydrate the consciousness once again. Okay, so right now the consciousness on Earth is very dehydrated because 99% of the world is in extreme dehydration, truly. And a very huge part of the world is drinking water that is not just dehydrating, but is actually literally poison and extremely toxic. So it's like there are many scales of good, of like horrible, bad, not so good, medium, and then like exceptional. And the people who are up there and great and exceptional is making up just like a couple percent of the world, really. And that might even be generous, to be truthful with you. And once again, there's going to be continued lots of knowledge, wisdom, and information being shared about this piece, this topic, the reclamation of water, because it would be impossible to reclaim our earth without the reclamation of our water, which is life and our deepest connection to God. And I want to share the work briefly, and this is so profound, you guys. One of my very, very close friends, Veda Austin, is one of the most prolific water researchers in the world. And her work is truly, truly astounding. If you don't know her, if you don't follow her on Instagram, highly recommend finding her, Veda Austin. And she just put out a book where she demonstrates a caged egg that is traumatized and is shitting on all the other chickens and has no space to live and is not living in harmony, and takes the frequency of the egg under a microscope. And when they put the egg under the microscope, it's all distorted and none of it's in homeostasis, and it's very blotchy. And then they put the eggs of free-range chickens that are living out in a field, living together, fertilizing the fruits and vegetables and tomatoes and cucumbers. And these chickens are very happy, living their best life, living in a colony together, living with their family. And when they put the microscope of the egg, the crystallization of the egg is gorgeous and so beautiful. And this is the piece, you guys, listen up here. They put the egg amongst the distorted egg amongst all the other eggs of, like, I think it was like 10 eggs that were crystalline. And okay, sorry, let me reframe. They put the one egg that had a beautiful crystalline structure, and they put it amongst all of the eggs that had the distorted structure. And that one crystalline egg impacted the structure of all dozen eggs surrounding it. Take that one in for a second. Okay, so what that is demonstrating is, through the field of embodying love and this water, because that's what the egg is, it's just water. Through embodying more love and a higher frequency, we touch all of creation. We literally change the frequency of an entire village, of an entire town, of an entire city. And that is the power when we become hydrated, when we get the frequency of hydrogen in our body, when we start emanating more love and more compassion for all sentient life and all beings around us. Really, really profound that she was able to demonstrate that under the microscope with eggs that were happily connected to the earth, and then eggs that were miserable and tortured, sitting in a cage with all these other chickens with no other space. So what is happening when someone is going to a Ralph's or some grocery store and buying eggs that are tortured, right? They're eating the frequency of pain and suffering. That is going into their cells. That frequency is touching all throughout creation. So you guys, like, this is the same thing with eating, and I had no intention of talking about this, but this is what is wanting to come through. That's the same thing with eating tortured cows, tortured pigs, tortured lamb, tortured anything, right? Like, that frequency is moving through our body and it's impacting our consciousness. Same thing with when we drink toxic water. It is distorting the crystallization within our body of every single cell in the body. So moving back to hydrogen, when we can get this godly frequency in our body, we are hydrating the consciousness on the planet. So as we bring millions to hydrate their own consciousness, as we bring tens of millions, hundreds of millions, it's going to make a massive impact on the sovereignty and the consciousness of this planet. Very, very, very exciting stuff. So just really quickly, you guys, like, hydration plays a vital role in nerve function, muscle contraction, plays a vital role in digestion, all of the organs, your heart, your livers, your kidney, everything is impacted by the conduit of water. Look at the body as an energetic highway. Literally, prana cannot flow without being properly hydrated. Frequency technology will not work if you are not properly hydrated through the avenue of molecular hydrogen. So if you're sitting in some kind of bed, if you're using some frequency device, guess what? If you're just drinking alkaline water, by the way, no one should be drinking alkaline water. Don't know if you know that. Now you do. A lot of people who are sharing certain companies and alkalizing machines are saying, drink 8.5 pH water, or drink 9.5 pH water. Not true. The gut actually wants a pH between 5 and 6.5. That is what the gut is wanting in terms of the pH of water. So that is something that is said so much that is deeply misunderstood by many health practitioners out there. Think we should be drinking alkaline water. The body wants to be alkaline. The gut is its own mini universe and does not want to be alkaline. So it wants a 5 to 6.5 pH of water. So going back to what our Geraldine, our last speaker, was talking about, right? She mentioned the great central sun and DNA. What also helps awaken the DNA is to become connected to God and to become a conduit, because on a molecular level, we are 99.9% water on a molecular level. So we are water, you guys. We are literally the walking ocean. And so as we change this one thing and start getting molecular hydrogen in our body every day, it completely revolutionizes our inner system and how this body functions. And we are able to receive the codes, the ancient wisdom, the ancient remembrance of all that we are, coming from the great central sun into this sacred vessel through the avenue of hydration. This is, it's so important. As we continue to understand and embody this, and millions of us become more hydrated, tens of millions, the impact that it's going to have on the consciousness of this planet is just going to ripple out in ways that's just so beyond. So I love this topic, because when we start getting more connected to water, we start understanding life itself. To understand water is to understand life itself. Take that one in. It's really, really profound. We're like, whoa, never really made this connection before. Like, I'm connected to water, and I pray over my water, and I go to the rivers and I bathe in it, but a lot of people have never really heard it said like this. And so when we get more connected to water, when we get more understanding of water and understanding that we are literally a walking body of water, we get more connected to the divine and to God and to our purpose and to our mission and to the earth. And during this time, you all, we need water bearers, we need earth stewards, we need people who are merging with this earth organic timeline as possible. And that is the potency of, one of the things that I offer, which is guiding men out into rites of passage and initiation. And this is off topic, but we have a planet of uninitiated men, billions of uninitiated men that have never gone through initiation. And through the avenue of initiation and going out into nature, when you take a man or a woman and you put them out in the middle of the wilderness to be totally away from all distractions, all cell phone, all external validation, something really magical happens to this human, because no longer is he distracting and keeping himself or herself busy. She is one with God. She is hearing the river running by her. She is drinking the water from that river. She has so much time to pray, so much time to sit with her anxiety, her unworthiness, his lack, his disbelief in that he's not being guided and supported. And to me, the golden age really is emerging and connecting back to nature and connecting back to all that we are, which is nature, and the waters and the leaves and the trees and the moss and the soil, and really just merging once again with nature, because we've been so disconnected with her. And, just the frequency of rites of passage, of going out into the wilderness to fast and to be with the water. Wow, it is some of the most humbling, profound work I've ever done. And in that capacity, they feel a deeper connection to water than they ever have, because they've never listened to water that intently of 4 straight days of fasting and meditation and just qigong and having nothing to do but just be a human being. Profound things, you guys, happen when we do nothing. Some of the most profound shifts happen when we actually just stop doing and we literally just be for an extended period of time. And that is when God truly enters us, and the light enters, and the light enters the cracks of the darkness and our shadows. And yeah, that's a big piece of right now, you guys, is reclaiming the deepest parts of ourself and the shadow aspects of ourself that we've never accepted. The inner wounded child, right? Like the reparenting, the mother-father wound, the central nervous system healing, our health, parasites in our body. It's like the full reclamation of all these parts that want a flashlight shined on them. The shadow work, right? The inner child, like these are things that fully want to be reclaimed right now. And one thing you can do literally this week and change immediately is starting to get hydrogen in your body. Such an easy, profound shift that someone can do. So yeah, my invitation to you, I know we're coming up on time. My invitation to you is simply to just start to pray over your water, start to get more intentional with your water, use rivers and waterfalls as a sacred ceremony to take away your emotions, your rage, your anger, your unworthiness, your lack, and let it just like wash away as you even not even in a waterfall, but in a shower, right? Just continue to merge and get more curious about what water is, and because it's to learn more about God and more about yourself in whole. And going on this journey of water will simply just get you more connected to life itself and to nature itself. So yeah, it's a full-on rabbit hole, but it's a really exciting one because even people who understand water on the deepest levels barely know anything. And you guys, like, I know some stuff about water for sure, and I have some water codes, but I'm a student and I'm barely learning, and I just feel humbled to be able to share what I do know and plant some, potent seeds of inspiration of water and nature and the divine and our creator, of how it's all just intertwined and how important the reclamation of water is. So, yeah.
Awesome. That was wonderful. Thank you so much, Andrew. When I moved to Florida, I lived in Maui for a while, and then I lived in Los Angeles, and then I lived in Central Coast. But when I finally decided to move to Florida, which now I'm moving again, but I remember saying, where can I swim every day? Because water is so healing. And the consciousness of water is really becoming more and more widely known. I love what you shared about that. The images that have been taken of water, where people like a pregnant woman put her finger in the water and then they froze the image. You mentioned that woman's name. What was that woman's name?
Yeah, that's Veda Austin.
Veda Austin, right. And I'm very friendly with one of her friends as well. And they took a picture of a woman who put her finger in the water while she was pregnant, and then the water was frozen, and it showed an image of a pregnant woman in the frozen water. Just on and on. They took pictures of Veda. Her work is incredible. I love that you shared that. And you know what? More importantly, I love what you're doing to help bring about the divine masculine, to return the divine masculine. Thank you so much for your work. You guys in the comment section, show some love for Andrew. You got some great comments in there.
Beautiful, brother. I just want to jump in real quick. Thank you so much for that transmission, brother. And I actually just watched a TED Talk like a week ago while I was hiking, and it was all about water. And he was talking about all these different things of how like miraculous it is. And one thing he said is that whatever grand design there is, it came up with the perfect equation for evaporation, for the right amount to be evaporated, to constantly be feeding the oceans, to make it that the rivers, and everything feeds back into the ocean rather than the other way around. Like just all the equations that had to go into the balance of water on this planet is just so miraculous that it almost couldn't have happened coincidentally.
Yeah, it's the cosmic blueprint of water and how it's designed. Perfect example from one of the mountains, Mount Baker in Washington, that is literally 100 miles away. Filters. There is a lake at the top of Orcas Island that has the water from Mount Baker that's 100 miles away across the ocean. So this water from Mount Baker is traveling under some kind of tube inside Earth, and that water is coming up on Earth on this island in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah.
That is really, really profound. So there's some magical stuff when we tap into understanding water on a deeper level, and it gets us closer to the divine. And yeah, thank you, Lori, for the acknowledgement on rites of passage for men, and for any man on here, and for any woman, for their boyfriend or husband. The reclamation of the masculine and feminine is literally actually not possible without initiation for men once again, because we had initiation for men for every single boy on the planet at one time, thousands of years ago. And through distortions and hijacking, that we have a planet full of uninitiated men, which is why we see the rise of the feminine. The feminine is holding the torch of consciousness, and men the masculine is struggling to find their truth and their voice and their power. And it leaves men confused and kind of like, where is my place? As the masculine kind of has like a gentle torch of handing over this new feminine leadership and wisdom onto the earth. But women can't do it alone. The men have to follow. So it is our duty to go through initiation as an adult man, so we can once again create a world where our young boys are like, yes, my dad went through initiation, my uncles went through initiation, my older brothers went through initiation. Now I'm 14 years old, and it's my time to go out into the wild and also become an initiated man before my tribe, before my community. So this is really, really deep work, and it's incredibly special to witness men go through this beautiful process and spread that seed to every awakening man on the planet.
Right. Andrew, when are you going to do the next retreat?
Men need men.
I would love to. I'm sorry, Lori. I was just saying that I would love to attend one of those retreats. When are you going to do the next one?
Yeah, the announcing of all the dates for 2025 is actually about to happen in about 4 weeks from now in November. So they're coming soon.
All right, cool. I'll keep an eye out.
Men need men, and women need conscious men.
Yeah,
like women
really
need conscious men, and men need men to become more conscious.
Yeah,
so true.
There's no unification of the energies and the reclamation of our earth without our women and without our men. And right, like we become more powerful in union when we have our counterpart constantly being our mirror and reflecting back to ourselves. All of our triggers, wounds, to continue to just be a straight conduit for God consciousness, unconditional love to flow through us.
Yeah, because in the presence of another man, a man can really find his divinity. Whereas when it's not always the case, but so often if a man is in the presence of a woman, there's all kinds of other programs running. I know I've had a lot of men attend my retreats, and very often what has ended up happening is they confuse the love that they're experiencing in the presence of at the retreats for romantic love, because they haven't yet learned what real love is. So it's so amazing for a man to be in the presence of another man who can hold sacred space and help him find the love within, so that then when he is with a woman, he can discern how to be love and not get confused between what real love is and an identification of love as romance, right?
Yes.
It's in the presence of other men he learns how to anchor in the divine masculine and the love that is available to him through his own beingness. So I just am so grateful. I'm actually so grateful to you for what you're doing, because I mean, psychically, I can see it all. It's really beautiful work and powerful.
It's the beginning of it, and it's going to be really beautiful to see this message, this wisdom, just flood Earth as every man hears that ping. Like, I have to do this. It's going to be really cool to be a part of and witness.
And I also, just to wrap up, I know that we have our next person coming on, but just to wrap up, I love what you shared about like blessing, you know, doing a prayer and blessing the water, because that's the whole point. Like, the water is consciousness. It's consciousness. Everything's consciousness. So when somebody puts a prayer or a blessing into their water, the water is being affected by that and responding to it, because we are consciousness too. So our prayer and our blessing affects in a positive way the water that we drink. It's beautiful share, Andrew.
Thank you, Lori. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, any parting comments before, or any last minute? You got a lot of love there on the chat, and anything else that you want to say before we close and Neil comes back and we bring on our next person?
Yeah, just really quick, if you are looking for like the best water machine and the best water devices for hydrogen out there, I have them and I can share them with you. Some of my closest friends and colleagues are the most prolific water researchers in the world. So I got the insight on like what actually is the top of the top. And yeah, if you are an awakening man, and if you're wanting to join us for Rites of Passage 2025, I might even be heading to Australia, possibly, if you're an Aussie or a Kiwi. Just get on the wait list, and yeah, we look forward to ushering you out on that extraordinary journey. And last but not least, next week I'm launching a course called The Reclamation, which I talked about a lot about reclamation in this talk. November 19th starts. It's an 8-week container of shadow work, inner child work, all the pieces that keep people stuck and not allowed to fully like jump out of God level embodiment and leadership. That's what we're going to be diving into. So that starts November 19th. Just got announced today.
Great stuff. Can they find all that on your website, including the water devices you were referring to? Okay, good. Yes. I'm going to put that in there one more time here on the side chat for people. You can check out Andrew's website. And of course, it's his name, AndrewGenovesHealing.com. And thank you again so much, Andrew. You've been magnificent. So wonderful. You guys show Andrew some more love. I'm sure I'll have a fun time reading over the chats after when he's off camera. And yeah, Neil, are we just about ready for our next person?
Hi, Lori.
Hello.
I popped in today to introduce Bridget because she's had a profound impact on my life since I met her on the Portal to Ascension Lemuria conference.
Okay, then I'm going to sign off and let you do the next introduction. And great to see you. And I'll see you again next time around. All right, lots of love.
Yeah, I'm really excited to introduce Bridget Renee Holliday. She is an amazing person. Bridget Renee Holliday. She's a galactic unity ambassador and the founder of the Ascension Catalyst. If you have not joined that, you're definitely going to want to tap in. It's a global community for the awakening starseeds. I've had the privilege of getting to know Bridget, and she is truly one of the brightest and most beautiful souls I've encountered. When you connect with Bridget, she offers a profound sense of being seen, heard, and accepted. Her non-judgmental approach is felt deeply through her contact with clients and the community. She's a starseed, a channel, a multidimensional medium, and a quantum hypnotherapist. Bridget works with the Council of Light to guide us towards our galactic and cosmic connections, helping us anchor those frequencies into this life. Welcome, Bridget Renee Holliday.
Hello.
Hi, so wonderful to see you.
You too. I think my light's a little bright. You guys are going to see me blast it out because I don't want to get up and do that.
I love your background. It's so you. You're so and I did mention you work with the Council of Light. Do you want to share some of the other ETs, intelligences that you are able to connect with?
Yeah, and I also want to say thank you for that beautiful introduction. That was my heart was just expanding as you were reading it. And I want to say congratulations to Neil, my beautiful friend that we all love so much. I just want to say congratulations on 16 years of amazingness. And thank you to everyone that's here supporting and receiving and expanding with us. The people that I connect with, I call everybody people, even if they're not in a human body, just so everybody that, if you don't know me, that's how I am. And really, it depends on who I'm connecting with, what other humans, but I'm constantly connected to, a variety of beings just because I've activated in that way. So anyone in any given moment can step forward and communicate and connect with me. I pretty much channel all day long, right? So,
You're tapped in.
Well, it's just a lifetime of practice, right? So, and it doesn't even take that long now. Now you can just hold the intention to tap in. I don't believe in turning it off because it's once you integrate the ability of how you receive, what information comes through in what way from what being, once you really integrate and anchor that, it doesn't matter if they knock on your door, we're in oneness, right? So to me, they don't need to knock, they can just come on in. And that's how I work. So I'm at any given moment, I'm connected, of course, always to my high self. Angelics, they pretty much raised me. I always joke about that, but it's really true. They helped me understand spirituality and the world that we live in. A lot of what I understand now or understand is that it comes from them. But also it can be ascended masters, and in the galactic side, it can also be elementals. I'm constantly connecting with dragons, but in the galactic side, I'm generally connected to the Pleiadian, Sirian, Arcturian, Lyran, Andromeda Galaxy, my Andromeda family. My connection with Andromeda Galaxy is super, super strong, especially right now in this period of my life with the frequencies that I'm here to bring in, which is that unconditional love and universal harmony, that unity consciousness. But also the auroras will pop in sometimes, and a variety of beings. I mean, I'm connected with benevolent reptilians. I'm connected with insectoids, all kinds of beings that people have a lot of preconceived notions about or have maybe not had great experiences with. I connect with the beautiful versions of them. I've actually connected recently with the ethereal Anunnaki as well, and it was a very beautiful, beautiful message that they brought through. So yeah, it's just a lot of different beings, and we all have the ability to do this, right? Like, we are all special in these ways. It is our natural, innate right and ability. I call it a soul right to be able to do this if we so desire.
Thank you, Bridget. You're getting a lot of love in the chat.
Oh,
Everyone's excited to hear from you and see what you have for us today. So do you have a presentation?
I do, but I'm going to be using the Canva presentation on, so I think I go down, do I do present first or do I go to Canva first?
I think you go to Canva and then you'd click present, and then Neil's in the back end. Here he is.
Neil!
Is Canva open already? Hey, Bridget.
I'm doing it now.
Opening it. Yeah, just present entire screen and click the screen, click share.
Full screen, present, and then come back to you.
Yeah. Go to share screen, entire screen.
Oh, it's not even showing StreamYard now, so I think maybe I have to do that after. Okay, back to StreamYard.
Yeah, you can actually share your entire screen and then just go navigate to Canva.
Okay, perfect. So go into present.
Yep.
Share screen. Share screen. This one. Okay, I think I got it, guys. I think I'm doing it. And then go into full screen here, correct?
You got it, yep.
Oh my gosh. You can still see my window, so I don't know. Is there something else I need to do in StreamYard?
It looks great. All we can see is your presentation and then a little square of you in the corner.
Oh, okay, perfect. All right. I am so excited to do this. And Neil, I love you. Ashley, I love you. Thank you for that beautiful introduction. Okay, so today we're just going to go into our multidimensional remembrances. My intention is really just, let's see if I can get it to move. There we go. my intention today is really just to encourage remembrance so we can begin to anchor all of these beautiful high dimensional frequencies into this life that we're living right now. And the information that I'm presenting today comes through lifelong experiences of channeling, but also accessing my soul's high knowingness. So those visions, downloads, the intentional sort of reaching into the soul's Akash, or the soul's, just all the knowledge and wisdom of all the experiences of my soul, right? And also through my consciousness travel experiences and through quantum hypnotherapy sessions, which are so much fun. If you guys haven't had one and you're looking for a deep dive into who you are and who your soul is, that is one of the best ways to do it. And it holds these impactful keys to our lives. So the reason I'm coming from the place that I do is that I believe that every single one of us holds keys to this picture. And, remembering our lives and expressions are a very important way of anchoring in those frequencies. And you guys have heard so many amazing presenters leading up to now. Geraldine was actually, and I knew she would because we have some similar things that we talk about, but Geraldine was talking about it, about some of the things that I'm going to bring in from maybe a slightly different angle today. And I love listening to her. Hopefully you guys are here for her. She's amazing. So really, let's start with some foundational stuff. Just for those, I know there's a lot of people here who are very advanced and who I can feel you and who are already well into your journey, but there's also a lot of people on YouTube and other places that are looking for this information. So I'm going to start with some foundational information. This universe is ever expanding. And the reason it's ever expanding is source is expressing, right? So and it is ever expanding to support the variety of ways that source moves as the variety of expressions in the micro, which can be actually atomic and subatomic, and within that, all the way to the macro, right? Which is that vast expansion of consciousness that may not even have a visible form. So it's also from the physical to non-physical, right? You can be a being and a non-being in this universe, which I think is wild and fantastic. This universe is balanced, connected in oneness, and offers infinite focal points of consciousness, density, and the angles of expression, which are deeply interwoven. All of that is interwoven. Everything in this universe is interwoven. Whether it's something we can perceive as humans or not, it can still, in a higher dimension, perceive us, whoever they are, whoever they might be, that version of we that exists there. And as starseeds on Earth, we express many of these aspects while individuated as a 0 point. And much of this is also expressed through our multidimensionality beyond the light of most people's current awareness, though we are really expanding into that. And I find it exhilarating and so exciting. And really, everything from us emanates throughout the unity field for all high dimensional source expressions to receive and observe. So we can think of ourselves as these giant conduits of information that are going to the other versions of us and beyond in the oneness field. And I'm going to move on to, if I can get it to do that, to really just another way of looking at it. We always talk about in the consciousness community and the spiritual communities, you'll hear as above, so below, as within, so without. And generally it's focused in a different angle of our expression, more to the density of our consciousness, meaning how we spiritually evolve, right? But in this presentation, we're going to talk about it a little bit as within the source expressions and their interwovenness, right? So if we consider ourselves the so below in some situations, the as above could be an ethereal version that our soul is expressing as simultaneously to this one, right? It could also be the version of us, of this version of you, like say it's Sherry or Ashley or Neil or me, Bridget, right? This version of us that is in the higher dimensions already expressing simultaneously to our focal point of consciousness right now, which is sitting here doing this presentation or observing this presentation, right? And once we lift those illusions of separation and forgetting and step into the remembrance that we are more than what we've been told and taught, and we begin to really access the abilities and remembrances of our multidimensional nature. So being able to actually identify and connect with the simultaneous lives and expressions of our soul for deep healing, for information, for an exchange of whatever that looks like and is fun or exciting or fulfilling for each of us, and the collective of us that is our soul, and so many other different things, right? So from vast forms of consciousness without individuation, meaning they're not individualized persona, they're not fully fractalized to the point that we are as a human, to energetic beings of light, not bound by 3D laws of expression, or just beings of consciousness, not bound by 3D laws of expression, to highly fractalized physical lives like what we have here. They're all connected in oneness, and each of them hold keys which are important to this current human life. And you heard Geraldine earlier, if you were here, really talking about the morphogenetic field and all of that, and that's what that is referencing. I'm going to move into the connection points. So one of the first visions that I ever received, which was actually a multi-part vision, but it started as a vision and then moved into consciousness traveling for my team to explain things to me, came with some questions that I had. And grid workers, you'll know what this is if you've if you've done any grid work. You've probably seen this in one form or another. This is my visual attempt to explain the connection of everything through the highways of light that connect us, right? And connect every body. So really, these are consciousness grids which connect each expression within the universe throughout our dimensional and density experiences. They are light grids which weave together, forming the unity field. So you can look at this. This is my attempt to show you the visual of how every being or every consciousness that exists within these planetary bodies, or the moon, right, is connected by, this is one way to visualize it. It's connected by an energy stream of our soul essence, right? And all of those within the planet form this giant energetic umbilical cord. This was part of my original vision about all of this, the oneness. I was a teenager when this vision came in. And it showed me like the tiniest insect, the most microscopic being, all had a life filament, a life force. And it all connected, and then it ended up being, coming from the planet herself, and connecting like an umbilical cord around her, and then moving out, connecting to all the other heavenly bodies and to things that were unseen to the human eyes. And what it created from a higher perspective, my team likes to expand me up and to the left, which is expanding out to see more of the picture when they do these kinds of things and show me this kind of information, helping me access that memory and the others that come from it. So with this, it basically started to show me all the planets, nebulas, stars, moons, quasars, black holes, which I see as giant portals, everything in each solar system, all the galaxies, all the planes of dimension that aren't necessarily having the same kind of experience as a planetary incarnation, and maybe not an incarnation at all the galactic, cosmic, ethereal lives and expressions, all connected in oneness through the highways of light, right? So it forms this beautiful ripple effect. I'm about to show what the weaving looks like in the way I perceive it from a broad, vast perspective. But this is why what we do on Earth has such a ripple effect throughout the universe and within all of the dimensions, is because we are all deeply connected. So this is sort of how I see, if you would add a lot more lines, this is into that sacred geometry. This is sort of how I see source in this universe. My light is falling, so hopefully everything's okay. But from the macro view, the highways of light are the grids of light that we perceive as the dimensional grids, which are also the source unity fields, right? So if you where our consciousness is focused within within our source expression, our 0 point, determines the grids of light we perceive ourselves to be woven within in those particular lives and expressions, right? So a lot of us right now are experiencing ourselves being woven within the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, sometimes higher dimensional grids right now, right? But we are actually interwoven with all of them. So we're connected to all the grids of light from a soul perspective. We can access them while on earth through source invitation, meaning we get a nudge from source to do some grid work. We get a nudge from source, and that's usually how most grid workers realize that they are grid workers, is they get this initiative experience requested from source, requested from their soul, that says, hey, let's do some collective grid work for the earth or for the universe, or for, hey, I would like you to go walk the ley lines of this planet, or go to these magical spaces on earth and add your frequencies, do grid work just from being. Grid work can be activities and actions that were requested to take or have the intuitional knowingness to take, but it can also just be being present in that area with whatever it is, right? And we can also really connect to the grids of light and access that through using our soul specializations. I like to call them specializations and masteries that come from the lives and expressions that our soul is currently expressing as. It has past, present, and future to the side. It's all happening in the now, right? And then really by awakening to our infinite nature. And yeah, I already said it presents as grid work. So the micro view, our individuated lives are also connected within the source unity fields via the soul streams that flow through us all. And let's move to the next one. So you guys know I love this one. I love to bring this in. We're a soul family tree. We're all connected by soul and source, aspects of consciousness existing in every dimension and density. And yeah, let's bring in the we. Let's bring in the we. So I'm going to move into some beings that I connect with. And this is just, again, a one way to view that highway of light and that soul stream that is connecting each and every one of us. So the top layer, you guys take a screenshot if you're on a phone and it's really small so you can expand out and see them. This is some art that I've had AI assist me to generate to roughly, get a visual description of beings that I interact with. And the top layer of the triangle, and this is really, there's no special meaning to the triangle. It's just the way it fit and visually looked good to me. So, but it is cool how it's as above to so below, which I think is cool. I did not do that intentionally though. So the top layer is just to really represent all of the angelic beings, all of the ethereals, those beings who may not even have a way for us to visualize them. They might be perceived as light and energy moving, right? They might show us a face because they can, something that represents, who they are and what they're doing with us. And they might be an ethereal angelic for another race or species, which is why you see a blue-faced one in there, right? For that. And then the cosmic beings, who are very ethereal most of the time, but they can choose to go in and out of form, as can the ethereals if they decide to transition or, have an adventure or whatever, right? And this is also where we get, people talking about them showing us something that they're not. Well, how else are we going to perceive them? If they're out of the range of our visual perception or how we perceive within our mind's eye, to show us that they are there and to give us something to perceive, they will often choose something that is within their soul's lineage that they feel closely tied to energetically, that is an idea of their frequency set, or they will choose something that is a mixture of that and something that brings up certain frequencies within us, right? And then the next group on this is my variation of one of the Andromeda Galaxy people, starting from the left, Pleiadian. Syrian, Arcturian, Lyran, and then the next set down would be Orion. And then, of course, the representation of the beautiful, wise, very regal owl people. I'm still working on blue avians, you guys. I'm trying to get AI to help with that. And then Lemurian, and we don't have a label for this other group of beings. Of course, there's the mantis. I just use this as a representation of the grays, the benevolent reptilians, the benevolent grays, I should say, and then some humans and sort of a stylized version of a vegan, right? Vega, someone from Vega. So these are some of the beings that I connect with, and I just want to go over how Source expresses really quickly, in my perception of how Source expresses. And this is not by any means a complete picture of all of the variations of Source expression, but these are the ones that I really feel having the information expands us, right? Expands our consciousness to understand how Source moves into and all the way into the fractalization that is us as humans. So Source, everybody I think knows what Source is. Source, God, Great Spirit, whatever you want to call it. It's the consciousness that flows through and exists as and within all of creation. It's the essence within all the great intelligence, basically, right? That flows through. So when I look at the monad, it's as if it's stepping down into its individuation, right? The monad is the unified origin, right? The source of all universal and multidimensional diversity. It is pure unity, but it in itself is an individuation in a way. It's an expression that it's like one of the first expressions of Source, right? And then we go into the oversoul. So this is, to me, the most, and this is slightly different. My perception of this, the oversoul is slightly different than other people, but to me, it's the most expanded aspect of high self. It exists within and beyond dimensional and density expression, and it oversees all soul expressions, fractalizations, and all levels of the blueprint from soul to individuation, all of them, including imprints, purposes and missions, soul expansion paths and lessons, specializations and masteries, and how they're carried into expressions, each life or expression, the timelines, energetic technology, all the overlays, the holographic, and all of the personas, right? So for me, this oversoul, this element of high self is fantastic. It knows all the lives and expressions, right? All of them. Can you imagine keeping up with all of that? That's amazing. And this is a part of us. This is a higher element of all humans on Earth, right? And everyone everywhere, pretty much. And then we go into the soul family. Did I go? Yeah, I did oversoul. Okay. I'm a little confused right now, you guys. Okay, here we go. The soul families. This is who we are to each other, right? The primary soul cluster group, right? Or soul mates, as people call them a lot, right? We share the oversoul, yet are individuated in many expressions. And collectives can even express without individuation in the way that we are, right? So it is interesting. We have soul families all over, and the soul families are also connected via the monad, right? So the oversouls are connected as well, right? So then we go into high selves, and you guys know these are the aspects of our multidimensional fractalizations that exist within every dimension and density, connected through soul as galactic, cosmic, ethereal versions of lives and expressions. That if this part of us guides and communicates through our intuition, discernment, synchronicities, and all of our soul senses, all of those beautiful things. I think I said intuition already. And our natural superpowers, right? Encouraging that. And it's also the version, our high self is multi-layered, right? So the highest high self, as I said earlier, would be the oversoul, right? But we can have aspects of ourselves that are already existing in fifth dimension, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, 12th, all the way up through the, it keeps going, guys. It goes a lot higher than that. And then we have, the ethereal versions of ourselves, stepping down into the ethereal, right? And I sort of gave a little bit of an introduction to the ethereals, and I think that's a really good one. It's the part of ourselves that could be simply consciousness. But mainly when we think of ethereals, we think of beings of light, energetic beings. It could be a plasma being, right? We think of, that part of ourselves that is the angelic for, the versions of us that are in physicality. And this could be a Pleiadian. This could be, a Lyran, Arcturian, insectoid, reptilian. We have dragons, right, that are the angelics for the reptilians, right? And there are also the source angelics, right? Those versions of source that are actual, I like to think of it as like the heartbeats of source coming out to assist us. But it can also be like the fingers of source, and we're expressions of source as well, right? So, and then, the ethereal, when we're in our ethereal form, depending on our dimensional expression, most of the time we can create worlds, we can create lives, we can assist with the creation of universes, we can move between universes effortlessly, we can exit these universal constructs completely and return to the non-dimensional, non-density versions of ourselves. We can do all of these things, right? And this exists for each and every one of us at a higher dimensional level, right? And all of these beautiful beings that you see here, most of them, I would say, they all have these same soul stream connections as well, these same abilities. And then the cosmic beings, I like to think of our versions of cosmic is, sort of the middle ground between physicality and ethereal. Depending on our dimensional expression, how expanded our consciousness is in the oneness field, we can create, obviously. We can create life. We can assist with the creation of life on planets. We can do all kinds of things. We can act as ambassadors. In the galactic lives too, we can do this for particular quadrants of the universe and things like that. We can come in and out of physicality. So we're not bound by the laws of physicality. And then we go into our galactic lives, and you guys know what that's like, at least the third, fourth, fifth dimensional version of it, right? That's what we're doing now in this, and we're stepping back into the upswing of where we were created, our creation point through Ascension, and then we'll expand even more into our high dimensional versions, right? Hopefully all this made sense, you guys. And the whole idea of this is just to bring it in so that we can anchor this knowledge, because the more we remember this, the more we're able to expand into our galactic, cosmic, ethereal connection points, and then really anchor that knowledge and wisdom, those codes, keys, and frequencies into this world. Again, if you're on a phone, feel free to snap a picture. These are all of the beings that were on the previous page. This is my visual way of explaining that all of these connections are held within our DNA. And it's not junk DNA. There's no such thing as junk DNA. I think we all know that by now. But it's also not necessarily going to show up in the physical. It will show up in our life expression. But the way it shows up in our DNA is energetic. And our science is not quite there yet to recognize the layers of multidimensionality that flows through our DNA and how it's all connected. So basically, the DNA holds codes. Our DNA holds codes for multidimensional experiences and expressions, our multidimensional nature, our energetic technology, right? That creates this body, but all of the other versions of ourselves. Not necessarily even the parallel versions of reality, but mainly I'm talking about simultaneous lives and expressions beyond Earth, but also could be within Earth, same time as us. And also through our own multidimensional expression through the dimensions, right? And DNA is a record. Basically, it's a record of our soul's expressions. Not all of it. There's so much that DNA holds, but the part I'm talking about today is the part that we can utilize the DNA connection points to access simultaneous lives of our soul. And we don't even have to do much of anything to do it, because it already exists. This technology exists for us. We're using this a lot in healing the ancestral lineages, right? And a lot of us, I do know there are a lot of people that do what I do when I'm working in something that I'll bring up in a little bit later. When I'm working in the blueprints, I ripple out all of the healing. The intention is to always ripple out from the 0 point into the unity field, wherever it's appropriate. We're not forcing anything on anyone, right? So if there's any healing, if there's any release, if there's any activation or upgrade, expansion point of any kind, the idea is to always ripple it out to everything in existence within this universe or beyond, if it pertains in some way, right? And really, if we're going to connect in, I just put a little blurb on here on this image to connect in. All we have to do is direct our consciousness focal point, meaning the light of our awareness, in a very congruent way. Like, this is my intention. It is my clear thought, right? And my emotions are backing it up with the excitement and joy, or at the very least, just, eagerness, right? So we connect with them just by the intention of doing so and thinking about them. And that projection moves through the unity field and the soul stream, if we're doing it with the simultaneous expressions of our soul, like I'm talking about now. We become very bright and shiny for them, right? Because their energetics are activated by that as well, because we are in oneness, right? And then we can start to communicate with them. A lot of them will communicate in the mind's eye, the place that you receive your memories. You can replay your memories. You receive information visually about things. That's where a lot of them will connect through that, but also the high knowingness, right? And that clear auditory within the mind, usually. And a lot of people who are really active in your clairsentience, you'll feel it in your body. You'll have emotions that flow through as well with this. And it's the same when connecting to any galactic cosmic ethereal being, right? So it's really just tuning to a radio station and just having your telepathy receptivity well practiced, right? And instead of thinking of tuning to a radio station outside of you, when you're connecting with your own simultaneous lives and expressions, say you have a Pleiadian or a Lyran life, what you can do is connect into the heart first, always connect in through the heart. And that activates that energetic part of your DNA. So it's much more energetic technology to me, right? And hopefully that made sense. I spoke about specializations activating, and I want to really just quickly touch on this can happen with anything. And my favorite thing is when it gets activated and I have no idea it's coming. My team hasn't told me, given me a heads up that a new activation is incoming. I haven't sensed it with my spidey senses, so to speak, right? And I have something happen when I'm working with other people. And then I'm like, ooh, I get to roll with this, right? Like, what's happening? This is new. This is exciting. And 2 to 3 years ago, actually, Blueprint Energy Healing came in. And it wasn't a total surprise to me, because I have memories that I've accessed of the creation of this universe and how we did it and what it was like and moving through the universe, right? So this wasn't a total and complete surprise that I would be doing Blueprint Energy Healing, but I had no idea that it was coming. And it is still surprising me the layers with which we play in within the blueprint. And it's fascinating to me. I've always found this sort of inner workings of us as humans, like how we think and feel and our motivations and, things like that. I've always found it fascinating. And really observing the beautiful differences and nuances but also the commonalities between us, right? So this gives me a really bird's eye view of that, but also a micro, the macro bird's eye, but also a micro view of our energetic technology. And it came through following my joy and my passion, my synchronicities, utilizing my specializations, right? Those gifts and abilities that I've come in to express into this world, and working in service to other people, right? So as I was doing some channeled messages and some energy healing, the blueprint stuff started happening. And it was a very Honey, I Shrunk the Kids kind of moment for me, which was super wild. It's like I got shrunk to, the size of a Tic Tac and placed inside someone's body. So it actually came and opened up two different types of things simultaneously, the blueprints, but also, sort of a medical medium kind of thing was happening with me, which is still happening. And I find it fascinating because I am not a medical professional, a Western medical professional at all, right? So I'm like, okay, where am I? And I have to, stay a little tiny, and then I'm like in someone's heart, and the people that I work with, the beings that I work with, will basically, draw my focal point of attention to a particular area, and then they'll sort of expand it. And once I see through that way, like what's going on, like the heart valve is not working or not working properly or whatever it is, then I know what to request, right? And sometimes I feel it in my body too until I announce it out loud. So this is just really what I want to share about this is, as we access all of this within ourselves, because this is us that we're accessing, right? All of these specializations, these masteries, and I like to have fun with it. I can be serious, a pretty serious person sometimes, but I also love to have fun with what I'm doing, even if it is something that is so important as, working within someone's blueprint, right? It still can be a fun experience for everyone all around. And so this is really I just wanted to touch on this to describe that as you're doing the things you love and you're using the skill sets that you came in with and the things that you've adopted in your toolbox, your little toolkit that's helping you be of service to yourself and others, more and more and more of these things are going to come in. More and more specializations are going to come online. They're going to expand even more the versions of whatever it is that you're already working with, right? Like right now, I can see and access the blueprints of our planets, of the planets in this solar system, all different kinds of things within the universe. And because of my integrity being how it is, I mainly do this when receiving that source call or that call from the high self or the call from the collective, right? I'm not out there playing in the technology of the universe and how it runs in order to affect change because I have an ego problem, right? I do it when being nudged into doing it or when I intuitionally receive it. And that's another thing that I think is so important for us is as we receive these specializations, it is really important to stay humble and grounded in our unity. The unity, not just with, the people that we love, the unity with the entire earth, with the human collective, all of our co-inhabitants, our universe at large, right? And remember that we are one spark among many within the unity field, right? Having a 0 point experience. And so to me, it's important to be respectful and mindful of, though we are infinite creator beings, until I have all of my memory back, I don't know everything about how everything works, right? And it's important to rely on the wisdom and knowledge of the beings who are accessing that information in a more vast way, which is why I love working with the people that I work with in the blueprint when I'm doing blueprints. Okay. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit and talk quickly. I don't know how much time I have. Hopefully I have a little bit of time left. I'll try to go through these really quick. I want to talk about orbs and I want to talk about UAPs. And I want to talk about, when I say being, non-human intelligence is a word that's thrown around a lot in the ufology community. I call them beings, right? Or people, because I view them as different, whether they are in a body or not. My perspective on orbs is I just see it from lots of different angles, right? One of the things that I see orbs as is light ship technology. And generally light ships to me are for beings that are in a very high vibration, but are traveling with beings who are from a different dimension, right? Because when we're ethereal, we don't need a device to travel and to traverse time and space. We can do that through intention. We can do that now in consciousness traveling and astral projection, remote viewing, right? So to me, it's a way for us to perceive them, that they'll bring that through. And lots of orbs can be so many different things. They can be a micro version of a reality, right? It can be an entire world. It can be, like I said, an ethereal being that is taking on the shape of an orb. It can be a ship that is in a higher dimension, stepping into our dimension, that the way we perceive it is an orb of light. It can be technology. It can be, all kinds of things, right? It can also be a being of light that is showing itself as an orb to someone whose third eye isn't fully activated, right? It can be a way that we perceive something so that we are comfortable with it, more comfortable with it, right? As well. So our ability to perceive is also involved in how we see things, right? And I just want to say, like, I'm so grateful that the ufology community is talking about consciousness now. It is one of my heart's deepest excitements, because for years now, actually around the time I met Alan Steinfeld, who I love so much, right around the time that I met him, my team was talking about we need bridges between the consciousness communities and the ufology communities. People who can come in and speak both languages, and to connect the dots of the truth of things for people who are really struggling with the consciousness aspect of things, because it is beyond their realm of perception, to help them stretch and expand, but also to receive the information about our reality and how it's been playing out from the people who have been studying ufology, and as people call it, UAPs and UFOs, right? For however long they have been, right? Some of them, many, many decades, right? And to bring the two worlds together in unity, rather than having the separation consciousness with it. And so Alan is a beautiful example of this. If you guys have ever heard him, really nerd out with the ufology crew, and I know you've heard him speak about consciousness, right? And there's so many people I've met that are actually beautiful, beautiful examples of that bridging. And really, it's so that we can awaken to the full truth of who we are, who we've been, how we've been, how we're connected in oneness, right? So that was a really fun picture. Trying to get him to create ufology technology was fun. So really, I just want to say our galactic, cosmic, and ethereal beings present to us as the collective consciousness raises, right? My team has said for such a long time, the galactics on my team has said contact is happening on an individual basis and in groups of like-hearted individuals. They're also now using the word disclosure, which I think is really funny because it's such a key word on Earth right now with humans. They're saying, sometimes they say contact, sometimes they say disclosure. They want to make sure that we realize that the people who are hiding things from humanity and have been for decades, they're not necessarily the way most of us want to receive our answers. And that comes from within, but it can also be found in the connection with each other. I think I've talked about ships before. I've experienced so many different kinds of ships in my consciousness traveling journeys, but also in meditation and different things like that. I've actually seen fully organic ships that they look sort of like the root ball of a tree, with beings that look like trees that actually move. They're very similar to trees we have here. And the first thing I thought when I saw that was like, oh my gosh, I started thinking of like Lord of the Rings with the tree ants or whatever they're called. And I was like, what? This is wild. They're not exactly the same, but they were close enough energy to that. It was just, those kind of things always amaze me, because it really does hit home that we are tapping into stuff in our creativity. We are tapping into things, knowledge and wisdom of our soul and our other lives and expressions, right? That we're bringing into this world through a very usually unconscious kind of trance-like way, right? When we're creating stuff. But ships come in all shapes and sizes, all energies, all different types of materials, things that we know here, types of materials that we have no idea about. They can be, AI, they can be ethereal, they can be biological, sentient, like they're their own consciousness in itself. Some are physical, some ships are made of light or plasma. They can transform shape and color and texture of light depending on the intention with which they were created. And you can find on ships beings that are ethereal, like beings of light, that don't necessarily need a craft to travel in, with beings that are more of a physicality, and everybody in between. You can find them on crafts together. And I feel like that's a choice for, whatever it is that we're doing, right? Like what our purpose is together. We can do that. Otherwise, the ethereal being, the cosmic, beings, they can just be right there, be where they need to go. So all of this basically is me saying there's no separation. The beings you've heard of, all the people you're experiencing contact with, they are us. They're coming from parallel realities, simultaneous lives, and they are simultaneous lives and expressions. They're future versions of us. Some of them are even past versions of us, especially from beyond the earth realm. And we are all connected through consciousness, right? Paranormal, you guys, it's all connected too. A lot of what we're experiencing in the paranormal stuff are things that have been created from human earth expressions, right? So, spirits and many entities are created by humans during moments of, intense thoughts, intense emotional reactions to things. We create other beings. My team has told me that we create worlds. I don't know exactly what that means yet. I haven't really tapped into that yet. I feel like it's probably going to come soon because I'm bringing it up now. And I'll be happy to talk about it when I do. But they basically say we create other beings mostly from unconscious spaces, though there are, as we know, there are people who create egregores on purpose. They do things like, to help them do whatever they're doing in a very mystical, magical kind of way, right? But most people create them unconsciously, and we have been doing this since the inception of humanity, right? So you can imagine the lower fourth dimensions they're filled with beings that have been created from us, that a lot of them are fully, aware of who they are. Some of them can self-sustain, others can't. The ones that can't self-sustain, they're the parasitic beings, right? And the parasitic beings that I've encountered most of my life, right? It's because they don't have a way to self-sustain. They don't have the same sort of source spark that generates their own frequency. When you start to realize these kinds of things and educate yourself on how things work, it takes away the fear and we step into empowerment, right? And if we know that parasitic beings exist, there are, of course, things we can do to sort of filter our reality, but that all starts within us, right? It all starts with what they would be resonant with, right? What fear do we have? What fear-based programming are we holding? What no longer serves us within our belief systems and our patterning and our, all of those things? What trauma are we holding that it's time to release, right? I always see these beings as messengers. I don't let them run amok in my life, but I'm like, you may take your leave. Here's a big burst of source, unconditional source love light. Thank you for your message. And then I go within, right? are those of us in higher dimensions that are assisting, large groups of these beings right now to assist them to be able to be self-sufficient, so they don't have to focus on being parasitic. And the way that works out for a lot of them, because they are an emulation of what they were created from. So let me just explain that before I talk about how it works. But if you create one of these from rage, right, or extreme fear, right, that's what they feed off of, right? They feed off of what they are, right? So they'll come in and give you a tinge of whatever that is. You have the ability to discern there's something in your field, right? Where did that wild thought come in? I would not visualize something like that in my normal mind, right? I see that there's a thought form attempting to connect with me, right? And now I can bring it out and say, hey, let's help it. Let's help you as I'm moving you out of my system and out of the human earth system. Let's, call in the support that can assist you to transform into your higher version of what you can be, if chosen, or take you to a place where you can sustain yourself without being vampiric and parasitic with humanity or any other humanoid in the universe, right? So there are things that we can do, with the beings that we're interacting with, that is of service to all, that is of service to them, of service to ourselves, of service to the human collective, but also of service to the whole of source that is expressing in this universe, right? Or not the whole of source. Source exists in many universes, but you get what I mean. And to me, these interactions with other beings are a reflection of us. And I'm a perfect example of this. When I was full of anger, as a late teenager, I had so much inner rage from my trauma and from, other things in my life, even though I had so much love too. When I had all of that and I was still holding some deep traumas, I was experiencing beings and entities, all kinds of things, spirits that were unhappy, all kinds of things. When I started doing my inner work and releasing these things and really alchemizing and bringing everything back into the wholeness and healing and transmuting and releasing all of the things, right? Everything in my world started reflecting that to me. So, and I've talked to so many people who have had these, these specializations active for large portions of their life that have very, very similar experiences with this. So I just want to say, when we step more into our sovereignty through empowerment, these experiences shift with us. Do the inner work. If you're having contact with, we'll say, galactic beings who are not resonant with you, you don't feel like they're part of your soul stream, that is a little bit different than what I'm talking about. I'm mainly talking about paranormal experiences. There are ways to completely nullify those contracts. Depending on your belief system and how you believe, you may not trust other forms of consciousness very much, but I would call in the source angelics to assist with that in a quick heartbeat. But yeah, there are definitely people that can assist you with that, and you can assist yourself through empowerment. And I won't go too far into that. There's also a little blurb on here about portals. Really, just portals are natural to this universe and other universes. I often see portals in the physical as black holes, and then in the higher dimensions, black holes look like portals. But we also have portals, all around Earth. We can generate portals. There are means of travel for us, right? But they can be open through intention. You can also close them. You can redirect them consciously and unconsciously. So if a portal, like a Gaia portal, is open to particular planes of expression, dimensionally and density wise, say there's a portal that is open to the 5th, 6th, and 7th dimension. If a human comes in with a lot of fear around that portal and is sort of reprogramming it unconsciously, they can actually open it up to layers of dimension that are not beneficial for humanity or this planet, right? So they can open up to the lower fourth, to the lower astrals, to, you know, other universes that may not even be compatible with this one, but have some sort of commonality, right? So it's important to be mindful when you're working with portals, and when you feel something like that. If you don't know how to adjust the portal back to its origin point, if it's a Gaia portal, then call in assistance with it. If you can sense there's like, you know, usually the way it presents in our emotional body is super creepy feelings, right? Like feels like something really bad's about to happen, or like something without an emotional body will really make us feel like something is wrong, right? If there are things like that coming through an area that you're around, it might be good to check how the portal is oriented, and if it was created by humans or if it's a natural Gaia portal. And there are people in the world that do this, you guys. A lot of grid workers have the ability to do this as well. So you can always reach out. Really, all of this today, I hope it helps you and all of us to just remember who we are and how vast we are and how deeply connected we are in the oneness field. And that's all today was about. And I really want to just invite us all into connection and community. If you're not already connected, in a community like Portal to Ascension, or, you know, Conscious Awakening Network. And even if you are, like, connect with as many communities as you can. I know Telegram has a lot of ways to connect in community. We've got X that is now actually, the vibration is getting a lot better on there. Just FYI, a lot of us are being called into that container right now to hold space for shifts in consciousness that are happening within lots of people around the world. So our light is actually helping the container not feel like it's completely full of shadow consciousness, which is what I feel every time I open the app. But you know, that too is a part of source, right? So if you're not a part of a community, or you are, the idea is to sprinkle ourselves in as many places as possible and join the communities together as often as possible. This is how we're sharing our codes, keys, and frequencies, and that wisdom and knowledge. This is how we're coming together to co-create, right? And we're being called more into our soul family groups, but also intermingling the soul family groups. So really tapping into that monad energy that exists within each of us and all of us, right? And I invite you to join if you are resonant with me and you want to connect deeper with people who I consider my soul family, my deep soul family. Come join us in Ascension Catalyst. We're doing all kinds of stuff. We're mainly in the chat a lot, talking about our experiences, our multidimensionality, but also our contact experiences and our everyday life experiences, because we are all of it, right? And then we really do our best to anchor and support and uplift each other within the things that we're being called to birth into this reality, into this world, right? And support and uplift each other in whatever way we can with that. You'll probably see, even though I can't see the chat, and probably won't get to see it because as soon as we drop out of speaker mode, it disappears. But you'll see, if anyone if any AC member wants to screenshot the chat for me, that'd be amazing. I love when they do that for me. So we're able to, I don't know where I was. I lost my train of thought. Come play with us. We're uplifting and supporting each other in the podcast that we're producing and all of the things we're putting in the world, right? And we have a weekly Zoom on Tuesday nights to really just share our ascension journeys and our starseed journeys and all of that thing. And I would love to have you.
I'm back here, Bridget. I don't know if you can see me.
I can't see you.
But I'm sneaking back on the stage with you.
Yay! Okay, so just here's the information for me. This is Ascension Catalyst, and BridgetReneeHolliday.com is where you'll find the Starseed mentoring and all the quantum hypnotherapy sessions that I have. If you have any question about any of it, feel free to reach out to me via email. Just know that my connection is a little spotty unless I'm here at this location. So I don't know how to get out of this, Ash. Stop sharing.
I think you would end your share, like maybe in the upper right, or there you go.
Okay, now how do I come back to you?
I see you. Do you see me?
Oh, yeah. And I see that my screen is lighting me up, which is good because my light just sort of like, as I was talking, it was like, earlier.
So. Holliday is your website. That's where people can reach out to you. Also, if they'd like to request you at their speaking events, because we have that question in the chat.
About what?
Doing speaking events. So Deidre wants to know, how do we contact you for you to speak at one of our events?
Oh, just go to Bridget at bridgetreneeholliday.com. You can email me, Deirdre. Is it Deirdre or Deidre?
Yep, Deirdre. Yeah, great. And I can attest to the power of the Ascension Catalyst. Like, I've come on to a few of the events you've hosted on Clubhouse, and not only is it fun, but Bridget, and as I say your name fits you so much because you bridge the gap between where we are here on the 3D and our other expressions. And I see you do that for people in the room. You've done that personally for me. So it's really, really powerful. Definitely connect with Bridget and Ascension Catalyst.
Oh, thank you, Ash. That's amazing. We are a loving group who, we're just here to support and uplift each other. And I feel like so many people, especially these journeys, can be really lonely. They can be really, you may not have a lot of people that can go that deep with you, right? And so that's what we do with each other. And even the real life stuff, like the 3D life stuff, everything's real life, but the 3D stuff, like we talk about it, we get real with it because, it's all a part of what we're experiencing right now, right? So Ashley, I love you. I'm so excited we got to do this together.
Oh my goodness, I'm so glad that I got to catch you on here. And I'm in just awe of Bridget Renee Holliday. Like, even our basic conversations, there's always something that I take away from that helps me go even deeper into my knowing and my remembrance. So thank you so much, Bridget.
Thank you. Thank you. This has been amazing. Neil, sorry about the lining. I think Neil's next, right?
Neil's next. Yeah, Neil is next. And I'm going to do a short intro for Neil, just introducing him.
Love you, Neil. Love you, Ashley. Love you, everyone. Thank you for coming and supporting Portal to Ascension. Thank you to everyone that is supporting me in the chat and everyone that's here. We love you so much. And yeah, I look forward to however we're going to co-create in the future. And I love speaking on podcasts and in events. So yeah. And thank you, Ashley.
Thank you, Bridget. So next up, we have Neil Gar. I know many of you are familiar with Neil. He's the founder of Portal to Ascension. And I found out today that this is their 16-year anniversary. So shout out to Portal to Ascension and congratulations to Neil. He's going to be coming on and presenting us something amazing, as he always does. Neil is just a phenomenal leader in the spiritual space. I respect him so much for what he has created and the authenticity that shines through in his interactions with all of us. Neil, welcome. So excited for what you're going to share with us. Can't wait to see what you have in store. I hope I presented you all right. I just think you're amazing. I don't know what else to say other than Neil is the gift to all of us. He's super authentic, and I'm just excited that we've connected.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Ashley. And here we go, everybody. We made it. 11 days, 6 or 7 hours a day. And we are now on the final stretch. And I just want to take a moment to bask in the energy of the fact that we just went 11 days and just feel it for a second before we get into anything else. I don't even know really where to start because I have a presentation that I want to get into in a second, but just the journey of what it took to get here and then us creating this event. I wanted to do something special for 16 years. I never celebrate. I had really just been on the go ever since I started Portal to Ascension. And then since 2016, when I really started going like even more hardcore and doing it full time, I've never taken a moment to really appreciate what has been created here. And after years and years of doing that, and literally just being on the grind all the time, I wanted to take a moment to just celebrate what we've done, but not so. It's not about what has been created. It's all the awareness that has been shared. So by creating this event here, I felt 11 days of awareness like this was the perfect way to celebrate. What better way to celebrate than to literally have a snapshot of, believe it or not, a minuscule a minuscule snapshot of the diversity of information we have in Portal to Ascension. So I wanted to do something where we really had all types of aspects, information that just shows you really what we have on Portal to Ascension. For all of you guys who do not know about Portal Ascension, just found us now, we have been doing events for quite a few years, and there's over 10,000 hours of content on our website. You guys could sign up on our website, portaltoascension.org. There's 3,000 hours of free presentations there. And what you've experienced in the last 11 days, if you tune in, is really just like a portion of what we have available on the site. And as I shared, 3,000 hours of presentations categorized by topic, by subtopic, and it goes very deep. And I would love to just get some feedback. I'm reading some feedback here of like, what do you guys feel from the last 11 days? What are some takeaways that you've had? Go ahead and share that. And I've been going back and forth. What I'd like to do is when I close out a conference, we're going to be here for another hour to an hour and a half together before we completely finish the 11 days. And I want to just kind of get your feedback on how we should close this out. Okay. Firstly, I want to talk about UFO disclosure. We're going to get esoteric, but we're also going to have some grounded information. I wanted to know, does anybody in the chat, we need some audience participation, okay? Audience participation for the ending of this. Does anybody in the chat, are you not aware of what's been happening in the mainstream with UFOs? If you aren't aware of it, put the number 1. If you are, put the number 2. So if you aren't aware about all the disclosure, all the UFO ET stuff going on with Congress, whistleblowers, put the number 1. If you are, put the number 2. We're going to do a live survey right now. And while you guys are doing that, okay, cool. Bridget was saying in her presentation that it's time to join the communities. When I started doing events when I started doing events online in 2016, I'd started in 2008. When I started doing events online, and that was really a milestone. 2012 to 2016 was milestones in Portal to Ascension. It was when I started doing bigger events. And as I was doing those bigger events, I started running into other types of producers, other types of event production companies, other types of conferences. And I started quickly seeing how much competition there was in this world. And I was doing it because I literally was like, the world is going to change. There's an evolution in consciousness. We need to come together and work together to assist in this process. And when I started like getting involved in those big players in this community of conferences, I was just seeing a lot of competition and even jealousy. People putting each other down, attempting to take out each other's conferences, sabotaging them. It was crazy. And I've had a lot of experiences like that over the years. And I started realizing that, there's a universal principle that I think a lot of us probably are aware of here, but maybe we can't all implement, is that the universe is an abundant place, right? But what does abundance mean? It means that there's more than enough for everyone, okay? So, for example, if you have a yoga studio down the street and then a couple of blocks down the street, there's another person that has another yoga studio, how will you be competing with them? Or could you have that mentality that there is more than enough people in the world to make it that they can both come to your businesses and you can both thrive and have abundance? So I saw that even though there was the understanding in the intellect that there is more than enough for everyone, that it wasn't implemented. This inspired me in the early years of Portal to Ascension to start attempting to collaborate with as many organizations as possible and bring in as many people as possible. And if there is one bottom line to every single thing I create, it's how can we incorporate the most amount of people, platforms, organizations, and some people that seemingly do different things, including how can we incorporate enough diverse information that there may even be people that don't agree with others on the platform. Because another thing that I saw was that people who don't agree with someone don't even want to be seen around that person. I am not going to that conference because that person is there. I will not attend your event because that person is there. I disagree with this person's info. Oh, that person's Illuminati. Not even knowing the person, but just saying that about that person because of what they're sharing. And I'm figuring, like, what I realized after working with like literally 4,000 to 5,000 plus speakers is that we're all just trying to figure it out. And Bridget even spoke about this as well. Like, we are all just trying to figure it out. We have this world of amnesia. And in this world of amnesia, we don't have full remembrance yet. But the part of the game is these stepping stones for us attempting to figure out the jigsaws in the jigsaw puzzle and put it together. And as we do that, some people are going to be right, some people are going to be wrong. And there's going to be some information no one can ever prove, right? So having a place where we can all come together and have discussions rather than have so much anger, animosity, hatred for the other person because you don't agree with them, that would actually, I feel, creates more unity than us disagreeing. And again, I've spoken about it a few times. What a better example than politics? You know, no real discussions, right? No real consensus about the fact that all of us pretty much want the same thing. We want to have a roof over our head as long as we're in a place where the weather isn't like literally perfect every day and you can sleep outside. We want food, we want water, we want shelter, we want family, we want love. And even those that don't want that, it's almost like they don't want it because they didn't have it for so long that it's a piece of them that is lacking, and now they don't even know how to embrace it anymore, how to even receive love. This is all what I had as well. So I wanted to create a community where we can come together. So when I did this event, that was the first idea. It was like, wow, like at first, every speaker was going to just be someone I worked with in the last 16 years. And then I decided to have a lot of those speakers here, and then also, bring in a lot of people for next year. And believe it or not, guys, you just attended a mass audition for someone on some level, because a lot of people I knew, but there was like 25% of the people here that I'd never heard before, but I felt the energy and I wanted to bring them on so that I could experience them with you guys and really see about what's going to happen in the future. Because, I'm going completely off script here. I had a different idea what I'm going to speak about. But, the last couple of years of my life, right? And I say this, I guess, lightly because it's really hard for me to say that life sucks. It's hard for me to say that because I realize everything happens the way it has to happen. But the last 2 years of my life was so insanely crazy and sad and depressing and anxiety filled. Everything I thought I was crumbled. And then 3 years ago, I got divorced. Like the first year after I got divorced, I was on cloud nine. I was visiting all my friends, traveling with Alan Steinfeld across the US, doing all these things. A year later, it all came crumbling down. I became depressed, full of anxiety, felt very lonely, traveling the world by myself. And I'm still traveling, and I'm healing from a lot of those things now. And everything started coming back for me to deal with. All the things that I pushed aside to not deal with started coming back. Everything I thought I was and what I identified with started crumbling, including parts of Portal to Ascension. And now I'm at this phase where I don't know what's next. I seriously don't know what's next. I know what I'm here to do. I'm here to create these events and gatherings and do things. And at the same time, on some level, I just want to be living in the jungle next to a creek somewhere and just be in peace. But there's something in my soul that keeps calling me back to do this work. And it's been a challenge, and this is happening for a lot of people, to lean into the unknown, to lean into the uncertainty of the future. And so this event is just like a big bang, if you will, for all of that, and an accumulation of everything that has happened, and also a milestone for what's to come next. Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it's going to evolve into, what my live events are going to be, but I'm being called to let go of what I thought I was, so that I can make room for what is going to emerge. And a part of that is even my identity and my ego around what I think I do. For so long, I spoke about how we aren't what we do, we are what we are. We're not what we do, we are what we are. But even though I said that, I identify myself with what I do. I gave myself credit and confidence and love because of what I created with Portal to Ascension. I had a life of lack of self-worth. I had mommy, daddy issues, all of that. But because I created Portal to Ascension, it gave me an identity of I am good enough. And then things started crumbling. And as things started crumbling, I realized that the identity that I created around what I do needs to go so that I can step into something greater. And that's happening for a lot of people. You know, I'm not going to name names, but many of the speakers on my platform I'm friends with. Almost everyone who spoke here I'm good friends with, and I've had these conversations with them. And it's happening on a collective level, and it's a crumbling of that ego-based identity on what we do to step into something greater. So I just wanted to share that, and now I'm gotta take a minute here because I didn't expect to share any of that. And I'm gonna go back to your guys's what you were saying about the UFO disclosure or not. See, I'm gonna skip that. So what I want to do now is I was gonna do, sorry, I did not expect to like almost cry, so I'm like kind of having to reset myself. Give me a second. All right. So what I was going to do was I was going to do a presentation on UFOs to UAPs, and then I was going to go into dragons. But after this, I don't want to do anything linear. I just want to keep it kind of metaphysical and just keep it there. So we're not going to do UFO UAPs, but that is on our website for free if you guys want to check it out. Ashley, could you tell me if my camera's okay? Because I'm like freezing for myself. Give me a thumbs up if I'm good. It's okay. It's kind of okay. All right. So thank you guys for listening to that. And now I want to share with you the journey of Portal to Ascension and my awakening journey, and then go into a dragon's presentation. It's a little challenging shifting into a new energy. So I'm just going to take a moment here. Actually, maybe we can all just take a breath together, a few breaths together. I see you moving your hands, Ashley. Do you want to saying something? Do you want to come on? All right.
That was great. And I was right there with you. Like, I'm like feeling the emotion. I like to center myself through the bones being the foundation. We had a private conversation about the collapse of the ego. And really the only thing that's going to stabilize us moving forward is our connection with God. So reclaiming who you are, where you are, like noticing your physical body, the bones, the skin, the entire space inside of you.
Do you want to lead us through a couple of minutes where we do that?
I can.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, let me just, because I got emotional too. I was like, oh my goodness. Yeah, so let's come back into center, everyone. Prepare to center yourself. You can close your eyes if you prefer, or you can leave them open. And this is about coming into the present moment, noticing the space within and around you, the scent of the air, clothing on your skin, taste in your mouth, where you are in space and time. As you inhale deeply, notice the scent of the air, the expansion that happens within the body as you take that prana inward. Allow the breath to be your tool, your ally, bringing you into full presence. Allow the breath to enter in through the nose, travel up through your cranial, down the back of the head till you reach the base of your spine. And then expand that awareness into the torso, down the legs. Just using the breath as the most powerful tool to center you in this place, in this space. Noticing the top of your head, bottom of your feet, front of the body, back of the body, side to side. And now you claim your space. And you intend to honor your divinity. As a child of creation, and you expand that out into the sphere around your body. Noticing how you feel, the subtle sphere of energy around you. Gently wiggle your fingers and toes. Carefully open your eyes. And hold your frequency. How do you feel, Neil?
Feel good, centered.
Good.
Yeah. Thanks, Ashley.
Thank you.
All right, let's do it. Okay, everybody. So what we're going to do to close this out is kind of what we did in the beginning. Well, actually, I didn't do this presentation, but we brought in and did an invocation for the dragons. And so this presentation is calling in the dragons for the whole time, whereas actually my regression that I did with Bridget Renee Holliday, she regressed me. And she's going to be regressing me again in 3 days, where I'm going to be going to Orion, visiting Orion and my life on Orion. So there's a continuation to this story. But how I want to start this is to just kind of share my journey with Portal to Ascension and how, PTA got created in the first place. Well, it all started, everybody, November 17th, 1982, which was the year I was born, the day I was born. So I was born in England, and I'm trying not to get distracted because I'm glitching all over the place here for myself, which is weird because it did not glitch all 11 days until now. But as long as you don't see me glitching, that's good. I think we may have actually affected the Matrix, guys. I think we're literally seeing a glitch in the Matrix happen right now. Mission complete. All right. So I was born in England in 1982. And I was born to a Hindu family. So I pretty much followed all the rites and rituals. And what I realized later in life is that a lot of Indian first generation born out of India, Indians like myself, they pretty much do what they're told when it comes to their religion and culture. There's some of them, I would say, that some of them are like actually religious, but I realized like religion compared to the world of when our family was in India, compared to the first generation out of it, isn't as hardcore, isn't as strict, isn't as fundamental. But I pretty much did what I was told to do, right? And I would even be at temple, going to Hindu temple at age like 10, 11. I'd be singing bhajans, which are Indian hymns. And I realized in retrospect that I literally had no real connection to God or source or anything. I was just doing it because it was what was asked of me. It was community oriented and really had nothing to do with God or what I was speaking about. And then when I got to high school, when I was leaving high school, when I was 18 in the year 2000, I started, okay, good. When I was leaving high school in the year 2000, I started becoming a little more curious. You know, being raised Indian and from England, I actually I didn't worship. I actually followed Christmas. We watched movies on Moses every year. We watched movies on Jesus every year. So I used to say for a long time on many podcasts for many years, I would call myself an atheist Hindu. That was my number one thing to say. I was raised Hindu, but I was atheist. I didn't believe in any God. But now what I realized was that the benefit being raised Hindu was I was never told that it was the only way. I was never told that my religion is the only way. And my parents even spoke about Jesus when we celebrated Christmas. We weren't just celebrating because of the culture and the Christmas and the presents, even though that was great, but it was actually based on the fact that Jesus existed. And around 18 years old, I even started finding out that there were texts in India that spoke about Jesus being alive and Jesus existing in the world. And they said that different people around the world need to be approached differently because of their culture. So there are many religions around the world based on the specific cultures because they all need to be approached differently. And that was the Hinduism philosophy for one, why you cannot convert into Hinduism because your way is the same way. And then two, the whole philosophy of there are many pathways to the same destination. And that is actually a quote in the Rig Veda. You guys might have heard this one. There are many pathways to the same destination. And since that was the case, there was no need to convert to Hinduism, and Christianity, all these other religions around the world were all going to the same place. So knowing this around 17, 18 years old in 2000, I started becoming curious because I saw and I found something online that showed that Krishna's life almost mirrored Yeshua, aka Jesus's life. And the connection was that Krishna was born to a virgin mother. Krishna had a carpenter as a father. Krishna was known as the savior. He even died with a spear, with an arrow, excuse me, into the same location where you see images of Jesus with a spear by the Romans on the when he was crucified, which is a whole other rabbit hole to go down about the crucifixion. And doesn't Christ and Krishna sound very similar? So I started thinking, like, wait a second, is the Jesus story actually the story of Krishna recycled thousands of years later? Did Jesus never even exist? That was one of the first awakening moments for me that created everything I'm doing now. Did Jesus not exist? Now, fast forward to this, now I believe he did exist, and the stars repeat the same cosmic soup. But then I started looking even deeper. Well, what is the root of all religion? Is there a original text? If there was anything on earth, something like Adam and Eve, and maybe not even Adam and Eve, right? But maybe two different tribes, one thing's for sure is there had to be less people on the planet at one point. Was there one religion that all religion came from? That was my biggest question in 2001 when I was 18 years old. So I started looking, and trying to see if I could find the root of it all. I was looking, I found the Egyptian scriptures. I found, I would be at Panera Bread. If you guys know Panera Bread in the US, in 2002, 2003, I was in Panera Bread with the Quran, with the Bhagavad Gita, with the Old Testament, with the New Testament. And then I would start highlighting all these similarities, looking for the root of it all. And eventually, I found something called the Epic of Gilgamesh. Who here has heard of the Epic of Gilgamesh? Give me a yes in the chat if you've heard of the Epic of Gilgamesh. I mean, you probably have if you're in this world or if you're into the history part of it all. So the Epic of Gilgamesh, there's this story in the ancient Sumerian story, known as the most original. They're supposed to be the oldest religious text in the world. That's what they tell us, okay? The oldest religious text in the world. That is a misdirection. By the way, guys, there's going to be many tangents in my story because my brain works in tangents. So the little tangent here is that the Sumerian story of Gilgamesh and the ancient Sumerian stories, they aren't the oldest religion in the world. They misdirected us because they wanted us to think Egypt was not as old as it really is. Egypt is much older. Therefore, Egyptian texts are actually older than Sumerian texts. But in this text, we have this character called Gilgamesh, this hybrid giant, half god, half human. And he's traveling the world, right? And he goes across this big, vast ocean or lake or something, and he runs into someone called Upnapishtim. And Upnapishtim says to him, oh yeah, we are the last, myself and my family are the last survivors of a great flood that took place. And he tells him the whole story of the flood. But guess who Upnapishtim is? That's Noah. It's Noah's story in the Sumerian scriptures where Gilgamesh runs into Noah and Noah has a conversation with him. And so my mind gets blown. Wait a second, Noah's story is not from Abrahamic religion and Judaism, but Noah's story goes all the way back to the Sumerian scriptures. And there's a great flood that happened there. But the other thing that blew my mind was how on earth is Gilgamesh meeting Noah if the story of Noah is that there were no other people left on the planet after Noah died? I mean, after the flood, after everybody else died, right? And long story short on that one, there were other Homo species, other hominids existing on Earth. The story of Noah was his species of people being wiped out, but there were other beings on Earth at that time. So I started looking deeper into it, and I realized almost every place, every ancient culture in the world, speaks about a flood story, a great flood story. So there was so as I was looking for the root of all religion, I started finding out all these flood stories, and it seems that they all dated back to around the same time. And there was some sort of great collective trauma that the earth and humanity experienced that almost every ancient culture spoke about in their text. And then we considered it a myth. But when you look at all these ancient cultures talking about the flood, giving the same similar scenario about the flood, talking about a great civilization before, you got to start questioning it. So as I found the great flood story, I went deeper into the Sumerian scriptures. Of course, we get the Sumerian text of the Anunnaki, right? We get the stories of extraterrestrial beings visiting Earth. And these beings that visited Earth, the Sumerian scriptures tells you where they're from, what planet they're from, how they got to Earth, and all this information. So I started wondering, I was like, all right, so either all religion on the Earth is complete BS because it's based on this ancient scripture that's speaking about beings visiting us from the heavens. Or maybe there are some truths to the fact that many of these angels and many of these beings visiting us are actually celestial beings, star beings visiting us. And I started looking at the Mahabharata, different texts. And if you really look at these texts, even including Ezekiel, for example, and Enoch, and you start looking at the descriptions of the things that they're seeing and the craft that they're seeing and how they get transported into space and they see the earth from space, you can't help but wonder, are these actually visitations from ETs? So that I'm giving you guys right now, 2001, 2002, 2003 was the beginning of my research in the portal to ascension. I spent the next 6 to 7 years going down really deep in the rabbit hole where it took me down a conspiracy route. I was following the bloodlines, and I realized a lot of these beings from ancient Sumer considered themselves the fallen angels, and the fallen angels ended up becoming the secret societies in the world. So by 2008, guys, I was in like a lot of fear. I was like textbook conspiracy theorist. You probably wouldn't have recognized me at face value being like that, but I was hardcore conspiracy theorist. But I was a conspiracy theorist in the way where I just thought we were completely screwed, that there was no hope for humanity, that they control us, they own us, we're all slaves, and we're all stuck in the matrix. But then one day I was sitting at an open mic. It's the first time I ever performed poetry, an open mic in California, in Orange County. And I'm sitting there, and someone's on stage, someone who used to be my friend. And he was singing this song called My Name is Love. And I was in the back kind of having a depressed day and just like kind of just hanging out by myself. And in that moment, I realized, everything I was learning was spiritual. Everything I was thinking about was consciousness. I was finding out all this information about consciousness. But why was I so sad and depressed and thinking that we're completely screwed? And I realized that the missing link was love. And that's when I came up with the mantra, the darkness is working for the light. Before that moment, I used to think that we were victims to the darkness. And I used to judge those who I considered ignorant. Those who are living in the world, living unconsciously, I used to judge them. And then I started realizing that everybody chooses their role. We choose to experience ignorance. We choose to be unconscious. We choose to be conscious. And many beings came here just for the experience. When I realized that Earth, the reason we're on Earth, the ultimate truth, and again, another presentation here, below the ultimate truth are different intentions and agendas, but the ultimate truth is to experience. And I am almost stopping my own experience because of my fear and my anger towards the other. Whereas if we look around at, whereas I was projecting that onto other people, but now I realize that many of these beings probably were advanced beings that decided to come down here and experience that. So that was the shift. A couple months later, I lost my job as a financial analyst because the market crashed. And then a week later, I had a dream. And the dream, I'd already created an online group at that point 2 years prior called 2012 Consciousness, Mind, Evolution, and Presence. And I'd been getting all this information from it. It became an online community on Facebook. And then I had a dream. And basically the dream said, change the name to Portal to Ascension. So I changed the name to Portal to Ascension on the online Facebook group. And I created a New York chapter, California chapter, UK chapter, Canada chapter, and California chapter. And then the group started growing. It grew so much that by 2009 was one of my first times I ever quit my job for Portal to Ascension. And I went on the road for the first 3 years to go around from San Diego all the way to Vancouver and the Victoria Island, basically doing events, spiritual events, and started experimenting with creating consciousness events. And I actually have a couple of images here I want to show you. We're going to get the dragons in a second. I just kind of wanted to talk about the journey here, just because the journey is what brought us to the 16th year anniversary. So you can see here's my first event I ever did. 2008, Ginger's Garden, California. A lot of Kundalini yogi people there. And then I hit the road. And when we hit the road, these are the type of events that I created. Galactic Remembrance Tour. It was that was my second tour I ever did. When was this? 2000, I think it was 2010. Went on the road with my friend. He would channel a being from Sirius. I would do sound healing events. And I literally left my job without any money. I went paycheck to paycheck. I was living in my car, and I would go from venue to venue, and only if I got enough money from the attendees at that venue would I have enough money to eat and go to the next venue. In between this, I got with my ex-wife, she got really angry. She was like, I did not sign up for missionary work. Because she was just like cruising with me in the car and we were doing these events. So then we ended up purchasing from my cousin in India hundreds of Tibetan bowls. So we would travel doing these events with a car full of like 100+ Tibetan bowls, and we would basically be selling bowls wherever we went, and that would fund everything. I would go to holistic fairs, different centers, 2010, 2011, doing galactic extraterrestrial channeling events, doing sound healing events, and then selling bowls at that event, or going to a local expo or something like that and doing those events. And so it's continued like that until 2012 and 2013, where I started realizing, hey, we have a big online community now. What if we go ahead and do a live in-person conference? And this was the first conference I ever did. You can see Bashar was the headliner, 2012. I did like small workshops that were all day, but this was like a 3-day conference. We had Bashar there. We had Susan Taylor, who's a crop circle lady, with Itasha, who is an Arcturian representative, Cynthia Crawford, who died a few years ago. She's the ET sculptor, Peter Sterling, Miriam Delicado. And this right here, this 2012 event was kind of the milestone in Portal to Ascension. And this is when I really knew that we had something going there. And you can see like another image here. That was the event. First time I had a didgeridoo and drum experience at one of our events. Continued growing and continued hitting the road. Went on tour, did over 200 live events with Michael Tellinger. We traveled around doing all those events. Continued growing and growing until. Do I have anything else here? Oh yeah, this is up. Look at, damn, I was young. That was us at one of the fairs selling some bowls. Yeah, so kept going around the world. Around the US and Canada doing these events. And then 2016, I decided to quit Portal to Ascension. I got to a point where this was not paying the bills. It was not putting food in my belly, and I just couldn't do this anymore. And I also I just got married to my ex-wife at that point, and I just needed to have some sort of stability. So I was like, all right, I'm done with Portal to Ascension. And then by the grace of one of my really good friends, he handed me $3,000, and he said to me, don't quit Portal to Ascension. Here's some money. Please figure it out. And so I took that money and I started tuning in. And I was like, well, what if I stopped doing live events? And what if I moved it all online? And I moved it all online. I don't remember the days, 2015, 2016, something like that. I moved it all online. And my first event was called the Starseed Summit. And as you guys might have heard me share this before, but my first online event was Dolores Cannon's last event ever that she ever did. And I'd worked with Dolores Cannon for a few years before that. And so she was on that event. And the event did so well that I quit my job for like the 20th time. And I began doing full-time Portal to Ascension. And I've been doing Portal to Ascension ever since, and been really blessed to be able to do this work full-time. It's been very, very challenging to say the least, but I definitely feel like this is my soul calling, and is to really not just create these events, but to just infuse the timeline with all this awareness, because as you've experienced, there's so many different topics, but they're all leading the same way. We're so diverse in what we believe in, the way we think, what we're interested in, that I wanted to create a one-stop shop for consciousness, a place where we can all come and find something that we're into, and that truth, that wisdom that we find is the way that we be able to empower ourselves. And for me in the beginning, it was history. For other people, it's meditation. So that's just a little bit I just wanted to share about Portal to Ascension. Now that I've done the intro there, I want to get into the dragons presentation and really just honor the dragons here. But I want to just take a look at your comments for a second. All right. So now we're going to do dragon stuff. I want to know in the chat, who here feels a connection to the dragons? Let me know who has a connection to the dragons. If you want, go ahead and let us know what the connection is. what color dragon it is. You know, there's yellow dragon tribe, there's the red dragon tribe. There's other types of dragons that probably don't even have colors in the front of their name. Who feels a deep connection to dragons? Okay, Bridget Wolf says, I feel a connection to red dragons, and they are protective and also clear out energies that are not harmonious. Charmaine says, yes. We got the green dragon tribe in the house, of course. The brethren of the green dragons. Ashley says, 3 she's currently working with, a charcoal galactic dragon, a pearl dragon, and a lavender dragon. Black, metal, and gold. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Metallic scales. Asked, almost became born in the dragon year. You missed it. You're a serpent. Hey, I think that's kind of cool too, being a serpent. Next year is the serpent. We got the red and blue dragon tribe in the house. We got Tor saying different colors. Kim loves the dragons. Wow. Okay, I'm just curious, just for my own self. Who that just said this about the dragons was not into the dragons circa 1 to 2 years ago? Just curious if this is like coming into your field now more than ever. Just say yes if that's the case, or just say me, so we don't mix it up with the other yeses. Like if it just came to you within the last couple of years, yeah, I feel that's the case for a lot of people. Yeah. This is like a testament to the fact that it is the return of the dragon. Like, how could we all of a sudden be into it just like that without having like a meeting or something? Quetzalcoatl just in the last 6 months. Ash maybe became a dragon, quite possibly. Yep, dragons scared me before. I'm taking my power back and they are here. Beautiful. Okay. So we're going to get into this, everybody. This is the final stretch now for Portal to Ascension for these 11 days. And this is called the Cosmic Dragons and the Incarnation Process. And the first part is going to be kind of like more informational. And then we're going to get into the regression and the journey I took into the dragon realm. Diana says 2 years ago, which is amazing. Wow. So firstly, we got to speak about the East versus the West dragon folklore. And you guys have probably noticed how in the East, it's revered. In the West, there is this fear of the dragon, slaying the dragon. In Western mythology and folklore, we definitely have dragons are often depicted as menacing creatures to be defeated. They are seen as symbols of chaos, evil, and destruction. Stories of knights or heroes slaying dragons. Eastern hold revered, benevolent status, associated with power, strength, wisdom, good fortune. It's kind of almost like the opposite. In Chinese and Japanese and East Asian traditions, they consider divine creatures that bring rain for agriculture, and they guard important places, auspicious energy, prosperous, fertility, and longevity. Keep an eye on that word fertility. Nancy says rainbow dragons in the house. Okay. We got the hot orange and red dragon. As I was doing research for this, I did the research after I had the regression. When I went and saw all these dragon realms and what was going on, I had to figure out why did I see this? And as you're going to see, it was very much about fertility, what I experienced. So then I started seeing that a lot of ancient cultures, fertility was really important when it comes to dragon folklore. In the Chinese, dragon is a symbol of power, strength, and fertility, associated with rain many times and agriculture. Quetzalcoatl, Aztec and Maya, which I got on my shirt here, is a feathered serpent deity in Mesoamerican cultures as the god of wind, air, and learning. Quetzalcoatl was associated with fertility as well and the renewal of life. And in the Nagas in Indian mythology, the serpent deity is associated with water and fertility. Springs, wells, rivers, ensuring a consistent water supply essential for agriculture. Ryu, in Japanese folklore, Ryu are dragon-like beings associated with water and agriculture and fertility. So these cultures, Chinese, Aztec Maya, Indian, Ryu, all of these have agriculture and fertility are in all of them, right? So just that in itself, what these cultures supposedly operate independently from each other, and even if they had some sort of common root, there was thousands of years that they were even separated, all have a connection to this being, and the being has similar qualities and themes around it. We have Marduk in the Babylonian mythology as well, which is also fertility and creation. Kukulkan in Maya, fertility, rain, agriculture. Korean mythology, the Imugi, benevolent dragon that dwells in water. Appearance is believed to bring rain. Native Americans, horned serpent, symbolizes rain, water, fertility. These serpents are seen as guardians of water. Sources are associated with the renewal of life. And the Balinese as well. We have a lion-like dragon creature that represents a triumph of good over evil and the balancing of nature, associated with fertility, protection against harmful spirits. Honestly, my mind was blown when I started seeing all these connections to fertility. And I loved your comments here, guys. So I'm going to take a moment to read them as I go along because I love just incorporating this. C is saying, dragons are kind of a tough one. I feel like each type is almost different class itself. It's hard for me to speak over all dragons, but would like to ponder that. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too. There's so many different ones, and they're not all doing the same thing. They have different intentions, maybe belief systems, themes, purposes. So now we're going to get into a little story time. And I love theater. I love to be theatrical. I love plays, and I love storytelling. So I'm going to tell this to you guys in first person as a story of the regression of what happened. I began my regression with Bridget. And as I closed my eyes after like 2 hours, I don't know, an hour to 2 hours of meditation, because Bridget sessions are like 4, sometimes 5 hours long. All of a sudden, she says to me, "Where are you?" And I look down at myself, and I can see my clothes, my hair, the color of my skin, and I noticed and I felt that I was a Native American, an indigenous person from North America, and it felt to me like I was from the 1700s or the 1800s. And as I was looking around, I realized I was in this translucent bubble, this see-through bubble, floating in space. And below me, right in front of me, I could see Earth. I was looking right at Earth, just floating in this bubble above space. And then I look behind me, and all of a sudden, I see infinite bubbles with people inside of them behind me. There I am in the front, and behind me is all these infinite bubbles. And I realized that all these bubbles and all the beings in these bubbles were me. All my different incarnations from different lives on Earth, parallel lives on Earth. And they were all me. In the next breath, I see, and this picture doesn't do it justice because it was a fetus turning into a baby in space in a bubble. I could see that that was myself, the birthing process occurring, a fetus turning into a baby. And then I decide to go down to Earth. I start flying towards Earth. And as I'm flying towards Earth, I can't go through. I can't get in to Earth. I'm not able to penetrate the atmosphere and go down. And I realized in that moment that the only way to Earth is from inside of Earth. that I can't go down from Earth because nothing comes from space to Earth. Everything comes out of the quantum field, and Earth itself is a quantum particle, and the only way to go through it, is to be birthed from Earth. So I couldn't make my way down. But then it shifts. Next thing I see is my little hands. I'm a baby, and I see the sun in the sky, something out of a movie, really. I see the sun in the sky, and I'm holding in my hand this paper red dragon, a toy red dragon. And I can't see my face or anything. I see my hands, and I see myself playing with this paper red dragon. I was like 2-3 years old, and I realized I was a little white baby, and that this dragon was my toy, my pet. And as I'm playing with this dragon, I saw a spirit of a dragon rotating around me, an apparition of a spirit rotating around me, going in and out of me, going through my body, spinning around, spinning around. And I did not expect to see dragons. I did not expect to see this. This is my first regression. I had one with Geraldine the year before, but before that, it was 2008, many years. And Bridget said to me, "Are you connected with the dragons?" And I said, "Yeah, the spirit of the dragons are with me." She asked me, "Do you want to dive deeper?" I say, "Yes, I see reptilians." She goes, "Do you mean sauroids?" Because, we call them reptilians. She calls them sauroids, because that is a term that they go by that doesn't have a negative connotation. And then I see these three beings. I realized that they're my own lives as a reptilian. And it was interesting because I saw it this is almost exactly how I saw it. Probably, actually, as far as I know, is pretty much exact. And each of these beings looked like they were in portrait. I saw 3 different portraits. And I realized that they're all different incarnations that I've had as a reptilian. The one I saw here, the duck one, was actually kind of a funny person, had a really good sense of humor, but it was a duck reptilian hybrid. And then the fish one here, the fish reptilian hybrid, was actually a scholar in his planet. And then the one in the middle there, that one, I saw him standing on this huge mountain with this castle in the back. And this reptilian was royalty on that planet. And all of them didn't give me any negative vibes. They all came across as benevolent beings. I did not think I was going to see anything reptilian-like. That's funny. It looks like Napoleon. So I asked myself, why am I seeing this? And then the answer, dragons are the ancestors of these beings and all reptilians in our galaxy. That these beings, all reptilians, all serpentine, and we're going to get into the ancestry to ourselves as well, but all these beings have ancestry to the dragons, the good, bad, and the ugly. And they were showing them to me because I was feeling this beautiful connection to the dragons, showed me my own incarnations as a reptilian and my ancestry to the dragons. So I see myself again as this baby and the fetus as well. And the dragon, this red dragon spirit, is just rotating around me, going around everywhere. And I would start getting downloads on what I'm experiencing. And I realized that these dragon beings, they're content, they're wise, they're passionate beings that teach children wisdom and harness abilities and provide protection. Dragons are in essence the buffer zone for children to enter a traumatic experience on Earth, which includes amnesia. They provide health, playfulness, energetic support to children. And so what I found out later was that this is my first introduction to dragons on this level. Now I'm realizing there are many different dragons, different dragon tribes, they all have different themes. And I was wondering, so I was getting that these beings in particular were content, wise, passionate. And what I realized was that basically the way it works, guys, is at first I thought it happens for everybody. Okay, that we all have these experiences, that we all have dragons that come in with us. And I got to tell you two different stories of what happened after this experience. So one is 3 months later, I'm in Germany at a restaurant, sitting down with Joan and for breakfast. And then some people were next to us. And we got into a conversation. They're doctors, they're doctors helping out like people that have sicknesses in Africa, not spiritual, nothing. And they asked us what we do. I try to be as vanilla as possible and water it down, but it's very hard. And I told them like angels, Joan of Angels is Joan of Angels. She taps into these realms, and the lady says to me, "Wow, it's very interesting." And I didn't speak anything about dragons or any of the story. And she goes, "Wow, how interesting. My daughter had an imaginary red dragon friend for the first 3 years of her life." Okay, and then what I got in this while I was having this regression is that this dragon comes in with your soul. The dragons are the stewarding process. The womb, what is the womb? If you guys believe in the soul, if you believe in the soul and souls come from somewhere else, like a woman, say a woman has 5 kids. Do you think she has 5 souls in her waiting to come and hatch? Or do these souls come from someplace when it's ready to come in? That's probably more likely what happens. So therefore, the womb is a wormhole. So womb is a wormhole for souls to come in. And what I got was the dragons were the stewarding process, the ones that brought the souls in. They basically come in and they assist in the birthing process. And for what I'm realizing now, it happens for maybe everybody, every starseed. Maybe it's not every human, but they stay with you for the first 3 years of your life. They act in different ways. They act as your imaginary friend. They can take on different types of forms, but they pretty much stay with you for this first 3 years. They help you into this life, and when you come into this traumatic Earth experience, they are basically your friend and your counterpart that keeps you company in a world where you're literally unable to do things, but you have full remembrance of your past lives and who you were. Like you can't even move. Think of, besides the trauma of being smacked on the butt, right? Besides that trauma and coming to Earth, imagine knowing everything for 3 years, knowing who you are, but not even being able to crawl around or speak, right? And then imagine starting to forget while in this when you're from a state of remembrance as a baby. So the dragons are basically there to assist you in that process. They provide health, they provide playfulness, energetic support to children. But the question I still have is this for all children? So the other story is 3 to 4 weeks later, somebody calls me, right? After this. And actually maybe a couple months. And I was going to do the Dragons Conference. Tomorrow is the second annual one. And we were about to do this Dragons Conference. And she goes, okay, she goes to me, "Oh my God, you guys are doing Dragons Conference. That's so great. I just wanted to talk to you. I found your number on the website and called you up." And she goes, "Do you know about the dragons, blah, blah, blah?" And I'm like, yeah, I feel a deep connection. And she goes, she then tells me the same story of what I'm sharing you right now. Yeah, the dragons help beings, children come into this world, but she only helps specific starseeds or specific ET races. And the dragons help you get born into the world, and they stick with you for the first 3 years. I just had a regression like a few months earlier with all this information in there, and then had that conversation with her. And that was just a huge validation for me. So then the next moment, I was taken. I wanted to know where they're from. Where are you from? Why am I seeing this? That was a repeated thing. Why am I seeing this? So I was taken to a visual of Earth in the North Pole. I was in the North Pole and I saw this. I saw a red and white spinning vortex with an entrance into Hollow Earth. And this is what it looked like. And the dragon says to me, "This is where we come from into Earth," meaning us. This is how souls come to the Earth. Bridget says, "Dragons, will you take us to the portal and show us how this works. And then a red dragon rotates around me and then comes to my third eye, like this image, goes right into my third eye. And then another one came up to my face and went right into my heart. And then this is what I see. I'm in this cavern inside Earth, and there's this translucent blue pool. And it's the most beautiful, mystical, ancient looking thing ever. And around this pool were all these apparitions, so, like spirit dragons that had no legs, but they were dragon faces with like serpent bodies, all waiting around the pool. And what I got was that this place was the life force of Earth. The origination, this pool that I was seeing was the origination of souls. Souls, guys, they don't come from outside of Earth. Souls don't come from heaven above. Heaven above is an illusion. The reality is everything is within. Everything is through the wormhole. The way to source, to God, to creation is going through the wormhole. And Earth is one subatomic particle in something that's even bigger. The micro and the macro, the same thing continues. Earth is its own subatomic particle. All the souls that come from Earth are literally birthed from inside of Earth. And then the dragons come in. And they have these specific dragons, they have a soul contract with humanity to assist in these birthing process. These dragons that are working there used to be physical beings that existed on the planet, and now they're working in the etheric realms, assisting with the incarnation process on Earth. So dragon spirits are ready to go with you as your soul exits this incarnational system. I saw dragons of different colors with the dragon face, but the bodies of serpents floating in space. Ooh, okay. So because I uploaded this presentation, I cannot play the audio from here. So I'm gonna stop this for a second. I'm gonna share my screen instead, so we can hear the audio. And let's take a moment and read some comments as well, shall we? All right, here we go. Boom. Okay. So what kind of feedback are we having here? Angelina says, I became a pink dragon on her mushroom trip. As says, we are transmitters. All right, let's keep going. There we go. So I asked, why are we being shown this? And this is what I got. This planet is more connected to the serpents than anybody wants to admit. Yeah. Serpents, as I already know, is not human soul, are not evil or inherently evil. There are all types of experiences. Benevolent ones are as important as the others. Benevolent ones do not need to be acknowledged. They don't need to receive praise. They don't need to have an ego boosted. They understand the bigger picture. Their full service and beautiful service is allowing the free will of those to be done, even if they are the ones connected to the various experiences for humans. This planet is more connected. Oh, it keeps going. The dragons are respected. Dragons are revered. The offspring of the dragons are all those reptilian, serpentine beings and all those that have the DNA that connects to what they originally created. This planet is connected to the dragons and the serpent energy than anybody wants to admit. The benevolent ones and the reptilians, right? But the benevolent ones, they don't need the ego boosted. They don't need to interfere with free will. They understand the bigger picture. Part of the bigger picture is allowing us to have our experience. The ones that don't allow us to have our experience, they try to inflict their own free will, their own will upon us. But that doesn't mean that they're the only ones that exist. There's other ones that support in the energetic realms. There's other ones that realize that the darkness and the negative ones that we experience is the shadow work that we chose to have so that we could grow from it and learn from it and get the challenges we had from it. Similar to what Bibhu was talking about, how this system was created for us to go through these dips and through these and have these growing experiences. Part of that is also the negativity. So the other ones exist, and there are more benevolent ones. There's more harmonious serpents out there than nefarious. But the benevolent ones, they're not trying to save us. They're not here to save us. They know why we chose to come here so we can figure out how to save ourselves. The dragons will love for a day to come where we do not just look into the sky for those beings that look like us to find commonality, but also realize we're connected through genetics and ancestry to beings that look nothing like us. Yes, first contact are going to be with beings that look very similar to us, but that's going to be very short and brief because there's a whole universe of beings out there that just can't wait to shake our hands, that just can't wait to reunite with us. Many of them don't look anything like us. Earth is a racist planet, but it's not race based on just the Earth experience of race. It's the race based on other races. They would like for me to figure ways to move past this. Earth is a racist planet, but it's not race based on the races on Earth, but it's based on speciesism. All these species that we've had drama and karma and trauma with around the universe have donated, or a galaxy have donated to this Earth experience. We're species against ant people. We're speciesism and trauma against reptilian beings, reptiles that are the ancestors of these beings on Earth. And they've donated DNA here so we can all figure out how to live in harmony. So part of the Earth experience, again, this is super oversimplifying it. It's a whole presentation just to speak on this. Part of the Earth experience is us to get over galactic racism. And galactic racism shows up on Earth with us not seeing ourselves in the other, and many people not seeing themselves in someone that doesn't look like you. It's a part of the earthly experience. And this is actually a galactic thing that is playing out on Earth right now. And they wanted me to figure out a way to incorporate into Portal to Ascension ways to transcend that, which is why we did a 3-part series on YouTube on reptilians. Like we went deep, 3 hours each, 3 days in a row, just on like reptilian energy, to just really have that conversation about, our judgments and the blanket statements. It's not even about the ETs as well. It's about us, ETs, everything. The blanket statements we make on a group of people, not realizing that we exist in polarity. And when it comes to the galactic community, there's so much going on out there on Earth. You might know who the good guys and the bad guys are, right? In this game of life. But in the universe, the good guys are just keeping to themselves or just watching us for the most part, right? So the name of my dragon came to me, the one that brought me into this world from the center of our planet. When I came out as a baby, I saw myself being born by the Earth. And this red dragon came up to me, wrapped me around me, and took me into the womb. I saw the whole process take place. And the name of the dragon was Kumbhala. Kumbhala. And we asked Kumbhala to blend with me. And I saw 2 or 3 dragons spin around. And then Kumbhala asked me if I would like to channel a message in dragon language from him. And this is the first time ever. You guys might have heard my spoken word, might have heard me do some dragon light language. This is the first time ever that I did the language, and we got it recorded here. And actually, it's not light language. It's just dragon language. This is dragon tongue. So it's not like a frequency from another planet that is made into light. From what I got, this is just dragon language. So here it is. Believe it or not, but before this light language experience, even though I've done events for many years before this and I've had light language on my platform, I was not into light language at all. And because I figured like anybody can just make stuff up, anybody can just say stuff. And so, and just, I don't know, I'm not saying that they are making it up, but I'm saying that like, because I didn't know how true it really was, I just chose not to incorporate it that much on Portal to Ascension. But there were some people that I've experienced light language from that just from the moment that they started speaking, I just get chills in my whole body. As that's when I started realizing that there is some truth to it. And then when I'm doing this regression, Kumpala, my red dragon counterpart, asked Bridget, well, told me that to ask Bridget, I want to speak. Can I speak? And then she goes, yes. And then that's what happened. And next thing I saw was floating in space in unison, like birds flying together, me and my friend Dragon. And I was also a dragon. And the dragon that I was floating with, Kumpala, was my cousin. And the whole process of me coming to Earth from this dragon realm was unveiled. And this has to be said with a caveat because lives are simultaneous. I had a life on Orion, I was doing things there, all types of things were happening. But this was this parallel reality version of my dragon self occurring at the same time. And when I decided to come to Earth and be born onto Earth, I asked Kampala to be my steward for when I get born. And then Kampala would stay at the translucent pool. And then I saw myself come out as a soul and Kampala take me into the womb. And the next thing I received was that what happens is we basically have the dragon come with us, right? Again, maybe in my next regression, I'll know who it's for, how many people, or if it's everybody on Earth or just specific star seeds and what kind of star seeds. But the dragon, after the year 3, it goes into your heart and coils up like a serpent in your heart. And then you get incarnated over and over and over. And just like how in ancient India they say, we got to get to a level of enlightenment so we can break free from the karmic conditioning and the karmic cycle. Part of our earthly mission is for humanity to awaken the dragon heart. So this presentation is basically also called Awaken the Dragon Heart Within. And that's what we're going to do to end this out. We're going to do a little thing to awaken our dragon heart. And it goes to sleep in our heart. And Bridget asked me, let me read this first. After 3 years of actively interacting with us, the dragon spirit coils up in the heart, waiting for us to activate the dragon heart. But many of us go lifetimes without activating it. And why do they not continue to interact with us throughout our lives? So Bridget said to me, can we do something to make sure you don't have to go to sleep? Because part of this hypnosis is also rewiring my consciousness. And she was like, well, let's ask the dragon not to go to sleep and to rewrite that and wake up. And the dragon said, no, this is meant to be. We go to sleep in the heart because we're only here for the first 3 years. When you start to forget, we go in your heart, and it's your journey now to go through life and to learn your lessons. If we were with you and we were always teaching you and there with you as your counterpart, you wouldn't have the same experience on Earth. So even the coiling up of the dragon was all about it. But now we're at a place where we're evolving, and part of the evolution is us awakening this it's funny to say, I guess, quite literal etheric dragon that exists within inside of us. And as we're closing up here, a lot of other things came to me during this presentation, during this regression. I had a regression with Geraldine Orosco, who we experienced today, and that was 3 years ago. Then 2 years ago, I had a regression, this one with Bridget Holliday, and then 1 year ago, I was doing plant medicine in Costa Rica, and through all those experiences together, all these different dots were being connected, pieces of information were coming. On Geraldine's regression, I was on Orion. I didn't know I was on Orion, I was on a planet. And I saw all the systems, the institutions, the business, what I was doing there, why I was there, all this stuff. In the regression with Bridget, I saw myself floating above the planet, and it was the central star of Orion. And I went down to the planet. Now I know where the planet's located. And I visited that planet thousands of years before the regression with Geraldine, in which the technology from Orion was stolen, and they hijacked the Stargate and went through the Stargate and took the Crater God technology down to Earth and started basically creating one of the control mechanisms that exists on our planet right now. And then on the plant medicine ceremony, I was at a different time on the same planet. So on all three of those regressions, I was on the same planet at different times as a different person. It was like 3 different incarnations within thousands of years on the same planet in Orion. And on Tuesday or Wednesday next week, I'm doing like another 4-hour regression with Bridget, where we're going to specifically go with the theme of Orion and go visit the Orion worlds. And so the next chapter of this is the continuation of the story. And we've heard about the dragons, we heard about all this connection there, but then the deeper story goes into the ancestry of Orion and how Orion connects to us. So that's going to be called the Orion Portal, Reptilians, Galactic Wars, and Stargates, and that's on November 2nd. It basically will be about how we brought peace to a system in chaos, and how we rebuilt the Creator God technology. So the dragons took me to Orion to show me what happened there. They have deep sorrow for what occurred and want and wish for us to be at peace. We are in essence the war against dark and light, guys. We are at war with our own siblings. We're literally at war with our own soul brothers and sisters, because that's how it's all working. We all play roles, just like the story of Mahabharata. Arjuna had to fight a war with Krishna on his side, and he was fighting his own family, his own brothers on the other side. And Krishna said to him, when Arjuna was like, "What am I doing? This is my family. I shouldn't be doing this." Krishna, in the religion of peace, Hinduism, did not say stop the war. He said, "This is your dharma. This is your role. Play your role fully. Go through it. Do what you're here to do." Right? You would think that God would say, "Be at peace." It's a deeper story than just to be like, go fight someone. But the dragons were trying to teach me that the negative ET invasion, if you will, of this planet are actually our soul brothers and sisters, and our ancestry to the reptilians is quite substantial. Our DNA is connected to them quite deeply, and many of our souls in our bodies have lived lives as them. I've lived lives as them. So I feel as part of what I really want to bring is not only the dragon information, but do a lot of things on Orion and just bring in the frequency of what happened there, because Orion isn't as chaotic. It's a system of peace now, harmony. But when we speak about it in our community, people are speaking about Orion in a way where, the trauma that happened there, the wars that happened there, the DNA wars that happened there, a lot of that stuff happened, and a lot of it we brought to Earth, a lot of that baggage, but that has been a long, long time ago. And we are still playing out roles and traumas from things that have been healed in those systems. So how do we now tap into the codes of healing and harmony that has already been created in the universe and bring that down to Earth? And then this was my final message.
They told me many times that Earth is playing out scenarios that have happened all over the universe. We have scenarios playing out right now within the human expression that are identical to that, right? All around the world.
Bridget was saying that they have told her many times that Earth is playing out these scenarios, and that's basically what I was just saying in the last slide. Love the ones you hate. So this was the final thing, okay? Why? Hold on. Why am I seeing this? Stop. There we go. Why am I seeing this? What do I do from this? What do we learn from this? Love the ones you hate. Don't wait. Don't wait around for them to change. Love the ones you hate and don't wait for them to change. Don't wait around to be in their countries where they're imposing things that you don't want to be a part of. Don't wait around for them to wake up. Create the world that you want. Don't wait for others to wake up. Don't wait for the policies to change around you. Create the world that you want. Go where you need to go. Go where you want. Move forward with knowing, without fear, without the investment in someone having to change for you to be you. Move forward without fear, without the investment where someone needs to change for you to be able to be you. There will be a time to change. Love the ones you hate, because the ones you hate are bringing you the way that you need to receive, the experiences you need to receive in order for you to be fully liberated beings. And you may not even say the word hate. You might say that you disagree with, that you find challenging, that you think that shouldn't be doing politics. It's like, how do you get to a point where you can love the ones you disagree with because you're aware that if it wasn't for what they were doing, they wouldn't have given you the challenges for you to grow. That's one thing on Earth. They wouldn't have given you the challenges that you signed up for to come to Earth. That's even the higher perspective. Loving the ones you hate is the hardest thing for most humans. But loving the one you hate doesn't mean having to be in their presence, having to be gasped by them, having to receive traumas being inflicted on you, having to listen to all their words little by little, having to lose your sovereignty because they say that they own your sovereignty. Mm-hmm. It means you love them because you know you are them. You love them because you've been them. And you love them because they came here for you. You all live little by little, having to lose your sovereignty because they say that they own your sovereignty. Mm-hmm. By loving those that you disagree with doesn't mean you give up your power, doesn't mean you give up your sovereignty. You love them because you love them because you know you are them. You love them because you've been them. You love them because you've been them. You've been what they are in many different lives. Having to be gasped little by little, having to lose your sovereignty because they say that they own your sovereignty. Mm-hmm. It means you love them because you know you are them. You love them because you've been them. And you love them because they came here for you. And that is the bigger picture. Love them because they came here for you. And that is the bigger picture. We all came here for each other. We all came here to be a catalyst. We all came here to give each other joy, struggles, challenges, growth. And those that give you the biggest challenges came here for you more than anything else, because this planet is a planet of growth. This planet is a planet we come to in order to go through certain things when we have amnesia, because the best way to realize the light in a world of amnesia is to go through the dark. And the dark just happens to come in many forms on Earth, many shapes and sizes, even extraterrestrial agendas and intentions, even political ideology. But in a world of amnesia, the only way to remember is to go through that. So why do we get our brains wiped in the first place? We knew we were coming here. We knew. It was almost like, what's the best way and what is the next way that we can grow when we have experienced all that is? Why don't we go to Earth, wipe our brains clean of it all, and create an obstacle course for us to go through to see if, even with our brains wiped, we still remember who we are? And that's what we're doing here on Earth at this moment. All right. Thank you, everybody. All right. There we go. Did you guys see I just stopped the presentation. Hopefully you guys were seeing it at the end there. Thank you, everybody. So wanted to just call in the dragons to close it out there. And just to check, you guys saw the presentation, right? Because I undid the presentation. I didn't even click stop screen share. You guys saw the ending, correct? And the whole thing. Give me an amen. Thank you, guys. All right. So that's it, everybody. So I wanted to close out with the dragons, and I appreciate every single one of you. And what I feel would be a good way to end this is to infuse the timeline and activate the dragon heart within. And as I was sharing, that we all have a dragon within inside our hearts. And let's do a couple of chants together and vibrate our chest and our hearts and put that energy into the ground. First, before we do that, a couple of announcements here. So again, if you guys are interested, tomorrow, October 19th, the Cosmic Dragons Conference brought to you a flow of star codes and Portal to Ascension, second annual event. Go deeper into the dragons. If you feel that energy, feel called to be a part of it. Events, upcoming events, Portal to Ascension.org. Okay. My Orion's presentation, that's a continuation of this. The Orion Portal, Reptilians, Galactic Wars, and Stargate to Earth. That is on November 2nd. It'll be a continuation of all this information here and then getting into, the story behind it all. And if you guys want to contribute and donate so I can do more of these epic donation or free events, please do go ahead and donate. I'll put the link there. And everybody who's donated, guys, I mentioned it in the beginning, is entered to a drawing to win 3 months of free events at Portal to Ascension. So if you donate within the next couple of days, I'll go ahead and get all the people together, put them through a random generator and get the winner out there. But if you donate by tomorrow for this event, you all get put into a drawing to win 3 months of free events. And I'll show you kind of what's coming up. Well, you'll be getting, obviously, the Orion Portal presentation. We have a channeling from Sirius with Matthew John. We have our free 11/11 event, 2-day workshop on sound frequency, the Christing initiations of Yeshua, Yeshua's life in India, pagan origins of Christmas and New Year's Eve, Geraldine Orosco, holographic universe, fractals and galactic origins, Margaret Rigoloso, priestess, mystery schools, miraculous conception, the womb portal, Mary Rodwell, the star children of planet incarnations, the Orion Star System Conference, meet the Arcturians with Vivian Chavez. So we have a lot of amazing things. So if you're new to Portal Ascension, go check us out, sign up, you'll get our newsletters. And when the Year of the Snake begins, since we're talking about dragons, we're doing a free event for the Year of Snake as well. And see all the beautiful things we have in store. We've got a lot of amazing things. So let's go ahead now, and I'm just going to put the donation link here. If you guys want to donate and contribute to Portal to Ascension, and when you give the donations, it just allows me to do more free events like this, so I can really spend a few days and we can just offer this to the world. Okay, so now to close out, we're going to close out how we started. We're going to start with a little bit of silence and feel just the energy in our bodies. And this is kind of like an integration moment here where we get to integrate everything that we've experienced. And then when we do the chants, we're going to do 3 inhales and exhales through the heart, right? Activating the dragon heart. We're going to do 3 ohms, okay? We're going to do 3 ahs, activating the heart. And then we're going to close it off with humming. Give me a yes if you hear the humming that I'm doing right now. Let me know if you hear that. Okay, cool. So when we hum, you get to move the energy around your body, and we're going to move it into our heart. And this is all about activating the heart, because the best way to infuse the timeline with consciousness is through the heart. So as we do 3 breaths, I want you to imagine when you exhale out of the heart that the whole of our galaxy is within that heart field. You breathe in, you breathe out, expands around the galaxy, okay? And I'm going to put up a video of the galaxy as we do this. And then we're going to do 3 ohms. Om, om, om. We're going to do 3 ahs. Ah, ah, ah. And then we're going to end it with 1 hum. Okay, so I invite you guys to just get comfortable now. We're just going to spend 2 minutes here. And please do stick around and just be part of this in the end. Because so much amazing information, so many speakers, so much great content, and just amazing individuals being a part of this, every single one of you, and then all the people that contributed their awareness here. And we've done something good. We've literally put out so much awareness and content that it's tipping the scales to a critical mass. And at this moment, how beautiful would it be if we take all what we've received and we infuse it into the grids of the earth through our heart, and we allow that to permeate out so that everybody else who isn't a part of this event can benefit from it as well. So here's an image, here's a video of the Pleiades star system. So I invite you now just to get comfortable and just start breathing normally in this moment. And I'll guide us through all the different things that we're going to do right now that I mentioned. Just breathe. And just feel yourself. Feel the air on your face. Feel the air going in and out of your lungs. Feel your heart pulsating. And this closing meditation and activation is for us to transmute and transfer the awareness. We keep it within us for sure, but to duplicate it and to put it into the grid of Earth, to go out to all of those in the world and beyond. We're going to begin with 3 breaths in and out. And on the exhale, we're going to expand our hearts around the galaxy. So on your next exhale, start with your first inhale in. Deep inhale. Expand your heart field around the whole galaxy. Deep inhale in. Expand your heart around the whole galaxy. Deep inhale, breathing in all of creation, all of the galaxy's energy. And complete expansion out through the whole of the galaxy. Now, the next inhale, we will start with 1 of 3 ohms. Inhale. Inhale. we're going to do 3 ahs. Inhale and exhale ahs. Inhale, opening the heart, activating the dragon heart. Exhale ah. Inhale. Inhale. Just feel the vibrations inside of your chest. Tune into your heart. Feel the dragon inside of it. Feel the energy of the heart, the blood inside of your body, the pumping of your life force, the electricity running through you. As we expand our heart and you connect to the earth, on the next inhale, in just one moment, keep breathing normally, but when we inhale next, you're going to hum from the back of your throat and move that energy into your heart, into your chest cavity. Feel your chest and your heart vibrate as we hum and activate the dragon heart. Inhale and hum. Inhale again and hum. One more time, one inhale and hum. As we just experienced these 11 days together, and we put a lot of awareness, downloads, remembrance, consciousness, information, intelligence, intellect, awakening into the field. We now gather all this awareness and infuse it into the heart of Earth, into the ley lines and the meridians of Earth, so that this frequency of awareness may go out to all of humanity, so that humanity can awaken to the true potential, so that we can remember who we are, and that we can create a world based on unity, transparency, awakened consciousness, love, understanding, compassion, forgiveness, truth. Send this frequency out to all of the world. And we send this frequency out to everyone, and especially those who are currently living in suffering, those that are living in pain, disconnection, hurt, confusion, as we also experience those ourselves at times, And everybody experiences at different levels. Send this frequency out to the whole world, knowing that there will be a day that we will exist in harmony, and we can come together in unity to usher in the inevitable awakening of humanity. It is time for humanity to awaken. The old chapter is about to close. And we don't need to run away from the old chapter. We can learn the lessons from it and begin to write a new one. May all beings feel peace. May all beings feel love. May all beings feel real happiness. Love you all so much. Thank you for being a part of this experience. And that's it for now. See you guys next time. Hope to see some of you guys at the Dragons Conference. We're going to keep going. Love and appreciate you all. Have a beautiful rest of your day. Bye.